What's up, Anthony Rollins?
Oh, hey, dude. It's working.
Woo!
Oh, yeah.
Where's your Ric Flair one? Woo! And Nick is frozen again. Congratulations, Nick. You win a prize. You win the prize for being frozen. Yay! Yeah, I know, Jay. It's crazy. So just so you guys know, Zoom made an update this morning and is also making it a lot more difficult for people to sign up. Nick?
Yeah, can you see me?
You're freezing in and out, buddy.
We're live, though.
All right, let's do it. You want me to share the screen?
You know what? No, I actually have my presentation open, but can you guys see me? Am I good?
I can see you, but the challenge is going to be if you keep on freezing, that presentation is just going to be frozen halfway.
All right,
through.
so you start the presentation in a minute, though. Okay.
Go ahead.
I wonder why it's acting up like that. Oh, I have an idea. You know what I'm gonna do?
You're gonna switch to your phone.
I'm gonna log off of the internet on the computer that's right next to me. There we go. Okay.
Perfect.
Yep, that might actually be better because yeah. Hey everyone. So listen, we're sorry for the delay. We're live now. I think that might be better. I think I had too many computers running on the same Wi-Fi. Welcome to the very first Command Your Conversion digital experience. We're running a little bit late, but that's okay. If we weren't running late, we wouldn't be Nick and Tristan. I want to say thank you everyone for showing up. This is going to go between now and about 4:30, and I just want to go down the agenda for everyone who's watching right now. So Tristan and I are going to kick it off with Leverages the New Hustle. I actually might be able to share my screen now because I think it's working really well because I turned off my other Wi-Fi. So I'll share my screen for that. We're going to talk about Leverages the New Hustle and the consumer experience using Command and our agent websites. Then in about 30 or 40 minutes, we got Scott Shapiro from Facebook. He's a client partner for Facebook in the real estate division, and he's going to talk about leveraging Facebook Live to grow your brand. Ro Malik is going to come up after that, and he's going to talk. He's the CEO of Conversion Monster, and he's also a KW agent, and he also is the grand prize winner of FutureCon. So he's going to talk about lead generation and follow-up. Why are you smiling at me? Why are you laughing at me?
I'm not smiling. It's a sit-down comedy. Go ahead. Charity
McQuistion, who is the MCA at the Market Center that was formerly the team leader, and she's going to talk about how she mastered opportunities in DocuSign and moved her entire Market Center over, and the strategy she used for that. Mike McCann is going to come up today about how to survive in a shift. He's been the #1 agent in Philly for the last 30 years. And he's also going to talk about why he decided to make the move to KW after he saw what KW Command can do. Julie Youngblood, mega agent in Las Vegas, mastering your sphere of influence with Command. Josh Bickle, the Canadian, our Canadian friend. He's crushing it with Facebook ads in Command. Sarah Rocco, she just made the total leap over to Command with her team in Florida. Ashley Guttridge and Trent Zimmer, they run smaller teams, and they're going to talk about how they're leveraging Command with their smaller teams. And then, dude, at the end, stick around. Jason Abrams, David Voorhees, Priscilla Monroe, and Jessica Groff are going to jump on, and they're going to do an AMA about Command and about all the different products.
Did Nick win another prize? Yes. He froze again for the 18th time, everybody. Who's keeping count? All right. So now we know whose internet's better. I win. But yeah, I win. Got it. All right. So I don't know what else he was going to say except that let's get started. I think that's what he was going to say, because the last person we have on is Jason Abrams and Voorhees.
You know what, dude? You share. You know what? You share your screen.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because I don't know. I don't think mine's. I don't think I can do it. You do it.
Don't worry, I got this.
All right, you share this.
Here we go, everybody. Let's try this again.
Hey guys, we're doing our best. You know what I mean? Zoom has been acting up on us lately.
All right, everybody, here we go. Let me know if you can see my screen. It should say leverage is the new hustle.
I see it, buddy. I see it.
You see it. Beautiful. All right, so let's get started. The idea comes from this. Nick and I are always going out and speaking at different places, and sometimes people speak before us or after us, and we would hear a lot of people talking about the hustle. Hey, it's all about the hustle. You better be hustling. You better be working your butt off here and there. And they would never talk about really leveraging your business. And the most successful people that we talk to, we're talking to them and we're realizing that these people, these multimillionaires, and in some cases billionaires, they're leveraging talented people. They're leveraging technology, and that's allowing them to grow their business to a new level. And it's not just about working hard. And I think the part about leverage is underestimated. So that's why we call it leverage is the new hustle. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah. So, hey, has anyone heard of a company called General Magic? And if you haven't, that's okay. But the thing that I love about General Magic is that a lot of people don't know they actually were the reason for the little devices that you guys hold in your hand right now called the iPhone. And General Magic was a company that came out of Apple, and they were Apple developers that left Apple and started this new company because they had a great idea. And that idea, like I said, was the iPad and the iPhone. The only thing is, it was the late 80s, early 90s, and they were very ahead of their time. And so the general public wasn't ready for this technology. And I want to show you guys the quick trailer for the movie, which is the next slide. That will give you an idea of the type of people that worked on this project. And you're going to recognize a lot of them when you see their faces and names. Go ahead.
In 1990, there was no digital telecommunications industry. It did not exist. There were no digital cell phones. There was no World Wide Web. We're going to create what comes after the personal computer.
And the telephone. It was essentially going to be a smartphone with a lot of intelligence.
When we were talking about reinventing telephony, we meant it.
We're trying to make something that people love. We need it to be like your watch, your glasses, your wallet.
We decided to make everything. That meant we were custom building every piece. It's insane.
How small will it finally be, do you think?
Someday, Dick Tracy wristwatch.
This was the beginning of what became, I think, the most important company to come out of Silicon Valley that nobody's ever heard of.
It was this aura of secrecy. You know, it had Apple's fairy dust sprinkled on it. But we had no idea what it was. But by the rumors, it seemed just captivating.
We had no choice but to keep quiet about the things we were doing because other companies were interested in it as well.
Now, it should be noted, John Sculley was running Apple at the time.
He was our ally, also we thought.
Today, we are launching Newton, a revolution for the pocket.
They had decided to make something essentially based on our original models.
It's the most important thing that I've ever been involved with in my entire life.
It's bad enough you get betrayed by them, but now they're going to try to put you out of business.
That was fighting. That was bad. I mean, here's the test. What if General Magic never happened? Would we have had Android?
Not a chance. I mean, all these things were linked together, one after another.
So much of what came out of General Magic is the foundation of everything we take for granted today.
So the question is, can we take these powerful tools and do something that really does help a lot of people?
Awesome. So, hey, back up a little bit, Tristan. So the quote at the end of that documentary that we missed a little bit there, move to the next screen for me, is failure isn't the end, failure is the beginning. And that's a really powerful quote to me because so many of us are afraid to fail. We're afraid to try new things. And look what this company did. I mean, they were thinking way outside the box. I mean, they thought of apps, they thought of emojis, they had to build everything from scratch. And we take for granted what we hold right here in our hands every single day. And so it's interesting. At that point, the consumer wasn't ready, right? And we were way ahead of them. And now the consumer is not only ready, they're experts, and we're falling behind as an industry. Would you agree, Tristan?
Definitely, man. It's clear to see that they're not moving fast enough.
Right. So it's important for us now as agents to get on the ball and meet us where our clients are. And when people say to me, oh, my clients are too old, they're not using tech, I'm like, that's a bunch of BS, because my 100-year-old grandma has a Facebook account.
Dude, especially now.
Yeah, don't underestimate your clients. Let's go to the next slide. All right, so let's talk about Facebook. You want to do that?
Yeah, let's do it, man. All right, so right here, you can see a screen of what Nick and I have spent over the last years and really averaged out how much it cost per lead from Facebook. And in LA, it's still around $12. It goes up sometimes to 13, it goes down to 11, it averages at 12. Michigan's about $3 where Nick is at. New Jersey, before he left, he was running ads for around $7. And here in Ventura County, where I currently live, it's about $8 a lead. Now, if it's a seller lead, it's a little more expensive, but it always just averages about $8. And in Virginia Beach, where our other friend is who runs the lead ads every day, it's around $5. So you see, it's always a little bit higher, and it's gotten higher over the years too. From when they started, it used to be under $1 you could get a lead, but what happened is everybody jumped on and it started skyrocketing those prices. Now, when it comes to command, what's the average on that, Nick?
Go to the next slide. We're going to talk about that in a minute. I want to hold you guys in suspense for a bit, and we're going to talk about what the average cost per lead with.
Did we lose Nick again? All right. I lost you, buddy. You're back.
No, I'm back. So I want to talk about what the average cost per lead with command is in a few minutes. I don't want to get there just yet. But a lot of things you have to understand about command is about Facebook is that there's 3 really specific ways as to why you should start growing your business with Facebook. And those reasons are cost per lead is very low, right? It might take a longer time to nurture, but at the same time, that also helps you deepen relationships. And right now where we're at in this environment, relationships are really, really important. And it's also more scalable. Like if you're trying to grow your team, or you're trying to scale, or you're trying to go into another brokerage or another market center or add agents to your team, $3 leads or less, that's what's going to allow you to do that, not $500 or $600 leads from Zillow and Realtor.com. So those are the 3 really important reasons as to why using Facebook to grow your business is beneficial for you.
So let's get right into it. What's a lead ad? So in 2015, Facebook came up with an idea of marketing on Facebook for a business, and they created what's called a lead ad. And late in 2015 is when we jumped in on this and started testing it out. We went all out, and it was not the greatest at the time. There were a lot of glitches, and the leads weren't that great, and we just didn't fully understand the system, and Facebook was just testing out a lot of what it really is now. But fast forward to where we are now, a lead ad is very simple. It's an ad running on Facebook or Instagram where you're putting up, in this case for real estate agents, a property or some type of an ad for real estate where the person clicks on it. And as soon as they click, it captures that user's interface. So now we have their name, their number, and hold on, let me hide that non-video participant. Name, number, email, and any other thing you request that Facebook has. It auto captures it and populates it for you and then sends it over to you. In this case, it sends it over through command. And in some cases, it sends it over through whatever it is that you have as a CRM. Nick?
Yeah. So the cool thing about Facebook lead ads are that you can do a lot of things with them, right? And obviously the best thing that it does is it captures, like Tristan said, it captures full contact information on the person, because because it auto-populates it. People are asking. It auto-populates the information that Facebook has on them, so they don't have to type in anything, right? And of course, once in a while, you'll find somebody who might delete their info and give you false info. But for the most part, they typically don't do that. They kind of see their info and they approve it, and they click submit, and it goes into your CRM. And in this case, it goes into command. And there's a lot of cool things you can do with it. You can ask custom questions, multiple choice, you can schedule appointments. And the more questions that you ask, the less amount of leads you're going to get, but the higher the intent is going to be. Now, you have to understand that within command, that functionality isn't there yet. You have to do that through Facebook Ads Manager. But I know that the command guys at KW and Facebook are working on bringing us more features into campaigns. So I wouldn't be surprised if in the very near future we're going to be able to have a lot more functionality. But the fact that it's there and you don't have to go through all of those steps make it very simple for you. So let's go on to the next slide. And here it is, everybody. What you've all been waiting for, the big reveal. We are seeing on average about 96 cents a lead. KW company wide, they're seeing about $1.96 a lead. So it's very, very cost effective. And what you have to understand about the partnership between KW and Facebook is that there's a lot of data going in and out of our system. There's a lot of money being spent. The more agents that are running ads, the smarter the algorithm gets. So just because the cost per lead is less doesn't mean it's less qualified. It's a lot stronger because command, even though we all have our own individual accounts, it all funnels down into one main account, which is Keller Williams. So every agent creating ads and spending more money is basically contributing to the KW funnel at the bottom, which in turn positions our ads in better placements to get in front of more motivated buyers. That makes sense to everybody? Awesome. So let's move on.
I love it. So just to clear up one other thing is, or just reiterate it, Keller Williams has one massive account and we're all running through it, right? That's why the cost is so much less than everywhere else, because it's like one client versus a whole bunch of little agents running their own individual ads.
So here's another example. If Tristan Ahumada went and spent $25, he might get maybe three leads. If Tristan Ahumada, because it's Tristan Ahumada spending $25. If Tristan Ahumada spent $25 through command, he might get 12 leads or 15 leads because he's contributing $25 to the KW ad spend at the bottom of that funnel. Does that make sense? So the more money an ad spend spends, the lower cost per lead, and also the better placement of those ads can get, which puts you in front of more motivated buyers and sellers.
Definitely. I love that. All right, so good. They understood that. Let's go to the next slide.
Yeah, you want to go through this? This is cool.
Sure, I'll go through this, Nick.
Yeah, you go through it.
I'm just messing with you. All right, home buyers want three things. And this comes from an insights report that Facebook created in 2019. One of our friends wrote it up, currently works at Facebook. And he said, look, it comes down to convenience. It's no surprise, everyone. We all know we work this way. We want things to be easy, right? And it comes from companies like Amazon, companies like Apple, and other companies that have nothing to do with our sales vertical in real estate, our world. So you look at who's done the most change, who's caused the consumer to change the most, and it's these other companies outside of real estate. I can't stand when people focus on just the immediate companies of real estate like Zillow or Redfin or Open Door, when those aren't the ones changing the consumer behavior. It's these other massive companies that are doing it. So just shift your mindset a little bit and realize that it's these other big companies that made the consumer change the way they react to things and the way they act to things. Convenience is the number one way. Now, autonomy home buyers, they want to have control of everything, and they want to be able to change whatever it is they need in personalization. And so when you look at all three things, that's really what home buyers want right now. And you have to look at your site and say, well, is my site doing this, or am I doing this as an agent to allow the consumer to search?
Totally. So listen, how is KW personalizing the search? Because, like we said, the more personalized the search, the more inclined they are to make a purchase. So let's talk about it. Next slide, please.
Here we go.
Listen, guys, it's not a listing war anymore. It's a data war, right? The days of fighting Zillow to get our listings off of Zillow, those days are completely done, right? Because now the consumer expects it. We're going to stop fighting that battle and we're going to focus on data. Next slide.
Well, it goes back to what I was saying. A lot of people think the immediate battle is with Zillow and Redfin and these companies, when that's not where the consumer is really changing. The psychology of the consumer is being changed through the other companies that are changing the way that we search for things in general, right? And this data is part of it. So go ahead, Nick.
Yeah. So here's the thing. It's Zillow versus not just Keller Williams, but Nextdoor, Smarter Agent, Google, all of these companies that we have partnered with to create a better consumer experience. So it's 1 against 4, if not more, right? Yeah. So we're providing data that Zillow can't have because of our partnerships and our ownership of other companies. So we've acquired Smarter Agent, which is creating our mobile app. We have partnered with Nextdoor to create neighborhoods on our website and app. We're using Google Maps, so we have more functionality. Sites like Zillow are using Apple Maps. And then, of course, you have the data that's backed by Keller Williams. So next slide, please. All right, so let's talk about the consumer experience. And this has to do with curating the experience too, as we were talking about before. And we can do that through our consumer experience, through our apps and our sites. Let's talk about it. Next slide, please.
The good stuff. Did you freeze?
All right.
Oh, I thought you
Nope,
froze.
you're good.
Go ahead.
The consumer experience. Can you see me?
I can see you.
Yeah. The consumer experience actually starts, if you're lead generating online, it actually starts with the ad itself, right? And so because of all the functionalities that we have, these are some ads that I ran to get people to download my consumer app and look at neighborhoods on my app. And I can tell you that when you're getting people to download your app, it might cost a little bit more money, because getting someone to actually download an app, it cost me about $3.45 to get an app download, but I think it's totally worth it. And so you can look at these different ads that I ran, and what they're doing is they're showcasing different features of the app and the different features that our site has. Like, for instance, learning what the locals say, getting a home buying guide, and the ability to search for neighborhoods and seeing student-teacher ratios and so on and so forth. And these are all carousel ads. So when you click them, they go back and forth between different pictures that feature different things on our sites and our app that people might be more inclined to be interested in, things that Zillow and Realtor.com don't typically have. So that puts us ahead of the curve, giving our consumers more data, right? I always say, our value proposition isn't the listings, it's the neighborhood data that no one else has. So let's go to the next slide, unless you want to say something.
Yeah, I want to touch on this here really quick. So you see the slide on the right side where KW Command gives you the ability to search by neighborhood, right? The data that we're gathering from Nextdoor that they're not selling to Zillow or anybody else, right? It's for us. What Keller Williams is trying to do there is we're trying to change the way that the consumer functions. And by giving them new information that they can't get anywhere else, we're then focusing on something that Zillow did a while back, which was giving the consumer the Zestimate, right? They gave them something that had never been able to be done anywhere else. And so in the same way, we're trying to push the envelope and give them things that they didn't know they needed. And this way we can hook them and say, well, why doesn't anybody else have this? Let's just continue to use the Keller Williams app. So slowly we'll start releasing more things like this to make us stand out. That's the key.
Exactly.
Right? Which leads into neighborhoods.
Yeah, so neighborhoods. Nextdoor, we partnered with Nextdoor. When you log on to our app or our site, or your consumer logs onto our app or our site, this is what they see, right? They've never seen this type of map before. And it's pretty impressive because these are the neighborhoods. You can search a neighborhood on Zillow, but you have to actually search for it. With our app, you log in and you see them and you can click on them and you can explore the neighborhoods. And KW has done research on this. They have found that people who are searching for neighborhoods, they are spending an average of 44 minutes on the site versus people who are searching on the zip code level where they're only spending about 30 seconds on the site. So there's a lot more information within a neighborhood search than there is with just a zip code search. And we have to be honest, people aren't looking for homes only in a zip code. They're looking for homes in a specific area of a town that suits their needs. So, and now we just updated our websites coming soon to our app, the ability to search for a landmark. And this is where our partnership with Google plays a big part. So you can go onto our site and you can search in a landmark, whether it be the White House or whether it be Grand Canyon or a school, right? It will zoom in on that school, and as you pan out, it will show you all the homes for sale around that school, keeping that school front and center. So if you have clients that have little kids and they need to be in a specific school system, or you have people that are going to work at this particular organization, you can type in that organization and it will show up on the map. And when you zoom out, it will then show you the different homes that are for sale around that specific landmark, which I think is a huge value add. And Zillow and Realtor don't tend to have that. They don't have it at all. All right.
Tell us about the Domino's tracker, Nick.
Yeah. So I just put this in because I was hungry. No. So we have a feature on our site and our app called the guide, and a lot of industries have trackers. You order a pizza, you can tell when the pizza was ordered, when it's in the oven, when it's in the car, when it's on the way to your house. Amazon tells you when your order was shipped, when it's out for delivery, when it's arriving. There was nothing like that for real estate until right now, which is the guide. And the guide on our app and our site help the consumer stay up to date on information. Like Josh Team, our president, said, consumers don't want an on-demand agent, they want on-demand information. So they can follow the guide along in the app that you curate, and they can mark off as each step of the process is completed. And then you can also control the guide from the back end of opportunities in Command. So you can also mark off when a step has been completed. So it goes both ways, and it can also help from getting those phone calls at 11 o'clock at night with buyers freaking out about whether or not someone got the pre-approval. So this is
it's available. It's available on the app right now. So if you go to the app download, it should be the middle.
And it's available through Command, and you can curate your guide to match your value proposition, to match the way you do business. So everything within the guide can be edited and customized for your business.
Yeah, so it is available, buyers and sellers, both on Command and on the app, everybody. So
perfect. Yes.
Good questions.
All right. Collections and saved searches. This is another way to personalize it. So you can create searches for your clients through your app and through your website, and you can invite them to be collaborators. And when you invite them to be a collaborator on a search, it then shows up on their version of the app and their version of your website. So let's say I'm showing homes to Tristan on Saturday, March 4th. I want to choose a collection of homes we're going to see, and I'll put them into a collection called Homes to See on Saturday, March 4th. Then I would add Tristan as a collaborator to that search. And then Tristan gets all of those listings in his app. So when we go out to see homes, I don't have to fumble around with MLS papers, right? And the consumer can also do this with friends and family and invite people in to help them search for homes too. And that's another way that we can curate the search and make it personal.
Yeah, just make sure that when you download the app, you've already filled out your profile section on Command so that you show up on the app. Right? If you're going to send out the app link. That's the important thing. So let's go into timing is everything here. You can see here 51% of text inquiries never get responded to. This irritates me and Nick because the number one thing people say to us in regards to leads is that online leads in general, Facebook or Google leads suck. And what we always let them know is that it's probably your systems or your processes that suck. It's not so much the leads. We know that Facebook lead ads and Google ads, when they come in with leads for us, these leads are in the very beginning stages, and it allows us to create relationships with them before they've gone on websites like Zillow, like Realtor.com or Redfin. So this way we can build them up by texting them, calling them, engaging with them, and really finding out what it is that they need. We can find their motivation and then set them correctly in our CRM. But to think that 51% of text inquiries never get responded to is insanity, right?
That's
and look,
crazy.
49% of email leads never receive a response when they did it, took an average of 5 hours and 35 minutes. Can you even imagine if you went onto Amazon and clicked on add to cart, and then as soon as it said order, you'd have to wait 5 hours? I mean, geez, I'd start using the Walmart app at that point. But think of the process, put yourself in that situation and think, well, how can I do better? Guys, take a snapshot of this. This is very good, just in case you do need it for later, some amazing stats. 29% of phone call inquiries never get a call back. That's not a surprise, because when I call an agent to find out if a listing is available, I never get a call back. So no surprise there. 78% of consumers work with the first agent that contacts them. This is an NAR stat showing how just all agents, when you ask them, hey, what are you really great at? Well, if you put me in person with them, they're going to work with me. That's the number one thing we hear by agents. And it's true. Look, the stats say it. 78% of consumers work with the first agent that contacts them. So pick up the phone, call these people, engage with them. And if they're not ready now, put them on a drip and nurture them. But 6 to 8 calls before contact is made. Most people just pick up the phone if they pick up the phone to call or text. And if they text back, they never text again. So just remember, it does take a while. This is a contact sport. It takes a while to get to the person that you need to get to. And sometimes it takes eight or more calls. Very important. Now here's some ads that work. You can see, stop looking on Zillow. Their data is not updated in real time and could cost you a dream home. So in 5 days, we got 26 leads on that one. My favorite one here is this one, 7 days, 46 leads. Look at that. There's no place like home. There's no place like home. This stately manor features 20 wooden acres. And this is a carousel ad. What we've noticed and what Facebook has told us, when it comes to ads that work better are carousel ads, because they keep the consumer there because they can look at more pictures. The more you can swipe to the left or to the right, the more the consumer will engage. So if you can, add more than one picture, please. And then you can see the last ad there, 5-day campaign, 26 leads. But these are some examples of what's been working and what hasn't been working. We didn't show you. What's Terry saying? When they click learn more, what do they see? Yeah, all right. So when they click learn more, what happens is it takes them to a following screen where we capture their information. So as a consumer, we capture their name, their phone number, and their email address if we're running the campaign through Command. If we're running the campaign on our own through Ads Manager, then we have the option there, like Nick showed earlier, to ask questions. Hey, are you looking to buy in the next 30 days or 60 days? Are you also looking to sell a home type thing? Those are the questions that are in that next landing page. And it's all within Facebook. So
Hey,
it's
can I just say
in the
something?
realm. Yeah.
So all 3 of these ads that we ran, if you break it all down, it was 70 cents a lead.
That's insane. Yeah, that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, next one.
All right, you're up.
All right, so how do we follow up, right? Because we need to follow up, and with smart plans and automation, it's very, very easy to do that, right? So you can create your own smart plans. You can edit smart plans that KW gives you. You can add people to existing smart plans in the smart plan library. I like to create my own when it comes to Facebook. And it's very, very effective, and you can do texting, emails, you can make phone calls, set reminders to do certain tasks. And you really need to be, up on this because, a lot of people, they'll send a text or send an email or make one phone call and be like, oh, they didn't get back to me. On average, if you're not following up 8 to 10 times in the course of a week, that's going to just basically go down the toilet. So What Smart Plans allows you to do is automate and also allows you to humanize it with specific reminders to make phone calls. So if you're not utilizing Smart Plans, please start doing that if you're generating leads. Because if you're generating leads on Facebook and you don't have systems to follow up, you're just throwing money down the toilet. So look into Smart Plans and how to leverage that. I just posted a new video on my YouTube page, and it's all about Smart Plans. So go check that out for sure. Next page, buddy. You're on mute.
Sorry, I was drinking some water here. Great point, Nick, that you make here on Smart Plans. I just wanted to add, as we're in a time where things are a little different and people are a little more sensitive, you have to change along with that. So if you're creating any Smart Plans, please be aware, be more socially aware of what's happening.
Yes.
There's a lot of emotions going back and forth, and I just want you to change some of these so that you're just a lot more kinder, you use a lot more heart, and you sell a lot less, right? Come from points of contribution. One script that Nick and I are using a lot when it comes to reaching out to these online leads when they're visiting Facebook sounds like this, where they're coming in, it's, hey, Nick, and they're like, yeah, this is Nick. Hi, Nick, this is Tristan with Keller Williams Realty. You just visited our website through Facebook, and look, you're probably not going to buy anytime soon, and that's okay. I just don't want to spam you. Can you just tell me what city or cities you're looking in so I can at least send you homes you want to see? And when you approach it that way, you put the ball in their court and you give them the ability to take control of the conversation and say to you, yeah, you know what, we're not doing anything now, but thanks for calling us. And yeah, we'd like to take a look at this or this city. And then you see them switch to, if they are interested, which there have been people interested right now, they tell you, oh, no, you know what, we're looking to buy something in the next 60 days. So just be aware of that, because it's super important to just have that mindset right now.
Yeah, perfect. And then just here's some ideas, for following up with custom Smart Plans, some scripts that we just kind of talked about. And these are just different steps in the Smart Plans that I've created, 1 through 15. And when you're approaching Facebook opportunities, just make sure you're doing it in a soft approach too, right? Like, you have to understand that Facebook opportunities typically aren't right now opportunities. They're not Zillow and Realtor.com. They're further out in the process. So don't be like, hey, thanks for clicking on that house. When do you want to see it? Be a little bit more subtle. Hey, I noticed that I put some homes on Facebook and you clicked on them. I know you might not be ready to make a move, but I want to set you up on a search. Are you looking here? Are you looking somewhere else? And then another great one is, hey, this neighborhood is popular. Thought you might want to take a look at it. Let me know if you have any questions. And with our website having neighborhood functionality, you can send them, neighborhood landing pages to take a look at. So there's lots of great customizable things you can add to make it more personal.
Yeah, very true. All right, let me just, a couple people asked for some of the plans. Yeah, Nick has some great plans. You can go to the Command Conversion.
Command Your Conversion. Just go check the files. You'll find some of them.
Yeah, you'll find them in there.
Let's go on to the next one. And we also use Conversion Monster. We've got Ro Malik from Conversion Monster jumping on later. So I wanted to show you guys what Conversion Monster can do with our Facebook opportunities. And they won the Future Conference. Do you want to talk a little bit about this, Tristan?
Sure, man. So the way that Conversion Monster works is a little different than how a lot of other ISA companies work. You can see here, they actually nurture your leads for a long time. 11 months is quite a long time. And the beautiful part about it is that when they're reaching out to them, they're trying. Remember that slide I told you to take a picture of when it says it takes about 6 to 8 times to reach anybody. So now they're taking that to heart and they're putting it to practice, because look how many times they're calling, emailing, and then call, one call a month for 11 months until they're able to reach them. And then when they reach them, they're not hard selling them. They're using a very similar script to the one I demonstrated to you. And it's all about just understanding their motivation and where they're from. Now, as soon as somebody actually gets a hold of someone else, they take the information down and then they email it to us so that we have that and we can then reach out to them. This is human powered. The company that has the ISAs or the people reaching out is based out of Buffalo, New York. So everybody's in the United States. making these calls. Let's go over to the next screen. Here you can take a look at, go ahead, Nick, do that one.
I love this. This is an example of just how long it could potentially take to convert or get in front of a Facebook opportunity. Like this person from my database came to my ad, to opt into one of my ads on June 23rd. We reached out 37 times, a mix of Conversion Monster, a mix of smart plans, a mix of listing alerts, a mix of phone calls, a mix of lots of different things 37 times over the course of June 23rd to November 6th. And they didn't reply. But how did they reply? They replied with a very specific action. They replied with a showing request. And then 2 days later, one of my buyer agents met them. So this took that long, but we consistently kept in touch, and the consumer will appreciate that, because if they are actually going to buy something, you're not bothering them, right? They actually appreciate the fact that you're staying in touch, and they're like, you know what, this person is really showing that they care about me, and I'm going to reach out and let them know when I'm ready. Now, it's all leveraged, right? And we are making human contacts too. We're not just reaching out through text and automation. Agents are calling Conversion Monster, texting through smart plans, lots of things happening here. And you can see it took 37 touches, June, July, August, September, over like 4.5, 5 months. So, you have to stay on top of it. These aren't right now. These are soon. These are people that are soon going to buy something. So just make sure that you have the systems in place and you have the patience, because it will pay off for you.
All right. A lot of people are asking questions about what we're doing and how we're doing this. I know both Nick and I both have a YouTube channel. So if you want to go there and subscribe, Nick, can you put your link up there on the chat box so people can subscribe to yours?
Yeah.
And I'll put a subscription on mine too. Mine's easy. It's youtube.com/Tristan Ahumada. And then Nick can put his there.
Hold on, I'm going to grab it.
This is our last slide. You can see Scott Shapiro just snuck in there, one of our favorite dudes, good friend of ours from Facebook. But look, average feels safe, but it's not. It's invisible. Seth Godin once told this to us while we were sitting in a room with him and 8 other people at a conference. And I always remembered that. And I thought, this applies to so much in technology and so much in our business. Because the more that we're out there, the more that we continue to fail and test things out, the more that we're just pushing forward. And it's all about failing forward, guys. So please don't be invisible. And if you have any questions, please just reach out to us through email. You know how to find us on Facebook and Instagram and now YouTube. So just subscribe to our channels. And I appreciate you guys being on.
Yeah. Hey, let's stop sharing. Scott Shapiro, everybody.
Morning, Nick. Morning, gentlemen.
My friend.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly. Scott Shapiro, famous Facebook. He's second in line to Mark Zuckerberg.
Oh, Lord.
Just kidding.
I know. Especially with this being recorded, that's going to be interesting. So we heard that you decided that you're Mark's second in command. No. It was my friends.
Oh, that's
good joke. Good joke.
Hey, Scott, I'm kidding. No, so hold on. So tell us about you. Who are you for people that don't know?
Sure. First, before I start, Nick, I just want to tell the entire Keller Williams Command Group and the community, from the Facebook team, our thoughts are with every one of you. We know that this is a very tough situation for so many people, business and personal, especially as we enter into Easter and Passover. Just our thoughts are with everybody during this crisis. And it's through our partnership with Keller Williams, it's through the work we do with Nick and Tristan and so many others at Keller Williams that we're able to provide you guys with, so hopefully some guidance. So I just wanted to start there and let you know a very heartfelt thought that we're thinking of all you guys.
We appreciate you, buddy.
So I am Scott Shapiro. I am a partner. I've been at Facebook for 8 years. I also do our industry relations. We are a mighty small team of 20 people covering real estate globally from Facebook. And part of what I do is to hopefully get out and educate and inform folks in the industry on how best to use our tools and our platforms. Nick and Tristan have been huge advocates of our work and just amazing partners to us, as has the team at Keller Williams. We have a lot of connection points. As a matter of fact, Jason Abrams and Jessica Groff joined our team call yesterday. So, you know, there's a lot of connection points between our team on Facebook at the Facebook end and the team at Keller Williams. So today, what our goal is to help you think about how to use Facebook and Instagram Live. Knowing that so many of us are under shelter at home, so many of us can't get to our listings, so many of us are really trying to figure out how best to use new technology, even though it's not new. We're going to revisit it to hopefully help give some value back to you guys.
That's awesome, man. And Jessica and Jason and David and Priscilla, they're all going to be on later today towards the end. And they're all awesome. And you know, you guys have really been helping us out. So guys, you know, if you're watching this, make a comment down below, say thanks to Scott, because, you know, he's really helping KW build out an awesome product for us. So we're thankful for you, buddy. Thanks for doing that.
Awesome. So Nick, I don't know if you want to share the screen. I just emailed you breaking news. It like down to the 11th hour, 59th minute, but we've been drafting a 2-sheeter, which will be in the group afterwards because Nick and Tristan have it. They can post it.
Okay, can you email it to me?
Yeah, I did. And this is a guide. And I can talk a little bit about.
Tristan, you have it. Open it up and share it.
I'm looking for it here.
It's a PDF, and you guys can share it afterwards. Which so this is our playbook to help people with Facebook Live.
I like it. Let me share my screen here really quick.
This is awesome. So Facebook Live, Scott, talk about you know, how important it is for people to be leveraging Facebook. That's what Facebook Live. That's what we're going to talk about right now. But like, you know, oh, this is really nice. So you're going to you said we can. This is for us.
It is for you guys, so you can post it in the group. Afterwards, so everybody here will have this access. It is a 2-sheeter with some basic tips. The other thing I would say, while we are focused on Facebook Live, also remember that you can do the same practice with Instagram Live. Both have that same functionality. So as you'll see, it's 2 pages. So let's start on page 1 as we go through this. First, a couple.
Stop moving around so much.
Hold on, I can't hear you. You're cutting off. I'm joking.
but by the way, I will say to the Keller Williams universe, I have a very angry 13-year-old who was trying to watch HGTV. I ran up there. I was like, cut off all the Wi-Fi. Like, we got to make this work. So, you know, checks in the mail for a dad who managed to anger a 13-year-old on spring break. So let's stay stable, Wi-Fi gods. Couple of things before we get into the before, live, and after on the open house, which is the first slide, is some best practices. These are best practices that we're thinking about from a platform perspective as we tackle COVID. So it's not just to think about for Facebook or Instagram Live, it's just to think about in general about how you show up. And I was listening in on the work that Nick and Tristan were previewing before I got on. A couple of things, which is right now, when you are doing anything on our platforms, make sure to be authentic. Be yourself. Don't try to be someone who you think you should be. If you've got a personality that is, you know, a certain way, show up that way. If you've been an advocate in your community, show up that way. Don't become someone that you feel you need to be the person you are, be the leader you are. That's the first thing. And we're telling that to all of our partners, from the biggest brands to the people on the ground who run local businesses, such as the agents on this call. The second thing is, as Nick and Tristan mentioned, be proactive. And then third, focus on the customer service side. So again, I think while we are under obviously shelter at home, and each state has different rules, and we're finding that out actually as we work closely with the folks at Keller Williams, being proactive can mean anything from talking about a listing, if that's what needs to happen for your business, or talk about your community. You know, if we think about people in the local community, realtors, agents are probably some of the most active people as leaders in their communities, from church groups to synagogue groups to the schools to local businesses. So again, be proactive, provide that value back to the community. Right now, I think a lot of people are obviously scared. They could use some of that local leadership. So it doesn't always have to just be about the open house. So just thinking through that right now as to like, how would you show up, no matter how you show up on Facebook or Instagram. Those are key important points. And then I can transition to talk a little bit about what we're calling Open House Live. This is the use of Facebook Live and Instagram Live, and a lot of the tips and tools, they are the same. You don't have to do one for the other. It's brilliant basics, as we call it. So the first thing is, brilliant basics. There are two things I want to convey to the audience. One is, some of you may be intimidated to go do a live. So even if you're not under shelter at home, or depending on your state, you can go to the listing, your seller's listing, and you can actually show it. We understand that live can be a little bit of a challenge, just emotionally, even to broadcast something live. These tools, how you think about this, can also be done with video. So if you take video on your phone and then publish later, also know that these best practices are, a lot of them correlate to that as well. So if you're on this and you're like, this just feels like a step too far to be live, I don't feel comfortable, also think about how you can take video with your cell phone and do the same thing. So T, if you could go back to the first page, I kind of want to walk everyone through the sequence. Okay, perfect. So the first thing is setting up before your open house. One is make sure you can set up a Facebook event to get your open house on people's calendars. You can give updates, you can get reminders, you can get previews, and then you can send an email blast to your network letting them know when to tune into your Facebook Live from your Facebook page for the live. So similar to what we're doing here, we're having a watch party right now. It's the same principles, which is reaching out to folks who've signed up, who show interest in actually watching the broadcast, making sure you let them know the time, the date. Again, those brilliant basics of when are you going to be live and when are you going to be on and when should they tune in. And then letting them know the details on your website as well. So, you know, it's not a one size fits all. You can also do this off of Facebook to make sure people, if they go to your website, also see that you're going to be doing a Facebook Live. And directly reach out to buyers from your connected open house and let them know that you're doing this, make them a VIP. So there's a little bit of pre-planning, just making sure you do sort of the legwork, the for lack of a better word, the pre-notification, if you want to call it marketing, or just basically making sure that people are aware of what you're about to do, when you're going to do it. That's the first step. So once you've done that and you go into your live open house, the first thing that we talk about is plan your tour. If I was with you and we're walking through the house together, how would you approach this? How would you approach me as the consumer? How would you approach the process? Similar to most things that we do, we preview what our actions are. So walking around, making sure you know where you want to go, thinking about the sequencing, thinking about the attributes that you want to show off, taking your time. This doesn't have to be an Usain Bolt speed through the house process. Figuring out a sequence. I think about it as, you know, if you're an NFL or a college football fan, most teams script their first 20 plays. They know exactly what they want to run. It's the same thing here. From driving up, starting, entry, walking around, what do you want to show? How do you want to show it? Another brilliant basic, make sure you introduce yourself. Make sure you give contact information. Make sure you give context as to who you are, especially in that beginning phase. Maybe you have a consumer who's joining in because it's from another friend of a friend or a sphere outside of your direct community. Make sure that they know who you are. People may go in and out, and that's fine. That's also okay. But know that like that context is really important to make sure you introduce yourself. And then if possible, you know, interact with your audience. So stop and pause. You know, if you're in the kitchen and you've kind of gone through the details, stop and pause and maybe go, folks, if you're attending, do you have any questions I can answer about the kitchen? Somebody might say, hey, you know, can you walk over to the refrigerator? I'm curious about it. You know, hey, walk over to the range or the stove, or hey, I want to see, does it have a farmer sink? Is it a two divided sink? You know, things of that nature, just to let people have that time. It's similar to what you would do if I was standing next to you. If I asked you, hey, what about this or what about that? You would give me that opportunity to digest and ask time. So that's during the live. The other thing I would recommend, and I know Nick and Tristan, you guys talk a lot about this, is making sure you have a gimbal for your phone. It's basically a version of a Steadicam. No one wants the Blair Witch Project open house live. You want to be smooth and steady. And again, this goes back to planning your tour. Take video, watch it back and say, oh my God, am I doing this? Is my volume check okay? But a gimbal is something you can buy through Amazon, Best Buy, slap it on the back of the phone. It's almost like the pop socket. It allows you to have a real steady approach. I would recommend that for every realtor, because whether you're doing live or you're just taking video, you want that nice, smooth approach. And T, I think you've got one right there. Unmute.
There it is. I'm always
Yeah.
muted. This way you can see what a gimbal is. It has its controls right at the handle, and then it allows the camera the phone to be held vertically or horizontally, right? So that it follows you.
And I love what you just said, Tristan, because this is another brilliant basic. One of the things that we see a lot in real estate, so if we back out of thinking about live, is that MLSs obviously shoot photography horizontally versus vertically. The best thing you can do with this thing is to make sure that you use, no pun intended, the entire real estate. So if you think about it, try as best as you can to shoot vertically, because again, you're going to want to convert that potentially into a story or into that full screen experience that's much more immersive. So again, think about how you would want to, look at content, right? If you're in stories all day long, you'll notice the best stories fill up the screen. So again, if you feel that you have to do a pan, use the gimbal, take your time, do the pan vertically. You can put that into a story format later, both on Facebook and Instagram.
I just want to make a really quick comment. People are like,
yeah,
so we should be doing this from our business page, right?
Absolutely.
Well, I mean,
yes.
Yeah, you can. You could also do it from your personal page, right? But what's your take on, doing business type live streams from your personal page? What does Facebook think about that?
We always look at the business page is for you to be there as a business owner. We think that you should build your sphere, you should build your business on Facebook business pages. And some of it is they have just simple best practices, phone numbers, hours, if you're working out of an office and you want to have an appointment. The other thing, and I want to be very careful right now, knowing the environment we're in, I want to make sure this is not an advertising conversation. This is a advertorial to help you as an agent create content, but do know that to advertise and to use command and to do these things, you need a Facebook business page. So doing it from your personal page is not optimal, and we would recommend just as a best practice. And the three of us were on stage at Family Reunion several weeks ago. I mean, it hasn't changed. That hasn't changed, that a business page is the optimal way to run your business versus your personal page.
Scott, can I touch on that? Just
absolutely, of course.
Thank you. This is why you should run it mostly from your business page. There's just one simple reason. And a lot of people are saying, well, it's pay. No, here's why. You run a Facebook Live through your business page. Once you're done, you go to edit, wait about 30 seconds. You go to edit and you click on captioning, and it captions it in 1 second for you. 1 second, you click captioning, click English, and all of a sudden it's captioned. It's absolutely brilliant. I've been doing this since it came out a few months back. I put a link to it so you understand how to do this. It takes like less than 10 seconds to do.
Yes, it does. It does.
And that's beautiful to me, man, because everybody's watching video. Well, not right now, but in a normal world, everybody's watching video with sound off.
Yeah, I would also say, and I know this can be confusing for agents because agents may have built a sphere through their personal page, but if you ran a bakery or a coffee shop or a comic book shop or a bookstore, the things you're doing for your business would come from your business page. That is recognized as the business. And I think, again, the functionality and the features that we put together, there's, I am Scott, and this is how I show up on Facebook or Instagram, versus me, the business owner, and the functionality that we have with business pages that goes into messaging, that goes into a lot of different things. And Nick and Tristan, I think, could be an interesting to come back at some point and do another webinar on the value of a business page and how these all merge together. Because there's a lot of value, and we do get that question a lot, and it's always remained the same stance, which is do business from your business page. And there's more than one reason to do that.
And you can always run the video into your personal page as well.
That's
so
right. That's absolutely right.
It's stopped right there, and have a good balance, guys. So, run from your business page. Yeah, you can put some money behind it so more people can see it, right? Especially after it's captioned. And then also go to your personal page and then just do some personal ones. And what I would do is, if I'm running it on my personal page, Scott, just so that I have that different reach, I would, when I'm done, download it and then re-upload it to my business page.
Yeah, I mean, these are, and I think this goes back to what do you do after T? So if you go back to the screen share, it's like, okay, so now I've done this, and this is a great segue. What do you do? So now I've done this, maybe I got, sorry, I'm just minimizing that so I can see you guys. Maybe I had only a certain amount of people, join the live for a variety of reasons, maybe the time of day, maybe the day of the week, but this is content that you can do after. So you can do links to the video on your listings. You can also send it to clients who missed the video. So again, if you miss the live, you can go back. I mean, similar to this content, there are folks who won't be able to join right now. They're going to be able to go back and look at what we're doing right now because you have it in a watch party in the Facebook group. So think about that similar action item. Take the live edit. Tristan talked about this. Nick's talked about this. You can edit it. You can make shorter clips. You can make longer clips.
Repurpose it.
Exactly.
That's the key, guys.
Exactly.
Listen to what Scott's saying, because you can repurpose a lot of the videos that you shoot one time. You can now post it onto YouTube, post it onto IGTV, post it into LinkedIn. And then if you shorten them and crop them into, let's say, 30-second clips or 60-second clips, now you can post them into Instagram or use them as a story for 15 seconds. And that's the key, guys. A lot of you are asking, well, how do I caption? What do I do? Look, there's 900 of you on here right now. Do me a favor. Click on the link that we're putting. Oh yeah, and you know what? Nick just posted a link. We're gonna have Scott on tomorrow in Lab Code Agents. Just register for that as well. And then I'm going to put a link to show you how to caption on Facebook, on your Facebook business page. It's a short little video because it's really quick. Please click it and view it. It'll answer a lot of these questions that you have. It's in the chat box. Please find it and click on it. Scott, do you want me to go on to the next screen, or are you still on this one?
Yeah, I can just wrap up really quickly on this, which is the use of looking at comments, understanding what people are saying about the house. You can glean some intelligence out of that. I think it's a good market research piece. Are they asking a lot of questions about the kitchen as an example? If they're asking certain things more about a certain room or a certain aspect of the house more than another, that's also a way you can look at the content you captured and where you would want to put it. If nobody's asking about the bedroom, you don't necessarily need to put content about that. If you have 50 people and 50 people are all asking about that kitchen, that's the content you would want to repurpose and continue to go back to, because it's a gauge that the consumers are finding that to be of interest. The other thing I will give a plug for is, as you all can imagine, we've seen a 70% global increase since COVID started of messaging and video call apps. So again, thinking about putting that content and using it if prospects are reaching out to you on Messenger, you can repackage these things. And again, for free, all of this stuff is free. This is not a charge. You can take that 15-second clip. You can take that 60-second clip. If you spend 2 minutes in the kitchen and you want to send it, you can do that. So using other tools like Messenger to reach out to consumers when they have interest, it's also great because then you understand their real identity, you understand who these folks are, you can have a more personalized conversation versus SMS text, which is a blank phone number. So just know that that's also a way you can repurpose. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, by the way, people forget about watch parties. Watch parties are almost like live. A lot of people think that they are live. And so you can, and what a watch party is, as opposed to a share, is, it starts the webinar over, it starts your live feed over from the start, and people join as if you're going live right there at that moment when you actually went live earlier. And so it can also help build up views and engagement, which Facebook also likes. So
yeah. So let's move on to the more practical next steps page. So one of the things that we wanted to do is make this a very tutorial guide. This will go in and show you how to create an event from your page. And then the other thing is the practical directions about how to go live. If you've never done this before, there's some links, there's best practices. And then there's some pro tips again about how to broadcast when you're there. We talked a little bit about the stability. We talked about go slowly. We talked about having listing information at the ready in case you get a question. The other thing I would state too is it's okay to watch what other people are doing with their FB Live or their IG Live. Open homes. If you find something that you like that a colleague did that you think works really well, this is all about personal preference. I would say the biggest thing to take away from this, whether you're shooting video or you're shooting live, is really try not to let the device overrun your perspective of what you would do if we were all together. I think it's hard at first because it is a little bit of an empty environment, especially you're on your own, you're walking through. But if you can kind of slow up and think about that perspective of, if I had, folks here that I was showing this home to, how would I do it? I think that's a big thing that will help you produce really good content that's engaging. People certainly are inquisitive and love homes. I do think that we think that this will be somewhat of a new normal, that this type of behavior, even coming out of COVID, we might not have folks running back in to want to be physically at open homes. They may find that being on a video screen is what they want. And I think it's an augmentation tool so that if we do go out of COVID and you are running open homes and you're there in the traditional sense, there's nothing saying that you can't run a live either pre or post to further expand your reach, further get in front of consumers. Always remember that the amount of time spent on a mobile phone, it's the most personal device, the time spent on it, we have well over an hour and 15 minutes of time spent each and every day across Facebook and Instagram. So again, just thinking about, how do I hit my consumer? How do I talk about this? That would be great. The other thing, the last thing I would say about the video and the IG and Facebook Live is, while we have focused on the open house here today, I do think, again, this is another way that if you're involved in your community, if you're out there talking to businesses, if people have questions about what's happening, right now people are obviously trying to search for answers, trying to search for what's going on at the local school, the local church, the local restaurant. Again, what I started with is that agents are by far the most active local ambassadors of any business that we see. You can still do this similar to what we're doing right now. Last night, I bought a stand. It's like a $40 stand, very similar to the gimbal, to put my phone up so that if I wanted to record content from my phone, I could. Those are easy ways to do those lives. You can do it from your laptop. Again, it's okay to test and try things. This is a time for, I think, getting comfortable with technology. Hopefully this guide will help. There are links within this guide. Tristan and Nick will publish this in the group. We're doing a second session tomorrow for lab code. I'm also doing a session later today with Jay Papasan. So we're trying to make sure that you have all of this information, because I'm sure that you're reading a bunch of different articles, a bunch of different places, and it can be overwhelming. This is really, this was created with our creative shop. These are folks who work at Facebook and know creative in and out, and our marketing team and our research team. So hopefully you guys find this helpful. Give Nick and Tristan and your leaders at Keller Williams feedback for us as the Facebook team. We are so tightly conjoined in trying to ship solutions to you guys in the field. Let us know what's working. Let us know what's not working. How should we be thinking about these things? How do we help advise and educate you? We're here in service of your business. We're always here in service of your business, pandemic or not, but more than ever, we're here to help. We know this is a tough time. We know this is a scary time, and we're blessed to have these really great connections within Keller. So as you talk to your RTT folks, or you talk to Nick, or you talk to Tristan, or you have somebody at your market center, and they send that on up through the KWRI chain of command, know that we are talking to them and that we really are listening and want to try to do everything we can to help through a tough time. And by the way, I'm going to close with this. This doesn't just stop when we come out of COVID. I mean, this is like, how do we help you do your business at your best? So I want to be clear that, yes, right now this is about, we're all trying to navigate a tough situation, but also know that, this is our mission. We get up every morning to try to figure out how to, best help you use our platforms to drive success for your business. So thank you. And again, just our thoughts and prayers are with everybody on
I love that, man. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. First of all, there's a couple of questions that I just want to answer really quick, because some of them pertain to you. Sure. Number one is, can you share your screen when you're doing a Facebook Live? No, I don't think you can. I've tested it. You cannot.
You cannot.
This one you may want to answer, Scott. How long should a video be typically? And we're talking about Facebook first, just Facebook.
There are a couple of ways to
let Ro and Preston come in while we're wrapping up with with Scott. So go
Sure,
ahead.
sure. So there are a couple of different ways I would think about video. So this being live and this is the tour of the home. This is the immersive, what we call lean back content. So we talk about it, I'm on the couch and I'm leaning back and I'm watching and I'm really engaged. That's different than what I would do in feed and stories. So speed, what we call thumb stopping creative in your feed, if you're especially doing any marketing of it, is important. But for the live, like, look, if it takes 20 minutes to go through the house or it takes 25 minutes, do that. And then to Nick and Tristan's earlier point, you can always go back and edit, cut video to be much shorter. The golden rule in anything in stories and feed is 15 seconds. You want to tease out. Maybe you tease out so that they go to your website. Maybe they go to your Facebook business page. You can send them for that longer immersive content. So I think about it in two ways. Show the whole house, take your time, go slow. Again, I'm standing next to you. I want to understand what the listing is about. Then when you start thinking about how do I capture people's attention when they're scrolling through their feed and there are thousands of things they're seeing, even more so today than they were 6 weeks ago, short, simple, direct them to somewhere where they can get that longer form content. That's my goal.
And by the way, Tristan actually made a good point in the chat there. You can go Facebook Live from your phone, Zoom, and if you want to do that and share your screen from your iPhone for some reason, you can do that. Just like we're doing it from a computer, you can do the same from your phone with Zoom. So either way, so there's a lot.
I just put the link up there so you guys can watch it. So show how easy it is when you are using Zoom, but natively you can't do it natively, right? You need other products.
I'm waiting for Facebook to release a webinar function. I'm just waiting for that. It's gonna be.
You
know that's coming down the pipe, baby. Look at Scott's smile. He's like,
"Oh, Scott, I'm going to put you on the hot seat. Does that mean it's coming out?" I'm joking.
I don't know. I think brilliant ideas deserve smiles.
That's a yes.
Oh my God! Look, you have a professional.
They want to listen. They thought of it. It would make everyone's life easy.
You're second in command, Scott. Come on.
Oh God, I would say I'm the last to know, as always. But as we wrap up, I just again want to thank the two of you. I want to thank the leadership at Keller Williams. I'll be on with Jay later today doing a fireside chat as well. So, again, just know that we really want to put all of our resources into helping you guys out through a very tough time. And again, please share the good, share the bad, share the learnings. This is how we get better. We can talk to our product teams. This is how we can do better by you. It doesn't always have to be. I think our natural inclination is, I did a live, I got all these lists, I did this, it was brilliant. It's okay to also say, I did this and boy, it was tough and I didn't have the success and these are the things I experienced, because that's going to help us be a better partner to you through a lot of the great product work that the team at Keller Williams is doing. And then frankly, native product that we need to think about. So share and feel good that you've got connection points. Our eyes and ears are there through people like Nick and Tristan and the leadership team at Keller Williams. So I will wrap up because I know you've got some other guests coming on, but as always, guys, thank you so very much for the time and the opportunity to speak to the folks in the industry, out there in the field. And again, just our thoughts and prayers are with everybody. Happy Easter, happy Pesach, Passover, and be good.
Be safe, my friend.
Thanks, man.
You too. Thanks, guys. Take care.
See you tomorrow in lab coats.
See you tomorrow. Bye.
We've got Ro here. Ro, you want to jump on the, there you go. Hey, what's up, Ro? We're just waiting for Ro Malik is here, everybody.
Conversion monster.
Conversion monster. What's up, fellas?
What's up, buddy?
We're waiting for your interviewer, Preston Murphy. He was having a little technical difficulty, but hopefully he'll be able to jump on in a second.
Okay. Can I just say one thing about Scott's presentation? I thought it was fantastic. And I can't overemphasize enough the use of a stabilizer or a gimbal in the use of the open houses, because our team did it for the first time using Facebook Live. And you definitely need a quality one, because even using one that's not a great hand stabilizer, it still was shaking quite a bit. So it was quite a learning lesson over the weekend. So that was a really good point. And for those that haven't done it yet, I think it's 100% worth the investment of getting a good one.
I love it, man. I agree. I use two different things. One, I use the gimbal if I'm going to be walking around, right?
Yeah.
The gimbal that you saw here.
Which one is that, Tristan?
This one is the Osmo from DJI. It's
from DJI. Okay.
It's the version 2. There's a version 3, but I can't keep on buying a new one every month. So my wife said no. And so the other thing that I use, if you're on a desk, so you can prop open just your phone, right? It's vertical, horizontal. You can do it both. And you can tie it around a tree. You can tie it around, because these bend, you can tie it around your steering wheel when you're not driving. And you can pop it on your desk. That's the most important one. This is the Joby. It's Joby. And these are pretty good. So I have both on my desk, and they're both I think I use this one the most though, because I pop this open, I split it into 2, put it in my backpack, and
Are you using that as a hand? Have you used that as a handheld before?
Yeah,
Like,
you can close it like that.
Okay.
As a handheld.
Because I tried that, and boy, it was still pretty. I think my hands are just much more shakier than everybody else.
Do you have an iPhone or an Android?
iPhone.
Okay, because it does have some stabilizing.
While Preston is working on getting on, his link wasn't working, but I sent him a new one. Let's just chat with Ro for a minute, and then Preston can pick up when he gets here. So Ro, talk to us about you and Conversion Monster, and introduce yourself and say hi to everybody.
Hey everybody, how you doing? My name is Ro Malik. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Conversion Monster. I also run a real estate team at Keller Williams Chicago Lincoln Park. I've been in and around the business for 17 years or so now. So I've been started on the mortgage side of the business and came over to the dark side of the business around 08, 09. And for better or for worse, I've been around internet leads my whole life. So I think that's why I'm somewhat qualified to speak on this subject, where a lot of people have built their businesses with database. I'm completely the opposite. I built my business with internet leads, which I know sounds funny, but that's why I have quite a bit of experience with them, and kind of what led me to build Conversion Monster out a few years ago.
Okay, that's awesome. So you built Conversion Monster because you saw that you needed help, and the current products that you were using or the systems that you had just weren't cutting it?
Yeah, what was happening was that I saw gradually, 10, 12 years ago, when internet leads first really started to come out, they were great. I mean, when you got an internet lead, there was a pretty conversion rates were as high as, you can't even believe to say this now, but as high as like 10% at times, right? And kind of what happened over time is the number of internet leads increased year over year over year exponentially, but home sales have remained flat, right? We're around 5-6 million home sales a year. So what happened is 2009, you've got 5 million internet leads and you got 5 million home sales. And then it's 2010, you've got 10 million leads and 5 million home sales. And so what started to happen is I was putting forth the same amount of effort and my conversion rate was actually decreasing. And so I'm like, what's going on here? And I started to realize that there was a lot of vendors and people that were getting into the space that were creating internet leads. And so fast forward a few years, 10 million leads, 40 million leads, 80 million leads, 100 million leads, and still 5 to 6 million home sales every year. And so I looked at this and said, man, I'm spending 30, 40, 50% of my day, working on these internet leads, and it's not working out the same way. My conversion rates are a lot lower than they used to be. And so I said, there's got to be a better way. Right? There's got to be a better utilization of my time. I can't spend 50% of my day chasing these leads for a few percentage points in conversion. And so I decided to create a solution, which was Conversion Monster, because I needed it for myself, and kind of made a gamble and took a bet that this would be a solution that other agents across the country would need. And that turned out to be correct. I think a lot of people need that help when it comes to leverage and sorting through internet leads.
I know that Tristan and I both use Conversion Monster. We see, great results with it. It's great leverage considering that we lead generate a lot on the internet. And it's interesting, Ro, when we're going through a shift right now, agents start to look at areas of their business that they should cut, right?
Right.
And the one thing that they should definitely not cut is lead generation and leverage for their lead generation. And so why do you think that most people feel like why do you think that a lot of agents are like, oh, I got to cut that lead generation source because, I'm going to make less money now, when in actuality, it's their opportunity because that's what other agents are doing, and they need to do the exact opposite.
Right. I think Gary came out and said, I mean, it's time to double down on your efforts for lead generation, right? It's time to take market share. And so one of the things that I learned even myself coming over from another brokerage to Keller Williams at the time was coming from a mindset of scarcity and coming from a mindset of abundance. And I think that, the teams that are doubling down, I think the ones that are increasing their lead generation efforts right now, they understand that we're not doing it for tomorrow, especially with internet leads. We're doing it for the future. We're building our pipelines for the third and the fourth quarters. We're not building them necessarily for like, oh, this person's going to click on this house and I'm going to go do a showing tomorrow. That's not what we're doing, right? We're building out our pipelines so that we have that business in the third and fourth quarters when we come out of this, right? And that, generally speaking, with internet leads, it is a longer lead time. It is more of a nurturing process, which was, again, the foundation of kind of why I started this business, is that I needed a system that would allow me to stay in front of internet leads for up to a year, right? And so the lead nurturing process is a foundation and a backbone of what we do. I saw Preston jump on real quick.
No, that was Mike McCann.
Oh.
So I'm just gonna let him know. So I think that, yeah, it's definitely interesting because for me, I would rev up my lead generation and get in front of all those agents that are cutting it out. What do you think, Tristan?
Well, this is part of the whole leverage is the new hustle, man. The more tools, more tech, and the more talented people we can find to help us out, the better we can scale, right? You look at all these big companies or big teams and brokerages, it's all about being able to scale, right? And without the right help, we're not able to do that. So you've helped us scale so much. The cool thing about what you guys do is that everybody that you have calling is located in the United States, right?
Correct. Yep. We're all local.
So they're out of what city and state?
So they're in Buffalo, New York, which is almost on the Canadian border. So it sounds like any town, USA.
Cool. They don't talk like about? Or...
not right now. Yeah.
Just wondering. Nothing wrong with it. I think
we're
it's
on
even
the side
cool.
of the border, so we're still okay.
All right, cool, man. So look, when a lead gets qualified, and you guys qualify leads for me from, just so everybody knows, Facebook lead ads, Google PPC, some realtor.com leads that we get from our own listings. And then every time we upload like an open house lead or just any have met, if we don't remove the tag, you guys are calling them too. So that's the cool thing. You're calling everybody I upload into my database.
Right.
And the cool thing is the call is recorded too. So we can go back and check and just make sure that the conversations that are being had are really good. And I think that's important because then we can go through and be like, hey, Ro, let's get on the phone with this ISA and then help them out, help them maybe tweak their script and talk to our clients a little differently, right? So I love that.
Yeah, and I think, one of the things that when I had a chance, when I was talking to Preston the other day, the focus is really on the leads that are qualified, right? Not on the unqualified leads. So that's what we're trying to do. That's the purpose, is that with Command and Facebook, you're generating leads at, $1 or $2 or $3. I mean, that's absolutely insane, right? That's your true cost. There's no CRM cost. There's no management fee cost. I mean, that is your cost on those ads. And so when you look at the conversion coupled together, I mean, the ROI is amazing. It's outstanding. And so the idea, what we're seeing was with a lot of the larger teams is when we're saying doubling down, they're increasing their leads. I mean, they're going all in because they know that people are constricting their business. They know that people are cutting and slashing, which the most important part of their business, which is the lead generation. And there's also some false sense that I want to bring to everyone's attention, that I think even with some of the teams, that they're like, well, my agents are home now, so they're just going to make the calls. And the truth of the matter is that, like, I feel like your habits are your habits are your habits. So if you were calling and you were following up, then yes, that's true. Like when you're home, you're still going to be doing it. You're still going to be time blocking. You're still going to be calling your leads. When it comes in within 5 minutes, you're gonna make that phone call. But for the most part, if you weren't doing that before, it's not gonna drastically change who you are just because you're at home and now all of a sudden you're gonna make 6 phone calls on 1 lead, right? And so that's what's important to remember is that like, we are working from morning to night, 7 days a week. And we haven't missed a beat. You know, we shifted everybody remotely and we've got everybody answering the leads within 5 minutes. We're following a system, we're following a cadence. And most importantly, you know, as I mentioned in the beginning, we're doing, you know, long-term lead nurturing, which is going to be very important for when we come out of this.
I just want to say that in the last week, now keep in mind, I'm not running my team anymore. So I have referral partners. So I lowered my ad costs simply for that. But I still have Conversion Monster. And in the last week, 3, 6, 9, tell them in the last week, you guys have qualified about 30 incoming opportunities just in the last 7 days. And it used to be a lot higher only because I was running 2 teams simultaneously. When I took on my new position, I'd step back from that. But 30 opportunities in the last 7 days is huge. And all these people are basically saying, you know, they realize they can't see homes right now, but they would still like to talk to an agent because when they can, they're going to be interested in either seeing them or looking to buy. And it's interesting because your ISAs are having those real conversations with people, right? Like in Michigan, we can't show homes. It's a misdemeanor. But the fact that I had 30 qualifications from your ISAs from my database just in the last 7 days is huge. And so if you're an agent out there that's scaling back on lead generation or ISA or things of that nature, you need to rethink that. I know it's scary to spend money right now, but you're going to get ahead of the pack. And something like Conversion Monster is going to cost you a fraction of the price compared to having someone in-house, right? And so that's kind of like where you need to say, okay, how can I save money without getting rid of an ISA? Like that's what's important, you know? And that's the thing that's the agents don't get.
And the most important part is, and very few agents have it in process, but if, you know, it's about following a system and a process, right? We follow a cadence. And so we talk about it all the time, right? As an agent, I put my agent hat on, it's all about the consistency. Like what is the cadence? It's a system and a process that's followed consistently that produces results. And that's the most important thing. So either you got to have that, you got to develop that and make sure that if you're using, like, you know, you guys talked about it, you're using command and you've got those touch points. The question is when it comes up and it says, okay, it's time to make a phone call. Are you making that phone call? You know, it's sending out texts, it's sending out emails, it's giving you the reminders. Are you picking up the phone and doing it when you're supposed to be doing it? Because once you stop doing that or you let it go just a couple of times, then the system becomes vulnerable, right? And now you're not following the system, you're not following the cadence, and then you're not going to see the same results down the road. And that's what's key.
Tristan just brought up the screenshot about the cadence. Can you talk about the cadence in which your ISAs follow and how through research you guys came up with this system?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, so basically we have 17 touches in the first 10 days. And then if we don't get a hold of a lead, we attempt to follow up with that lead for 11 more months. So in total, it's 75 touches now over the course of an entire year before we would consider that lead cold. And why do we do that? Well, that's what I want as an agent, right? That's what I want. We've done testing. We've done less phone calls. We've done more phone calls. I mean, everybody's kind of heard, you know, the law of diminishing returns. Don't know how many more, you know, exponentially chances you're going to get after 8, 9, 10, 14 calls, right? So we found that sweet spot and we found that vigorous follow-up up front is usually what leads us to get the contact. And that's all we're trying to do is establish that contact just to see where they are in the process. Then once we get a hold of them, then we would start our nurturing process, even if they're a year or 2 years out, it doesn't matter. But we got a little bit more aggressive on the 11th month follow-up because we found just with the increased competition from all the internet leads, there's just so much more distraction. There's so much more noise out there that you have to stay in front of them a lot more frequently. So we dialed it back to just one phone call a month, but we're emailing and texting, you know, every single month to make sure that the agent's brand is staying in front of that lead every single week for that remaining 11 months. And what we want to do is, once they've said that they are looking to buy or sell in the next 6 months, then we're gonna hot transfer or set that appointment over for the agent, right? Because I just want to focus on my next 6 months. If it's longer than 6 months, as an agent at least, I want somebody else to work that, nurture that, keep my brand in place, and when they're ready, send it over to me. And that's, I guess I have the being able to put different hats on to understand from the agent's perspective, right, is the most important thing.
Yeah. Well, what I want to say about Ro real quick, that I love that, first of all, Ro's an agent. He's still an agent. He still has a team. And he is a KW agent. His ISAs are trained by Brian Eisenhower, who was a MAPS coach for a very long time. And so if you listen to the call recordings, which I do periodically, they're very, very good. And it's interesting because I noticed that Ro's ISAs keep these people on the phone for 3-4 minutes. And you might think that 3-4 minutes isn't a long time, but it's a long time. It's a long time when it comes to that type of conversation. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to balance, right, the right amount of time on the phone, because if we get them qualified, then it's, we don't want that feeling of, oh, now you're gonna send me over to somebody else, right? And so they're trained to quickly build rapport, and then within a few minutes weave in, the qualifying questions. Once we determine that they're qualified and that they do want to speak to an agent, then we're going to attempt to live transfer right over to that agent and connect them directly. And if the agent doesn't pick up, or they're just busy at that moment, we'll set the appointment, which we call an opportunity, and we send that over to the agent for them to be able to follow up either later that day or the next day.
Yeah, I just want to mention one thing before we wrap up. Jeff Higgins asked when Conversion Monster is going to connect to Command, which is the golden question, $65,000 question. Ro is the winner of the Future Con. And so, there's just some logistics being worked out. Hopefully that'll happen soon with Command. Also, he wants to know, is the Conversion Monster schedule too aggressive for a soft Facebook lead? No, it's not, because the ISAs are saying the right things, and that's kind of what matters. It's not a matter of like how many times you're calling or texting. It's a matter of making sure that you have the right scripts, and so those guys do, and that makes it softer, even though it seems aggressive.
Yep. And Matthew Robineau here, he says, I'm up in Canada, signed up for CM is Conversion Monster, after family reunion, and they are awesome. So thanks, Matthew. That's super kind of you. And one question that wasn't answered, Ro, before we end here, and that's, what leads do you call? Is there like, do you call Facebook lead ads, Google, Realtor.com, Zillow, what? Give us a rundown.
Yeah, all of them. So there's not as far as internet leads are concerned, so it's, Boomtown, Commissions Inc., Command leads, Facebook leads. Right now, if you have Command, you can use a middleware like Zapier for us to get the leads over to integrated. Yeah, till we're integrated, but we're fully integrated right now with Boomtown, Real Geeks, Firepoint, Follow Up Boss, a few others. And so very soon we'll be fully integrated with Command. And I think but Zillow, our call connect rate on Zillow and Realtor.com is through the roof, right? Because sometimes agents can't answer their own phone. So when they call, we have a call connection service. So we take that. We've got agents that use us for sign calls so that we don't miss any calls, right? People are coming by and they call the sign calls. It rings right to our ISAs. We're staffed 7 days a week. We're there from 9 in the morning till 8 o'clock at night. But then we also have a team that does follow up all night long. So
also, I might mention that I also use Follow Up Boss in my business as well as Command. And when a lead comes into Command, I've connected Follow Up Boss through PieSync, and so Conversion Monster knows to make that call, because the lead will come into Command and go into Follow Up Boss. So you can use it in lots of different ways. And also, someone was asking, what's the cost for Conversion Monster? It depends on your lead count. So go to conversion-monster.com, and it just depends on how many leads you get. You know what I mean? Ro, we got to wrap up. I love this. And if you're generating leads through command at a fraction of the price for like $1 a lead, it's a huge leverage piece. And listen, don't cut back on your lead generation because everybody's doing that. Don't do what everyone else is doing. In a shift, the successful agents that make it through are the ones that keep moving forward. And yes, listen, it might be scary. You don't want to spend money that you don't have, but don't cut that part out of your business because in 3-4 months, when we get through this, hopefully you're not going to have a pipeline. So,
Well, just one final thing, Nick, is, whether you use us or not, or, as an agent, it's not going to work unless you're doing the follow-up, right? So if you don't, we're great if you don't have a system, you don't have a process, you don't have a cadence in place. If you do, I highly encourage you to, dive into command, generate those leads, but you got to follow up with them, right? Like, the people understand, oh, these leads suck. They don't suck. They just take a lot of follow-up and they take a lot of work, and they will produce an incredible return on investment, right? Over time.
Well, we showed the statistics earlier that 51% of text message inquiries don't even get a response. So, and that's what Tristan and I say all the time. We're like, I don't know, the leads suck. I don't know. The data shows otherwise. But anyway, bro, you're awesome. Thank you for jumping on.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. Sorry, Preston couldn't make it, but I'm glad we ad-libbed and worked our way through it.
Yeah, bro, we have a good relationship. We always know what to talk about. Have a great day, buddy. Go check out conversion-monster.com. Reach out to Ro Malik and see if they have a plan that works for you. We love it. So have a great day.
Appreciate it. Thank you
so much.
I'll be looking forward to the rest of the conference. Thanks.
Thanks, buddy.
So coming up right now in about a minute are Charity McQuistion and Rob Chubb. They're going to jump on and they're going to talk to us about opportunities. Oh, she can't jump on because she was removed by the host. Why isn't that working, Tristan?
I don't know, man. I'm telling you, the issue here is that Zoom changed some things overnight. So you're not the only one having some challenges. Everybody across the board is. I'm getting texts and they're like, what's wrong with Zoom? I'm like, hey, I don't own Zoom.
Hey, let me see if I sent her this one.
Yeah, and so you guys had questions as to what the link is to Conversion Monster. I'm putting it up right now on the right-hand side. So on the right-hand side, or if you're on a desktop, if not, it's on your phone. Check the chat section, and there you'll see the link to Conversion Monster. It's conversion-monster.com. So you can take a look at them there.
All right,
and then,
so let's give it a second to see if this is going to jump, if they're going to be able to get on, because if we removed them when they jumped on by mistake, then they might not be able to jump on. Is that like a new thing with Zoom?
That it's looking like it is, man. So I got an email, a text, 4 texts and 1 email this morning about that on a different webinar. So that could be one of the things that they added. What they can do, if you want, let me do this. I can jump off and then send them my link and see if that works with my password.
Okay. You know what? That's a good idea. So how do you do that?
Let me grab it on my end. Give me a second. Go to my.
Hey everyone, bear with us while we're working through Zoom's weird. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Let me
see here.
You know what? Maybe I can go into mine and grab my.
Yeah, I'll send. Hold on.
Oh, I have an idea. I'm going to add myself here as a panelist and send them that.
There you go. And I'll text you a link right now too, just in case. You could just forward them that link and I'll send you the password too.
Okay, everyone bear with us.
All right, there you go, buddy. That should work. Just tell them to log in with mine. I texted
both of them?
Yeah, you can have multiple same persons on. That's why they tell you not to share it.
Everyone bear with us. Hold on.
All right.
Don't go
Let me
anywhere.
see if I can show you a couple of things while we're on. Yeah, no problem, Heather. I got this. We got this all. I'm going to share with you because we had some questions about how to run your Facebook Lives through and then share your screen. I'm going to share a link to that and also how to create captioning. I know some of you are also trying to create Facebook groups, Facebook communities, or trying to figure out how to just run command for beginners. And I'm putting a link up there so that you guys can subscribe to our YouTube channels, both Nick's and myself's. Just pulling up Nick's. Nick does a lot of great videos for command and all different levels, some deep, some beginners. Those are really great to watch if you have a lot of questions. And then I've been lately doing a lot of videos about Facebook, creating groups and communities, and just Facebook in general. So between both of us, you got it all covered. Let me just grab Nick's YouTube account there. There we go. This way, if you guys want to subscribe. Did it work?
If they log in, can we hide them?
Now I'm losing you.
Oh, I'm right here.
There you go. Now you're back. You're back. All right. So you were saying if they log in, what?
If they log in right now, can we hide them until it's their time to jump on or no?
Yeah, we can definitely do that.
Okay, well, I sent them that link, so they're gonna let us know. But in the meantime,
yeah, I can. Let me see if I can. Are you the host or am I? So I can see.
They're getting the same link, the same thing with that link as well. Hold on a second. Let me try this. Sorry, guys. This is the new stuff that's happening with Zoom right now. It's so annoying.
And Nick, there's a question here. What's the, if you want to go over the agenda while you're waiting for the rest of the day so people know?
Well, right now the agenda is up in the air, apparently, because we don't know if anyone can get on. I'm gonna
jump off though for about a few minutes. I have to do a regional.
Oh, you're gonna leave me by myself while I figure this out?
Just for fun. If you need me, just text me because Paul Morris is going to interview the CPA.
If Karen Prawl is listening, Karen Prawl, can you jump on? And Mike McCann, can you try? Oh, I could see previously, but not in the link you just sent. Okay, Karen Prawl just jumped on. Perfect. I'm gonna try to send.
Oh, there's Karen.
Just text me because Paul Morris is going to interview the CPA.
If Karen Prawl is listening, Karen Prawl, can you jump on? All right, so I'm gonna see if I can get Mike to jump on and see if Mike can come in.
I'm happy to fill some time until.
Yeah, well, you and I can chat. Hey, Karen, where are you?
I'm awesome. How are you?
And where are you?
Oh, I'm in Naperville, Illinois, and I have to tell you the content so far today has been amazing. And so I actually screenshotted some of the slides too, just for future reference. Like Rose follow-up schedule was vital because that's on that.
It's amazing. So Mike is saying, it's telling me your meeting should start in a few seconds. I'm trying to, how should I get Mike on here?
Just tell everybody to log in our command in our Facebook Messenger group, click on that link and enter the password and just log in tell everybody to log out of all Zoom accounts they're currently in. Because like I had 3 other Zooms today. And so I just had to make sure, this is a Zoom lesson for you all. I just had to make sure that everybody is logged out. Do you want to see my best?
Okay, hold on. Log out of all Zoom accounts they're currently in, and then what?
And then click on the link that you provided with that password.
Okay.
I have found that oftentimes it becomes challenging that people are logged in to too many Zoom accounts because they've switched back and forth. So we'll get the DocuSign discussion up as soon as we can.
If Mike jumps on first. Mike, if you're watching, Mike, jump on, and then we'll we'll get to Charity and Rob after.
Okay.
But this is kind of what's happening with Zoom right now. So
Yeah.
Karen, why don't we talk about you? Everyone knows you.
We have 6 locations, more coming. And in the Western Chicago area, our group, I'm an operating partner and team leader, and our group closed almost $1.9 billion last year. And we're trending, and we are coming through this shift like never before. But just mentioning about DocuSign and Command, we pulled the Band-Aid off September 13th, 1,000 agents. And we pivoted very quickly to stop using .loop and moving forward. And some people choose to stay with .loop, and we're good with that. Just like we had a lot of agents when we were using .loop, they also paid for a DocuSign account because it depends. Realtors have a preference. I've been licensed in 4 states. I always use a different transaction management software. But I love DocuSign and Command, and I'm actually on a lab with Keller Williams International designing the back-end system of DocuSign, Command, and all the integration. So it's been super fun. And every week I get on this call with Keller Williams and it becomes better. So yay.
I love that. So people are saying that. So do you know Brandy Coffee?
I do. I know she's an OP in Florida.
Yeah, she's like, I had to, and participants on her Zoom meetings, it's happening to them all of a sudden too. So, hey, let's see. Let's just go off the cuff here, right? Should we just do that?
You and I can do this. We've done each of our own podcasts, right? So we're good at this.
I'm just telling everyone on our panel, if anyone can log in, just log in and we'll just have a conversation.
Yeah. Listen, this is, we're all pivoting. I said to our teams today, we're doing a power up with each of our market centers. And I said, look at us a month ago. None of us were on Zoom. None of us were having conversations. None of us were doing Zoom listings. In fact, years ago when we had heard about Zoom listing appointments or e-listing appointments, we thought people were crazy, that sellers would never agree to it. And what an opportunity to do things an entirely different manner. I think this is a very exciting time.
Well, Josh Bickle looks like he's about to jump on. So Josh, that's awesome. Let me see if Leslie's available.
I feel like I could hold you hostage right now and make you do a TikTok. Like, I feel like it could almost happen right now since I already put you on TikTok, but I'm not going to put you through that today. So I will happy to answer any questions I can, if anyone has any. I see some of my agents on here, which is so fun. So I'd love to know some of the highlights from earlier today too.
Hey, Josh, show yourself, Josh. Oh, did you get a new haircut?
I think everybody.
No, it's getting too long to style the way I normally do. So the only way it doesn't look like I'm living on the streets is if I just go when I wake up.
This is funny. All right, so I'm seeing if Leslie's available, but if she's not, let's have a conversation with Josh. So Josh, and then we'll deal with the other participants in a few minutes. So Josh is an agent up in Canada. He runs you said your business tripled in the last. You started using Command in February of 2019, and Karen, he started using it in February of 2019. Remember when that came out and nothing worked? He started using it. He scrapped every CRM that he had and he started using it, and his business tripled in the last 12 months. So let's talk about that, man. So how did you leverage Command at first? And then I want to get into how you're leveraging it for social media.
So we leveraged it first with just kind of embracing it for what it was, and that was an opportunity to do more with it. So we looked at it, and as I said, when we first came in, even transferring contacts over to Command was like pulling teeth. So we took it as an opportunity to manually look at our entire database. We manually transferred everything over and used it as a touch point for our database. We had about 1,200 people that we needed to go through at that point in time, and we culled it down to about 300 contacts. and then about 75 people that we classified as good solid leads, and then just purged and reconnected with people that we reconnected with. And through doing that exercise alone, we ended up doing I think it was six transactions off doing just that exercise alone, as the first opportunity. And then we kind of just took that with everything that it came out. So as we know, when neighborhoods first came out, the data streams were not working particularly well. If you're any of our Canadian viewers, you know they're still not working particularly well for us. Everything we're celebrated for keeping Zillow out is also hurting us on this end right now. But we still used it as a fantastic opportunity to send out the neighborhoods and connect with our database and be like, hey, check out this awesome new thing that we're doing. Yeah, we're still working on getting our MLS streams connected and together and working great, but I'd love your feedback. And we used it as an opportunity to engage in that conversation and get a touch point and get people to feel that they're involved with this evolution that we're making. So we got to go through all of these steps, and these people got to be involved with the evolution of our business and of the technology that it was, and feel like they were really part of our family that way.
So you took your clients along like the journey of essentially discovering the new technology with you.
Absolutely. And we do it with every single piece of out-facing client-based technology that Command rolls out. So we did it with neighborhoods. We did it when the website's launched. And we did it with the app too.
So tell me how your clients kind of responded to that.
A lot of them responded really, really well. They would give us great feedback, which when I got that feedback, obviously I would pass on to the powers that be. But they would be involved. They'd be giving us the feedback. They would be engaging with us, telling us what they didn't like, telling us what they did like. All of them were, every single feature we put in, they were blown away by it. They were like, wow, I can't wait till we get this up and running like 100%. Like I can't wait. I can see how it can help me. I can see how it can enhance me. So it was a fantastic, just amazing opportunity to engage and get them part of that process, until the point like when the app came out and I said, hey guys, we're doing another one. I had people lining up with emails and texts like, when do we get it? When do we get it?
1 second. Mike, I'm gonna put you on hold, so don't go anywhere.
It's only working on my cell phone, not my iPad.
We got you though. So keep it on your phone. I'm gonna put you on hold, and when we're done talking to Josh, I'm gonna bring you in.
No problem.
Thanks, buddy. Okay, Mike's on hold. Perfect. All right, go ahead, Josh.
I want to add in, I did the same thing. I realized consumers and myself, I'm included, I'm a high DI. I wanted exclusivity. And so I created a group of super users of my close friends and family, because everybody wants to be included and they want to be part of something. I'm like, listen, I need your help. I get to beta test this new technology. Do you want to be a part of it? I might have a space or two left to put someone in. Like it was
exactly. It's such a relationship builder too with them, right? And it brings them into your business and into your world, so they feel so much more involved with it than just, hey, here's this new thing for you and roll it out. It's no, here, build this together with us, become family.
Yeah,
I love that, dude. That makes them so excited to like figure out what you're doing. All right, sorry, Karen, you were gonna say something.
No, I agree. And I think you can also show them I could screen share now and do a back end and be like, hey, this is what I'm seeing on my end. What are your thoughts around this? Here's why. The talent pool is changing. The market just opened up a whole new world of realtors that are going to get in the business. Nick got in a downshift, right? So not only, Josh, could you be building this, you could talent hunt for your team, for admin, for anything through them seeing like, oh, wait, oh, I didn't know that was provided for me, and create this whole new opportunity of talent that are going to come in the business too. You could help
people. And I run all my recruitment ads through Command.
Yeah.
So you run your recruitment ads through Command. So tell us how that looks.
So I don't know how to say it looks, because each ad runs differently. It's not like advertising for a normal lead on that one. But we use designs. We put together a graphic, a little bit about what we're looking for, and we put together a short blurb about who we're looking for, and then we run it out. This is one we don't use the Facebook lead capture form, obviously. They come to a landing page where I've filmed a little video that I will upload. about the position or whatever it is that we're looking to hire for at that point in time. Talk a little bit about it, talk a little bit about the person that we're hiring for, and then if they think that they're the right fit for that, we direct them to a sign-in page right below. Signs in, Kelly notifies us, we go back and check that, and then we're touching base with them via phone and in email to get their resume and to get all the information and the questionnaires that we require filled out. You know, I'm not looking for huge dollar amount returns, but we were hiring for director of ops. We're still hiring for director of ops, and our last ad put us in 36 conversations for the director of ops position.
Hey, somebody wants to know, James says, Josh, how do you work with, is it everyone logging in under your account, or do you have individual accounts for your teams? How's that working?
So I flow everything through me. So everything, whether it be open house leads coming in, Facebook leads coming in, it all flows in through me and then gets shared and assigned out to the team members. But everything for our smart plans, for everything like that, that all runs under one account. Because if not, I'd be paying multiple Twilio accounts and my expenses would start to rise. But in my email signatures that come out from any of our follow-up that does, it actually lists everyone on our team. All the producing realtors on our team are on there. So then no matter who responds to it, it doesn't actually matter or have an impact. And when the contact is shared, if that person responds, it updates not only in my database, but in their database, because that contact is shared to them. So the only thing that is not working perfectly for us right now, but I'm excited when it does get there, is just the lead routing system. And that's really the only thing, in my opinion, that's missing from pure 100% functionality in my day-to-day. Instead, I get a message to Kelly, I screenshot it, and I send it to my buyer's agent and go, hey, go follow up with this person when it comes in. So I can save myself 4 seconds of time.
You know what I find interesting, Josh, because you blew through a lot of limiting beliefs of a lot of agents who, like, I noticed one guy was like, when am I going to have the ability to click an email on a contact and have it just create an email template right there within the contact and send it out? Instead, it takes me to Gmail where I have to, this whole thing, right? He goes, that's the thing that's keeping me from using it, right? And so the funny thing is, you can send an email to a client through command in Smart Plans.
Yep.
You write the email in Smart Plans and then add the client to that email. You can't go into their contact and click their email and then create an email from there. But the functionality is there. Some of it is just a little bit of a workaround. And the funny thing is, people tend to overthink things. Like they tend to completely put themselves in their own way, overthink certain functionalities. They don't think outside the box. And you kind of blew through those limiting beliefs, and you used it right when it literally did nothing, right? And
it's all boiling it down to its most simplistic view, right? Real estate is always evolving, but the base things of what we do is the same. And I just boiled that down to what we were doing with command. So if something doesn't work, okay, go back to the basics and how does it enhance our basics? I get super excited. I get pumped about talking anything about command and the automation, and like we're one feature away from our business, and that's when Smart Plans can auto add to a lead coming in for me to be able to just launch my business with 100% full automation and infinite lead conversion. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, and it makes me drool, and I'm so happy about it. But at the same time, I have to remember and keep that the technology still can't replace the relationships that we have to build with these people. They need to be used to enhance those relationships. And whenever I hear some of these limiting beliefs all the time, I'm questioning them. Are you looking to replace your relationships or enhance your relationships? And that's always the first question that's coming out of my mouth.
So it's interesting because I was talking to Julie Youngblood, who we're talking to later, and she talks about, certain areas of her business as automated, and then she calls the other areas manual labor. And, even though you can automate certain things, you still have to actually talk to people.
Yes.
And I find it interesting that agents get so freaked out about technology potentially taking over their jobs, but then when they find out that technology doesn't do a specific thing, you know, they get all bent out of shape about it. And I'm like, but you still have to, like, I talk about it all the time, but my agents would still actually get on the phone and call people. Like a text message that's automated isn't going to close a deal for you. So you need to still be human about it.
In all of the automation and the follow-up that we do off leads that are coming in online, all of it is with the purpose of getting a phone call. That's what everything is. It's getting a phone call or a face-to-face meeting, but something where I am talking or creating an impression. That's why even right now, I love BombBomb and I use BombBomb. When any lead comes in, the very first thing we send is a text to that person and an email to that person with a video link. Because I believe very much like Gary Keller was saying at Family Reunion, 75% of people work with the first realtor they meet. And a digital meeting is still a meeting. We're proving that today in our current market, in our climates. And so we're trying to kind of create that still, but I still want to be on the call and answering the questions and finding out what the pain point and the fords of those clients are and helping them through whatever their issue is.
Karen, I don't know if you have any questions, but I just have questions. So,
well, you know, Nick, it's funny. You and I are like children of realtors. We call them SOBs, right? And my grandmother was a realtor, and you guys are 100% right. The business hasn't changed. It's about the relationship. How we communicate with our clients and potential clients has. You know, no longer is sending a mailer going to work. No longer is that. Think about all the folks that are home right now, right? And how we're communicating with them. They are online more now than ever. And they've also had to adapt. I'm teaching Zoom classes to my sphere, right? That's a connection that they weren't able to understand before because they never needed it. And so we have huge ways to show up now using social media. So I love this conversation. I can talk about this all day long.
Hey, Josh, talk to me about, let's go back to social media because that's kind of what we advertised your conversation is going to be about. So talk about, you know, the types of ads you're running to get in front of buyers, maybe sellers, you know, what you're doing in terms of smart plans to follow up with them. Just kind of generally talk about your strategy.
Absolutely. And I'm happy that you phrased it that way, buyers and sellers, because I'm going to answer it in one question because I'm running the exact same ad. Regardless if I'm looking for buyers or if I'm looking for sellers, I'm advertising a listing. When it comes, the most common question that I get is, how do I find sellers? And there's, in my opinion, there's only three types of people who are looking for homes online. There's the buyer who is looking for their next property. And if they're looking for their next property, depending on the market that you're in, there's about a 49 to 55% chance that they have a house to sell. So you solve the pain point of their buying property, you have a listing. There's the people who are looking for comparable properties to try and figure out what their house is worth. So if you send them a house that is interesting for them and create that conversation, you have an opportunity for a listing. And then there's the people who are following physical distancing rules and are bored and really want someone to talk to. And you never know what experience can come from that.
Hey, so Josh, all right, so that's great. So that leads me to, are you having more conversations now with running ads with people who are home? Like, are you finding that your contact rate is much higher? Because I want to get into why people should be doubling down on their Facebook ads.
My conversation rate, so the amount of people that engage with me in the last 3 weeks is up 37%.
Whoa!
And the amount of time that I'm physically on the phone with someone is up 16% of overall talk time.
But Josh, you're not like being super specific with us. So 16% and 37%.
Okay, sure.
Totally
so
kidding.
If I have 100 leads come in,
I'm joking. How did you come? Like, how you're very analytical, clearly. So you're tracking literally everything. How long you're on the phone with someone, how often you're calling, how many people you called. So through all of that, you're noticing that your contact rate's 37% higher, and the amount of time you're on the phone is 16% higher. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So like if I get on the phone with someone, the conversation we're having is lasting about 16% longer than what it normally would.
And so obviously you can't go out and show homes right now, but how are you leaving it with them? What's the conversation you're having? You know, how are you leaving it with them to set that expectation that, you know, you're going to be their guy later when you can physically go out and meet with them?
Well, first of all, it's figuring out what their situation is in. I'm happy to say that we have managed to successfully sell homes in this market without having a showing on the house. And so there are people who still just need to do business, and if we have to do it, then we have to do it. And I want to make sure that they're doing it in a way that's safe and protecting their health and family first and foremost. But then it's just about creating a conversation. If I know they're going to be someone who is going to want to do business, then I ask. It's changing the relationship. I ask straight up, hey, do you mind if I just give you a call next week? I don't want to talk about real estate. I just want to check in and see how you are.
That's awesome. I love that. So we were talking to Ro Malik earlier, and it goes back to, you know, stop canceling your lead generation, right? Ro is saying that, you know, we were talking about how people are canceling their lead generation, or canceling their systems, or canceling their spend, and that's what everybody's doing, right? Are you spending more money on your Facebook ads, or you're just getting a better return?
Just getting a better return. So in a normal market, I spend $100 a week on Facebook.
Okay, not so bad.
I spend $25 an ad is what my particular run is, and I have 4 ads running at all times. I'm spending, and that will always, I can guarantee it will produce between 98 and 105 leads a week. Is always a guaranteed safe number for me if I'm doing that. I am running 1 ad a week right now at $25, and in the last 2 weeks, I've generated 320 new leads.
Wow. Okay. And so that's costing you $400 a month. And what I tell agents is, if you spend $400 a month, what's your average home price up in Canada, by the way?
My average commission check is $12,500.
So if you're spending $400 a month and you're at minimum closing 1, I say that's a good return.
That's a fantastic return. And right now, I want to point this out. In the last 3 weeks, I've only spent $100, and we've done 3 new listings.
So anybody watching this who is feeling like, you know, I'm just going to hunker down and I'm going to binge Netflix, you know, definitely have some fun and enjoy your family, right? But don't think that because this is happening, your business is going to come to a screeching halt.
I am 12 seasons into Supernatural.
Yeah. I mean, and there's 15 seasons and you're still getting a good return on your investment. So someone wants to know Terry said, what does your ad look like for a seller? He said that he runs the same ads for buyers that he does for sellers, because
buyers, sellers, same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Seller leads are basically, you know, the best seller leads are buyer leads, in my opinion.
I agree. And plus, that's 2 transactions.
For sure. 100%. So what's your follow-up look like? You know, let's say you get someone on the phone or text. What's that cadence, and how are you talking to them?
So our follow-up is simple. So the first, when I get my notification from Kelly, I determine, depending on who's on shift, whether it's me or Kevin. Kevin's my buyer's agent, is who I send the message to, whether he's following up or whether I'm following up. The follow-up's the same. It's a text message and an email. The text message, just saying, hey, you know, I wanted to follow up with you really quickly and see if you had any feedback on the property that you were looking at that I could pass on to my seller. And that's a good follow-up, because it's like, hey, listen, what do you think of the house? You're not like, yeah, I'm not asking for business. I'm not asking for theirs. I'm saying I'm trying to create that communication, that relationship, saying I'm doing my job, and I'm asking for your help. Can you help me? And especially in Canada, we're all really nice people, and we say sorry for everything. We can't say no when you ask us to help. It's just not possible. It's not in our DNA. So we have to provide that feedback. And then we have a bomb email that goes out that puts us face to face, and we record each one based on the house it is, and it's very much a, hey, thank you so much for clicking on our link. It's filmed right like this. Hey, thanks so much for checking out our new listing on Pompano Court. I know my seller is really excited to get this sold, and I would really love it if you were looking through everything, if you could let me know 1 or 2 things that you loved about it and 1 or 2 things that maybe you didn't like about it so much, so that I could pass that information on to my seller and we can do our job getting this done. Hey, I look forward to talking to you, and have a safe and toilet paper filled day.
Oh, well then. But you also, I know that you're teasing them with the fact that you're hoarding toilet paper too.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. You're like, if you sign to be my buyer, I'll give you a free roll of Charmin. I know your type, Josh. I know your type. Anyway, so Josh, I appreciate it, man. Josh is the guy to talk to if you're looking at running, a team through Command. He jumped on board in February of 2019 after family reunion, and I would have called him crazy, but his business tripled, and it's the only CRM he uses. And if you, Josh, you just launched a new Facebook group for Command in Canada, because you guys have some different features than we do. So Command Your Canada is Josh's new Facebook group. If you're a Canadian agent, or if you're not, but if you're not, then join Command Your Conversion. If you're in Canada, join Command Your Canada, because you guys have different types of things up there with the tools, and so it will benefit you. Because one of the number one things we see all over Facebook in our groups is, work in Canada? Well, if you join Josh's group, you'll know. You just have to ask. So I'm gonna unhold
Nick, a perfect segue, because Josh went all in on Command right at family reunion. Well, this guy who I'm about to talk to, we got to change his name.
Josh left. Bye, Josh.
Bye, Josh. Went all in after family reunion. Also, when he came over from Berkshire Hathaway, one of my favorite people I've ever interviewed, ever in my history of interviewing people. I've been so grateful to meet him in person too and get a hug. Is Mike McCann. And Mike McCann is the real estate man from Philly, Pennsylvania. And we're going to talk about shifting in the market and pivoting for change. And there is no one better, as we're going to talk about how many pivots he's had to make and adapt and get fluid in his business. So
Mike's here. Hey, by the way, I'm going to let you and Karen talk, because I need a potty break. And I'll be back in 30 minutes. And Mike, I'm super pumped that you're on here, buddy. Thank you so much for donating your time. And I'll see you in a bit.
My pleasure. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Nick.
Hey, Mike, the fact that he's letting us take this over right now is like, it's like our heaven, but I couldn't be more excited to have you. So would you please do a quick 15-second introduction of who we have the honor of spending time with today?
Okay, I am Mike McCann, the real estate man from KW Philly, the city of Philadelphia, city of brotherly love. And I'm with Keller Williams 1 year, 2 months now, after being 27 years with Berkshire Hathaway. And I am loving it. And I could have not made a better choice at a better time in my life.
Yeah, yesterday we talked about this when we were just doing a quick prep call. And you said, my God, did I make the transition the right time? Because this company. So do you mind sharing quickly what that meant to you? And it was so authentic. And you're actually, I'm so attracted to you in such a professional way, because you are so authentic in who you are as a person. And so I think the whole world needs to know more Mike McCann, because that minute you walked out on stage at family reunion and that energy, it was like, I have chills right now. So experience your first year and what we're going through now.
Okay, so it was a really big decision. You know, I was Berkshire Hathaway's golden boy for 20 years, the top agent in the country. I've been the top agent in Philly since 1988. I love real estate, but what I saw in 13, 14, 15 is the industry changing. And I saw Gary Keller and the leadership changing. And so I started to admire it from afar. And I thought, you know what? I have to do something for my family. And my family is my family, but it's also my team family. More than half my team has been with me over a decade. And I have 20s, 30s, 40s, and us in the 50s, although I just hit 60. So I started to research. I met with Gary. I watched the blogs. And then I looked at his vision with the command, with artificial intelligence. And after about a year and a half, I thought I have to join. And it was shocking. It was very uncomfortable. I mean, 27 years. I love the people I worked for. I love the company. I've been a very big success, but the industry is changing at unlike any other time in the history of my career. And I was around before the internet. I was around before Zillow, before Realtor.com, but the industry is changing. So I decided to make that move. So at that time, I had 25 people, and I had about 215 listings, 100 pending transactions. So it was a big move. So we spent that first year, the first couple of weeks, I was shell shocked. Moved over, great support from everyone at KW, at Keller Williams. And we made the transition. And the first 2 months, I lost all my business. We had a fight to get it back. It was brutal. But the support was unbelievable. And I just quick one, if you heard me speak before, I've said this before, but the summary was people, when I announced it to my team 36 hours before we moved, people on my team, some cried, some applauded, half of them were concerned. And they said, Mike, we feel like, about 3 weeks into it, they said, we feel like we know why you left now. I said, why? They said, we feel like we left the wedding and we're at a funeral. The energy here and the collaboration. And you say this culture, the culture's been unbelievable. So we've acclimated and we've grown. In the first 6 months, I felt like I was a brand new infant in real estate. And we did dive into command, although it ended up not being fully integrated for a big team. I had 25 people at the time. And ironically, this year, my goal was to we did some stuff in command, but we're not fully integrated at all. So I'm not an expert on command, but I know it's the way to go. And I know it's the system. So my goal this year was to hit 1,000 transactions, and we were on pace. We did 90 in February, and to get out of Zillow, Realtor.com, because I will admit I was early on back in 08, 9, 10, and I became an addict. And my goal this year was to cut my spend over 50% and ultimately to get out of it. I want to use command for everything. I want to use the system.
Well, and I think about this is you are closing an average, your goal is 1,000 units, but 650 to 750 a year, right? Real estate is cyclical and we've been on an upswing. So how long have you been in real estate? How many years?
So it's been, it'll be 34 years in June. And since 2000, I have been averaging between, 650 and 775 a year. Even in and this is what I can speak to, being around a long time, even in the major downturn, when the market collapsed, I was still doing not 600, about 530 transactions a year. So we went from 650 down to 530. Was that the end of the world? Absolutely not. But I do want to talk to everyone about these changes. I think it's the topic of the day, and we're hearing a lot of the same stuff. It's been 3 weeks. We've been stuck in our homes, and I'm like, I'm a doer, man. I just want to get out. I'm a team leader, but I list and sell. I'm out on the street all the time. But my business has been consistent, and that's what I'm proud of. The net that I make has been consistent. I make a very good living. I do invest back into my business, both in people first. My team is my family, the most important thing. And that's why I love Keller, family, then business. And that's how we operate.
Yeah. I mean, I think that we are looking at such an opportunity to be better. We can raise the bar in the profession. Right now, we have an opportunity, right? Because it's a new way of doing business. And in Pennsylvania, they have very strict laws right now in the stay at home, and you are not considered essential. And so how do you keep the right mindset? Because obviously your energy is ridiculous, extraordinary in my world, but how do you keep the attitude and the mindset to push through this? Because a lot of agents got into business 3-4 years ago when we were still on that upswing, and you're someone who's been in it 34 years. How do you keep that? You're going to get through this, but what would you say to a newer agent that has only experienced an upmarket about their mindset?
Sure, it's super, super important. This will be my 5th downturn. Some were longer, some were shorter. But when I realized, when I realized how big this was going to be, was the night they shut the NBA, and who was it? Tom Hanks and his wife got it, and I thought, this is world changing. You know, sports and Hollywood. So that Friday, I did sat in my chair and I did an interview. They did a video of me, a short one, and it went to my team, and it went to our brokerage, and then it went to my and I did one for my clients too. But I just said to my clients, I said, you know, this is not Mike, to my team and my clients. This is not Mike McCann, the real estate man, speaking to you. This is Mike McCann, the family man. You know, things are going to change right now. The biggest thing is the safety and well-being of our health and our family. So you're going to see things changing. There was a good chance we're going to shut down business, and the next week was when they shut down. They cut us off. We're stuck in our homes, and I said, we will get through this. We are Americans. We've been through downturns before. It's going to be tough, but right now it's about taking care of each other. That is the most important thing. We have to be grateful for what we have. You know, people hear me saying it's old school, but it's how I am. Gratitude is an attitude. And the more grateful you are, I am grateful every day, even when there's not a crisis. I wake up in the morning, I talk to God in the shower. I thank him for heat, hot water, and health. And then I come downstairs, and my kids were home. I used to be like, boy, do I feel great. Boy, do I feel great. You have to have a positive attitude. And it sounds hokey if you're in a difficult thing, but if you believe you can achieve, and you just have to have that mindset. That's always been my mindset. So I'm trying to pass that on to my clients, to my agents, that we'll get through this. You know, we still live in the greatest country in the history of the world, and we're not going to the beaches of Normandy and being deployed and fighting a world war. You know, poor us. We're stuck in our homes with heat, hot water, food, electronics. I mean, if anyone needs food or help, I am here to help you. That was the message that I communicate. So you have to stay grateful. And I could sit and cry. Man, we were going to have the best spring in 3 years. And you know, I could cry how much business I'm losing. But the reality of it is, whether this is 2 months or 6 months, we will be back. I've been in some major downturns. So I could go on and on. So I'll shut up so you can.
I think about that because you've actually, you have been budgeting. Profit is very important to you. And that's one thing KW has taught you. I know we talked last year and about really taking a look at your expenses, what you're paying out, and where you can cut costs. And you've mentioned Zillow and online leads. However, you have increased during this time, you've increased your lead generation and your marketing. So what increased, and what is that looking like? What does that look like for you and your team?
Okay. And so I learned this back I got in June of 86, and the market was booming. By 89, 90, the market collapsed nationally. There was a real estate depression. About 35% of the realtors left the business. Every major firm in downtown, I'm in downtown, Center City, Philadelphia, every major firm closed their doors. Caldwell, Remax, they all just left. Everybody left. It was unbelievable. I just kept plugging away, man. I'm like, you know what? This is the greatest business. No one's going to restrict me. I'm not laid off. I can still work. I kept plugging away and plugging away. And that downturn was about 5 to 6 years. But I kept making a living and growing each year. Then when the market came back in 97, I just skyrocketed, like catapulted up. 98. And, you know, by 2000, you know, I became a national celebrity. I mean, honestly, but by the volume that I was doing. And that was investing in the downtime when everyone was leaving, when everyone was getting out and cutting back. So just fast forward, and I'll go through some other downturns, but in 08, everybody cut back. I stood in front of my team. I think I had 6 assistants and about 15 agents in 08. And I said, guys, I don't care if we don't sell another property all year, because everybody's getting all worried. People are laying off. There's depression all over. I'm like, forget about it. We can sell. I said, I don't care if we don't sell another property. I have your pay in the bank for the next year. As a matter of fact, we're going to double our marketing or triple. How many mailings are we doing? Oh, we're doing about 3,000 mailings, Mike. I have these beautiful cards that I mail to this marketplace. I said, let's triple it. We increased our spend in Zillow because they were new back then. Leads were actually pretty good then. And so I increased because I had saved in the downtime because I saw people get really wealthy and spend it all and lose it. And I swore that would never happen to me. So I invest back into my business, you know, education, marketing, and people. I pay my people well. But in downturns, I'm not cutting back, man. So whether we get government money or not for me paying my people while they're home right now, I have 9 people sitting at home. I'm paying them. The agents, the tool that I'm doing for my agents right now is we are diving into command. We are cleaning up our systems. We've done some, I had to get notes from my support staff because I'm out on the street, but we've done some things in command, but we really want to focus on that. So we're educating ourselves.
Well, you think about, I think about leadership, right? You lead a team. How many people total are on your team?
I have 9 assistants and now 22 agents.
You're at 31, right?
Yes.
People lead. And what I heard in there is like, first of all, everybody was secure in their jobs because you're not going to go through it again. So looking back at yourself 30 years ago that said, I'm a 4-year agent, experience this, don't spend, don't spend, don't spend. And high C behaviors, which is typical for an assistant, high C, high S behavior. The first thing you need to do is reassure them that their job isn't going anywhere. Because trust me, every high C, high S behavior is very nervous right now that they're not going to be able to keep their job. And that is a core fundamental belief system in a high SC that they need that security. And so to be able to provide that as a leader, that's a leadership lesson, right? Is I got to do it for our market center and say, first things first, no one is losing their job, right? Then everyone could take a deep breath and then go, okay, what do we need to do? Pivot, which is what we're here for, and moving forward. And now you know you have their buy-in. They're not out looking for another job because they're scared. And so there's huge leadership lessons in all of this too.
Absolutely. And the loyalty that they have. And what they do is they work harder. I always say it's 1 and 1 is 3. You know, like they don't need me, I don't need them, but together we add up to 3. And so they're trusting because they know I'm trusting them. So they're working at home, they're working. So they're investing. And what's neat is they're sharing with me things. And I'm not saying, well, you have to do this. That's what I like about loyalty. Again, having so many people so long on my team. I've one assistant 22 years, one 19 years, one 17 years. And then the newer ones, 2 to 10 years, is people are loyal. That's how my team operates. Same with my agents. And my agents, I am helping them right now with cutting expenses. Listen, we are cutting expenses, and I heard this from Gary early on, and that's within our brokerage. You know, we have about 350 people in our brokerage, and a lot of young, successful people, but they've never been through this downturn. So me, as the old school rock solid guy, is saying, listen, you'll get through this. Yes, you're not that year that you planned in January. It's not going to happen. Big deal if you go down 10% or 15%. We're probably not going to get these months back. However, you're still going to do better than 98% of the American population. And this business is not going anywhere. And we will recover. Whether, you know, I saw the .com crisis. That collapsed our market for about 9 months. The 9/11 probably hurt our market for about a year. The 05, the 08 one hurt our market for about 3 or 4 years. So some are shorter than others. This one, I believe, is going to be 3 to 9 months. You know, and there's going to be changes. There's going to be a lot of growth from what we're doing right now. But the bottom line is you cannot retreat. You do have to reach out. One of the things I am not doing right now, I'm not saying, give me your listing or buy this property. I'm just reaching out right now in a human, compassionate way on a regular basis, not over involved, and not sending the same thing everybody's sending. Because after the first week and a half, it's like a lot of people are sending the same stuff to everybody. And it's like, okay, this is, you know, but reaching out. And then I've made more phone calls. I've had more phone calls. I have not stopped. I mean, I'm exhausted all day. That's what this went off a little bit late. I'm like, oh my God, I got a 2 o'clock. I have a big appointment at 2:00. So,
well, let me ask you this. Bettina Robson posed a question, and it was, what does a day look like for you now? Because when we talked yesterday, you have family and grandkids and kids running around. And so if you could go quickly over what your actual schedule, what time do you wake up? And I don't need to know what you eat for breakfast, but I'm sure it's healthy.
Okay. It's so funny. So my routine has not changed in the morning, my wife and I, and we're a pretty routine is I make the coffee the night before. She brings it up at 6:15. We have a pot of coffee in bed and watch the sun come up. That's our quality time. Then I pop downstairs and I take a hot tub for about 15 or 20 minutes. Then I clear my email. Then I take a shower, talk to God. And now, instead of running out of the office, running out of the house at 8:15 or 8:30, today I did 300 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats. So I'm taking this time to trim that core down, man. So and then I'm on the phone again by 9:30, 9:15. I'm on the phone again, and so I have scheduled things. I have 1 at 2:00 today. I have a 5:30. It's funny, today's a little later. Yesterday I shut down about 5:15, and my grandchild lives up the street, so we went over there. We built an outside fire. We had some food, and it was just real running around on the lawn. So it was really nice. The first week we didn't get together, but then after I was home a week, now we can get together. So I am taking that time also, but I am. And then when I came home 8:30, it was 8:15, 8:30. I cleared my emails, cleared my texts, and then my wife and I, at nighttime, we do Netflix for an hour and a half, and I fall asleep half the time. And then she goes up to bed at 10, and then I'm back on the phone or on Facebook and or stuff like that. So about midnight is when I typically will go to sleep. So I'm only about a 6.5 hour sleeper.
Yeah, I can imagine you could probably run on 2 hours of sleep and have the same energy. All right, you were going to let's say there's agents sitting around, and they can be a victim or victor, right? We talk about it every day in our morning power up in our E2P community, in our office community. And if I were an agent sitting today and I'm like, okay, what should I do? What is one action item an agent can do today to move their business forward? Because we don't want them to get left behind. That's why we're all here.
Yeah. It's the one thing I've been speaking to my team about, because we've been home 3 weeks now, literally in our home 3 weeks, is these podcasts are great. These discussions are great. The YouTube and all this stuff is great, but you need to do action plans. Just like when my agents are out when we're working, I'm like, it's appointments. The more appointments you have, the more sales you're going to make, the more face-to-faces that you make. So what I would do is develop an action plan. And to me, it's a leads to live. It's develop a lead. So our priority right now is getting everything in Command. We started to do some of the Facebook through Command and stuff like that, but is a lead generating system that helps you be more organized. And so you got to educate yourself right now, but you have to develop a system so you go back out there. That you're constantly going to do. So develop some systems. I've always lived my life off of list and checklist and systems. Yet I'm a sales guy. I mean, I say I'm sales. My wife was my original details. Now my support staff's my original detail. I just like being in front of the people. Like you know me, I'm a hugger, man. And I'll tell you, it might not be 6 months or a year before I hug again, but I will hug again. I don't care. Yeah, but so I have a list of probably about 9 listings that I'll be going out to right away. And then I have to be in the marketplace. So I've 5,000 followers on Facebook. I'm on my personal and 6,000 on my business. So I am out in the community, giving confidence, not actually soliciting the business. And people are coming to me that are scared to death. And I'm saying, I promise you, we will get through this. Yes, it's difficult. My father's in the hospital. There's a lot of things that are going on, but this isn't going to stop us. We're not going to die. We didn't have a nuclear bomb go off and it's never going to come back. We will come back. We're going to learn. We're going to grow. And if you need help, you got to ask for help. You know, if you can't pay your bills, you got to ask for help today. But cut your budget, develop a system that you can implement right away. Read some more books. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I think new agents, you know, they can't say I've been through this, but my team and I have been through this before. We are going to be okay. I can reassure you, we've seen this before. And so if it's not you that has 34 years of experience and many more to go, it's using the leverage of the other 400 agents in your office, for example, for your Philly office, that you can all depend on each other and use that as leverage and talk about how many listings and what the average days on market and knowing your numbers. I mean, knowing your numbers every day. I worked at a Remax office in high school 30 years ago. And so the hot sheet came in on the fax machine, right? We were super excited when the phone went in and the hot sheet came in. And that's why it's called a hot sheet, everybody, because fax paper was hot.
I'm looking at it every day. I mean, I look at that hot sheet. That's a great point, because I'm telling, study the market, know the market, give your stats to people. So, you know, like I'm saying to people, listen, all my builders are like, oh my God. I said, we're in a downturn. Yes, but the lowest inventory in over 20 years. And it's going to be lower now with this. The lowest interest rates in 30 years, an incredible demand. So those floodgates will open, and we will get back.
Well, you think about this. I mean, my strategy that I'm coaching my agents to is list right now, because the inventory is going to be saturated when this shelter in place order lifts. And the people that are out looking have to move, and buyers are quality, not quantity. And it's probably an easier time to sell if people are willing. Obviously, want them to be safe. And this isn't I know your market, you can't do that. However, I would list now if I were going to sell my house sometime this year, because my competition is far less than it will be when the market opens up again.
Yeah, it's funny. So I did my first Zoom listing 3 weeks ago, the Friday before they shut us down. And again, I'm a emotional guy. I like to connect with people. I was two guys, they were selling their house. They were interviewing people. I offered them the Zoom. We spent an hour and 15 minutes on Zoom. They walked me through the house with their Zoom. I felt so connected. And three of my nine assistants were in. And because the last week or two, I said, you guys can come in, you can stay home, wherever you want to work is fine with me. So they could hear me. They never heard me on a listing. I'm in my office, and they could hear through the door me talking to the people and having fun. And then when I came out, they're all smiling. What's the matter? We heard you on that listing. I said, send the contract right now. They're ready to sign. The guys said, I'm not even interviewing. So I connected great on Zoom. So Zoom has been great. This must be my 40th or 50th Zoom. We've had our team get-togethers twice a week. We've had a team happy hour. I've had clients. So now it's funny. I'm texting people now. I know how to do Zoom myself from my phone. So I'll be like, hey, yeah, can you do Zoom? I'll text them. They'll go on the link and we'll talk face to face on the phone. So I love personal connections. And so that's another thing that's really awesome. Instead of me just responding to a new client by text or by email or even by phone, now I'm asking them if it's okay if we talk in person on the phone. Because if we see face to face, my capture rate's so much better. And that's why I always tell my agents, get the appointment, meet the people, your capture rate's going to go up to 90-some%. So you learn. So it's fun.
Wait there, Mike. Sorry, I just jumped back in. Statistically speaking, 75% of people that meet you will work with you. And if you're leveraging now, everyone wants this human connection more than ever. If you're leveraging that as an agent, you have a really good percentage that higher than before, I think, of signing that buyer or seller and converting them into a client, just because of where we are right now, in the world.
Absolutely. So absolutely. And it's funny, the business has gotten so much easier from when I got in. Before you had a computer, you used to have to take people out so they could see the houses. There were no pictures. So this business has gotten easier and easier. So even though it's right now it's shut down, it's still the greatest business. Nobody can lay you off. Yeah, an agent right now, they might lose a couple months of income, but they can't. No, you're the only person that can lay yourself off. And this technology is going to allow me to make better connections faster. So there's some changes that are really going to be positive that I'm already implementing. I mean, they freaked out when I'm Zooming people. Hey, can you Zoom? Can you talk to me? And if I meet them, I'm like 90% if I meet somebody, Nick. And that's I had that same connection with Zoom with new clients right now. So I'm building up a war chest. So I'm not putting them on with virtual tours and people buy them, not on the, I just don't, there's going to be a small percentage, but most people want to see a house. So I'll be loaded up the day that the floodgates open. I'm going to put mine up, but I am capturing the listings for people that want me to. And people that are on the fence, there's a lot of people on the fence. And I'm saying, you want to move on. If they want to sell, it's still going to be a good time to sell. If you want to buy, it's still going to be a good time to buy. This is why.
Yep. All right. Mike McCann, once again,
Mike, always bringing the energy, buddy.
Yeah, well, it's greatest business in the world. Now I have the greatest company in the world, and never, never, never give up.
I love it. I love that. No one can lay you off.
It's God's honest truth. And I could just go on and on. It's the greatest business in the world. It's the greatest business in the world. No one can limit your income. No one can lay you off, and you can schedule your own time. Who's my boss? I've never had my boss. My only boss is me. And I'm tough on myself.
I was listening earlier where you were talking about how your day, like you wake up, you drink a pot of coffee in bed with your wife, you go downstairs, you jump in the hot tub. You said the hot tub, right? You jump in the hot tub.
Yes.
And I love that you said, and then we watch a little Netflix for an hour or two. And can I just tell you, that was so refreshing to hear because it bugs me. Like, so we have little kids, 7 and 4. And so sometimes the only time my wife and I get to be together is like at 8 o'clock at night on the couch when we want to watch shows together. And people are like, well, don't you guys want to talk about, like, this is our time. Like, we're sitting next to each other on the couch, we're watching Netflix. And I can't stand when people go, you're watching Netflix, you could be, reading this book on leadership. I'm like, you know what, dude? Like, Netflix, there's a certain point of the day where you need to turn your brain off.
It's healthy.
And, you need, and not everything has to be about, growing your mind. Sometimes I want to watch a dumb, Will Smith comedy. So don't let anyone tell you otherwise. And Mike McCann, the #1 agent in Philly for 30 years, binge watches Netflix every night. I'm binge watching Netflix
every night. And I'm not the 5 a.m. club up running around. I'm not shocking my system. My quality time is with my wife in the morning, and we'll talk throughout the day. But that's my quality, and I'm not doing that neither. And I'm always watching. I can't wait to get home. Right now, we're watching a great show. Just watched All American, but there was Ozark. I'm the third version.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's awesome. Anyway,
yeah.
Keep it up.
Question: somebody wants to know how many push-ups are you doing, Mike?
How many what?
How many push-ups?
Well, okay, so my goal was 100 a day for the new year, but since the downturn is 250 a day, I did do 300 already today. So right now it's 250 a day.
So good. Mike, thank you for jumping on. I appreciate it. I know you have a 2 o'clock call. You got to jump on now, so we're going to let you go. But there's always good stuff when we're talking to you. Good takeaways.
Great to see both of you. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, good day.
All right, I'm gonna bring on Julie Youngblood and talk to her. Karen, you can hang out if you want. I'm just saying, it's up to you if you want to hang out or you want to go somewhere else. Oh, hey, there she is. That was super fast.
I'm ready.
Whoa. I don't know if Karen's going to stay or go. She hasn't decided.
I'm going to see I want to see if you behave or not, Nick. This is a long time for you to be committed to one project.
So, hey, everyone. Julie Youngblood's here, and I'm going to let you introduce yourself so I don't screw it up.
Oh, okay. My name's Julie Youngblood. You nailed that. I hail from beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. I am a Keller Williams agent since 2001. I run a team here in Vegas. I've been coaching since about 11 years now, and that's me in a nutshell. I'm a Leo.
And I just saw one of your little guys like run around the corner there and said, there he is. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, that's Cole. That's Justin Cole. We're all about, this is reality. So live your life in the house. If you end up in the background of one of my Zoom calls, that's what it is.
Yeah. So today we're going to talk about Julie and her sphere of influence and how, she jumped in on command. She's all in. It's the only CRM she's using. And you said to me that about 65, 70% of your business is sphere, repeat, referral, friends, family. Is that about right?
Yeah, 67% of everything we do comes from the people that we've done business with or that we know that refer us business in or are repeat clients.
Okay, so talk to me about yesterday when we were chatting. You said that you're really all in on contacts and smart plans is where you spend a lot of your time. So you have a lot of smart plans built out that help you keep in touch with your sphere, not just completely automated, but you were mentioning the heavy lifting, the manual labor. Can you just talk about what some of those smart plans look like for people listening so they can get a better idea of how to implement those?
Yeah, sure. So just to kind of give you a little bit of insight into the mindset behind it, I didn't do the research. I do believe the research, though. There were studies around top of mind that say basically every 15 to 21 days, Nick, the people that are the closest to you, that connection between you and real estate is weakened. It doesn't go away. Like my mom didn't forget that I sell real estate. However, if she goes to get her hair cut today, which this is a terrible example today, but let's pretend like she went to get her hair cut today and the hairdresser said, oh, we're thinking about moving. If I hadn't reached out to my mother and had some sort of a real estate conversation, or had she not have received something from me, my mom didn't forget I sell real estate, I'm just not top of mind. And so the focus is, what kind of heavy lifting can we do? I call it heavy lifting or manual labor can we do around staying top of mind with our friends, our family, and our past clients? And I mean, I want you to know I love what Josh would say, automagic, right? Making things automatically go out. I also know that nobody really cares about my newsletter or my neighborhood nurture if I don't actively care about them as well. So it's sort of twofold. What we've done is we've taken a lot of the smart plans that KW already built for us. For example, the birthday one, the neighborhood nurture, the home anniversary, and the quarterly call. So before we could build our own smart plans, right, we had access to those. So we went all in on those, getting as many people as we could, everybody, put on those. Obviously, before we could stagger, we created a label and just removed the label or the tag as we went through. But getting everybody on those, and then ended up, once we were able to build our own smart plans, we built out a smart plan that actually layers in those smart plans. So if I were to add you to my sphere, Nick, I would add you to my SOI, past client smart plan, which one of the first activities is, it's a task that says, make sure you've got Nick's mailing address. And once I check that off, it initiates the next task, which is actually not a task at all. It's adding Nick to the neighborhood nurture, and it automatically happens. I don't have to think about it. And now every month you're getting a neighborhood nurture. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So you're adding smart. A lot of people don't realize that you can add smart plans as a step in a smart plan. So when you get to a certain point, you can then transition them over to something else. And so you're doing that with neighborhood nurtures, and you're adding neighborhood nurtures in there at some point, or birthdays or whatever the case may be. And so with the neighborhood nurtures, birthday, home anniversary, quarterly call plan, that's 35 touches, give or take. But you're also working in much more that's more humanized. Even though the smart plans can be humanized and they can be personalized, you're going that extra step. You're doing that heavy lifting, that manual labor. So what's that look like built in?
Yeah. So, you know, smart plans right now, they can only extend for, I want to say 90 days is the length that you can make a smart plan. And you can, like I said, you can tag a smart plan onto another smart plan. So at the end of my, I call it it's my smart plan number 1 for my sphere, where it adds in the birthday, it adds in all that other stuff we talked about. At the end, it triggers to go to smart plan number 2 for my sphere and past clients, which is the every 21 days manual labor, which also means I'll never come back around to making sure their address is there, making sure their birthday is there, because once it's there, it's there. So that then turns into every 21 days, it's a task. It's either a text message, it could be a handwritten note card, it could be go put something on their Facebook wall, it could be an email, which I sort of steer away from since they're getting a lot of that already. But it's basically all the other touches that I would do in a normal touch plan outside of the phone calls, because the quarterly call is going to take care of that. But literally, every 21 days, you're getting something from me, right? So for example, Nick, I know what's going on in your world. It's not automated, the text, it's not scripted, because the point here is I know my people. So I would simply reach out to you and say, hey, Nick, just wanted to check in on you and the kids. I know you guys are quarantined at home. How you holding up? Right. And now whether I talk about real estate or not, that's not the point. And right now I probably wouldn't talk about real estate. You would probably respond and say, Julie, we're doing great. Wow, how is real estate? What are you doing? Are you still working? Or even if you never responded, 3 days later, when you go to get your beard trimmed and your beard trimmer guy says, man, we're thinking about moving, you're going to say, that's the craziest thing. My realtor, she's so amazing. She just sent me a text a couple days ago. And if I've really got you trained, you'll say, I'm going to have her call you. That's the idea.
So you said that when you jumped into command, you're now all in and you really spent a lot of time in contacts. Do you have different lists? People have smart views. Do you have different smart views that you can toggle in between for certain people, whether when they bought a house, you know, who they are, that type of thing? For people that don't know, smart views are different lists of contacts that you can switch back and forth from. Do you leverage that at all so you can make sure that you segment things off and keep in touch with people at the right time based on who they are specifically in your life?
I don't, because I rely on my smart plan to tell me who to call that day, and it's always relevant. Now, if I wanted to do something specific around, like we did a Valentine's Day drop-off, so we went in and we handpicked who are the top 100 people that we want to go drop a Valentine's Day off at their front door, and they got the tag Valentine's Day drop-off. And now we did that once, and next go around, whenever that is going to be that we can do another drop off, I'll pull that list again and we'll take a look at what was the reaction that we got. And then we'll decide if those same 100 people make it or if we're going to go pick a different set of 100 people.
Okay, gotcha.
So no, I'm not using the smart plans because I mean, I think it's a great tool. And if you've got
view.
I'm sorry, the smart view. Yeah, because if everybody's on the smart plans, literally your platform should be your boss, right? We got into real estate not to have a boss, and yet here we are building our perfect boss. I just log in every day and it says, hey, based on what you said was a good routine, here's who you need to talk to today. You need to text them, call them, email them, Facebook them, whatever it is. And then also we're using this via the checklist for we're not going to get into this, but just for our lead follow-up. So we would go into our tasks for our opportunities as well.
There's a couple of people making some points here, some comments and questions. You know, you're setting people up on neighborhood nurtures and Marie, I can't pronounce your last name, but she's saying that she's not getting any feedback from her neighborhood nurtures. And so what you have to understand is the neighborhood nurture alone as an email is typically not going to get a reply. You know, that's where Julie then does the heavy lifting, right? And so if you're just sending out the neighborhood nurture and it's going out like clockwork and you're just expecting them to reply to that, you're not going to get anything in return. You need to have that conversation. So are you having conversations around that or just around other things and then kind of bringing that up as you go?
Well, so I'll tell you what, I look at my sphere, my past clients, like my very best relationship in my business, and anybody out there tracking it, you know, it's your highest ROI. And so just like I wouldn't automate my most important personal relationships, like could you imagine if you put your spouse on a drip and they got your monthly newsletter about here's what's going on with your spouse, and that was the only time that they ever heard from you? You can imagine the relationship would probably suffer over time. And so you probably wouldn't be married very long, or maybe that's just quarantine, I don't know. At any rate, you got to do some of the heavy lifting. And so I can tell you that we're calling everybody or texting everybody at least once a month, right? So just as an example, my friend in Arizona, I sent her a text because it said to, and she said, oh my gosh, are you calling me because I unsubscribed from your, you know, I'm going to use you, Julie. I didn't even know she unsubscribed, right? But people don't care about your newsletters unless you care about them, right? So I don't really care about the feedback from the neighborhood nurture. Is it cool? Did I help somebody buy a house in Georgia and I live in Nevada because of it? Yes, because I just set them up on a neighborhood nurture before we had search and the app. I found a great house. It's a tool, but it's not anything I'm counting on to do the connecting to my sphere and pest clients. It's just a tool.
So what you're saying is I shouldn't put my wife on a drip campaign. keeping her informed of what I'm doing in a newsletter. That's what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that if you want to go on vacation with your wife, that you should probably have a more intimate relationship with her. A vacation with your wife is like,
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, right.
It's like getting a referral.
Yeah.
Well, vacation might be to the backyard today. I don't know, but you get the idea.
The backyard's a little expensive. I'm trying to cut back. So someone else mentioned here, yeah, she feels like the current SOI smart plans are a little generic. But that's where, see, I think what people are doing is they're just using those, right? And they're not working in call plans, they're not working in tasks, they're not working in birthdays, they're not working in home anniversaries, they're not working in like, let's say you set a task that says go see what someone is doing on Facebook and comment on it, right? That can be a part of a smart plan, and that's something that you're doing where Joe Smith, today's task, go look at his Facebook and comment on something and maybe send him an instant message. That type of stuff. Of course, the generic stuff is going to be generic, but those are things that you're working into your smart plan too, right?
Right, Nick. So on top of all the automagic stuff that goes out that I don't control the message necessarily, it's more like, hey, Julie's still in real estate. Yeah, today I've got go text Turner. So I'm just going to text him and check in on him. There's no script. It just depends on what's going on right now. So that's the heavy lifting. That's the relationship piece, right? You can't, if you want to cash in on your sphere and your past clients, you can't rely on anything that was built by somebody else to go manage that relationship. You got to build something that tells you what to go do so you can cultivate the relationship.
Yeah, totally. I was going to say that, when you're sending handwritten cards, which I'm big on doing, I think it's a great, no one's doing it anymore. And it's very impactful. The stuff that you send people cards about, when you're sending people cards about, obviously you want to congratulate someone on getting married or having a baby or whatever, but everyone's doing that, right? And it doesn't mean you shouldn't. I wrote a handwritten card to a client of mine. I was going through when I was running my teams, we would have to write like 10 handwritten cards, minimum 10 a month, right? Minimum. And so you can see what people are doing, right? And I would write cards to people on things that maybe in the grand scheme of things were insignificant, but it was posted on Facebook, so they felt it was important. So for instance, I wrote a card to a client who planted flowers in her garden, and the flowers just bloomed for the spring and she loved them. And so I wrote her a card saying that I loved seeing her garden on Facebook, et cetera, et cetera. And so those things are really impactful. And she wrote me a card back. Those are people that I ended up doing 2 million in business with because they rented a $3,000 a month apartment. A year later, bought $1 million house, and then 2 years later sold that $1 million house. And so you never know what's going to come back out of it. And just because I told her I liked her flowers when nobody else would have, singled that out.
Right.
The insignificant to you might be very to them. So writing a card like that be impactful. And I actually think, if you're, like I said to you in my birthday smart plan, I edited the text saying, hey, Julie, wanted to wish you a happy birthday. I just wanted to make sure you have a great day. And I wanted to check in and see if you got the card I sent you, right? That's the text that I edited. So in the beginning of the smart plan where it says to send a handwritten card, I have to send it because 6 days later, they're going to get a text from me asking if they received the card. You got to hold yourself accountable too with that stuff.
Right. Absolutely. And I'll tell you what, I saw a question pop up, like the handwritten note cards. I think sometimes we overthink those. Sometimes literally, guys, I go to Target and I get 250 of them for $12. They're just a card that's colorful and an envelope that's colorful. And I'll just send a smiley face, just thinking about you, boom, in the mail. Those things end up on Facebook all the time. It doesn't have to be real estate centric. right?
Yeah.
It's almost better if it isn't always real estate centric. That's why your newsletter matters and your neighborhood nurture matters, because that's going to do the real estate stuff. You're going to do the relationship stuff. And if you do a good job, real estate will always come up. It just won't come out of your mouth first.
Yeah, somebody was saying, what kind of cards do you use? And so, do you use Keller Williams branded cards? And so here's my take on that, and you can tell me what your take on it is. If you have to always brand yourself when you're saying hello to somebody and remind them that you're a realtor, you're not doing a good job regularly keeping in touch. That's just my opinion, because I never say, oh, and by the way, if you know anyone looking to buy, sell, or invest in real estate, you should never have to say that if you're checking in periodically. You just said you would train me in a sense by continuously checking in. That way, the next day, if my barber mentions they're looking for a house, oh, I just talked to Julie yesterday. She's my realtor. You know what I mean? So what's your take on like branding stuff that you're sending out to people? Do you do that or not?
My emails are branded. Occasionally, right? If I'm going to do a postcard or if I'm going to do a client event, obviously that's going to be branded. For the most part, though, I don't try to overthink these things. Like literally, we go to Target, we buy the colorful cards. I mean, we've done some Bitmoji cards before that are branded for like if we're calling FSBOs, or we might send cards on that kind of a thing, or we can't wait to meet you, thanks for the appointment. But for the most part, we don't really overthink it. Like we've got like one card that's got a cat, riding on a unicorn with a rainbow. Like we are who we are. We try to make things fun and funny. And so, no, I don't actually have anything branded specifically that says I'm your realtor.
So somebody's saying, Maureen is asking for new agents, still introducing themselves as agents to their sphere, obviously during this weird time. What would you suggest for them if they're sending out cards or things of that nature to their friends and family? Should they include a business card? I think maybe at that point, yes, because you're so new, right? Then you should that'd be a different situation. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you start with a phone call to introduce yourself. You're really excited about real estate. You just joined a great company, and you're going to drop a couple of your cards in the mail so that when they run into people, they've got it available. Oh, by the way, because we've talked about it, I know you're going to run into somebody. So can I count on you to call me when that happens? Right. And your friends and family are going to be pretty pumped. And right now, if you're a newer agent, just know they're going to feel some sort of way for you. Just like back in 2008, all my friends thought that for sure I was going to be homeless. Those jerks. So they have some questions.
Their couch.
Yeah, they might, right? They're like, how are you doing, sweetheart?
Are you okay?
Are you okay? I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. The point here is it'll be really important for you to have a little bit of insight on your market so that you can actually start to cement in their minds that you're going to be the real estate resource.
That's so fun.
But hey, here's the truth. Right now, I was telling some agents in my office, I'm envious of new people right now, because when you're new in real estate, that's when you hopefully are the most excited about real estate, and you're getting started in what is a shift right now. And we know that whenever the market shifts, so does the top 10 or 20%, right? I mean, the guys, no offense, REO guys, but a lot of the guys, at least in Las Vegas, that were heavy REO agents, number one, don't register on the production scales anymore, right? And the guys that were heavy before REO didn't register during the REO. So like there's going to be a power shift here, a changing of the top producers. And it's usually the new agents that don't have all the bad habits, or they're not afraid of what's going on. You'll be a breath of fresh air to the consumer. Just get out there with a positive message, know what's going on in your market, and be ready to talk about it.
So Michael has a question asking, so specifically, how long have you been using Command? I can't remember.
Yeah, we moved our sphere over as soon as we could. I want to say that was a year and 3 months ago.
Okay.
Almost as soon as we could, right when I think they announced it at family reunion the year before. So we moved our sphere over and then kind of played around with it. We were still using a different CRM, Commissions Inc. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. We were still in sync.
Yeah, you can use that.
I can say that? Okay, cool. So we stopped doing pay-per-click in sync roughly a year ago. And then we moved all in on Command. I cut the cord. The last time I paid for sync was in January.
Okay, so you've been using it for about a little over a year, and you completely cut cold turkey with Sync just several months ago. What's been, because you have a team, right? So what's been your most challenging issue since cutting the cord with Sync? And we can be totally transparent. People are asking this. What's been challenging for you over the last several months since you've gotten rid of Sync?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I would say pay-per-click, but we stopped doing that so long ago. I'm not necessarily worried about that. The toughest part has been making sure that my agents are following our lead follow-up protocol. Right now, I'm saying we're super gluing and taped and added some straws together. We're using the checklist inside of opportunities. For me to audit that, though, we actually have to go in and look through the opportunities. And so my guys are allowed to have up to 100 people in their Cultivate pipeline. So it's just it's labor heavy right now. I know that as soon as the smart plans are released for opportunities, I know I'll be able to work through that. And quite frankly, as a unit, that my director of operations and we weighed the benefits of moving to Command and cutting out that $1,500 a month for Sync against how much more time would it cost us, or would we invest? And it just made sense for us to make the move. So that's been a little difficult, although I know it's getting better. And also the other piece has been the pool isn't fluid like I like it to be. We work what I call a cherry picking system, Nick. So if you got a lead and you didn't necessarily like the lead, or they cussed you out, it's probably never happened to you in Michigan. But if you got a lead that you weren't a huge fan of, in our system, you could actually throw that lead into the pool. So it's not quite as fluid as I'd like it to be. And are you taking our picture? And
let me take another one so we can see. Smile, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
So that doesn't quite work like I'd like it to, although I will tell you that I talk to those guys constantly and I know they're working on it, right? So the other thing I would say, we went with the Cultivate pipeline to work new leads and then into the Hot Nurture Watch versus lead routing and using the assigned to inside of the contact. Last time I looked, which was maybe a week ago, I can assign a contact to you as the rainmaker, but the only way to take it back is for you to release the claim.
Okay.
So I don't know if that's been updated. So in my world, if I give you a lead, Nick, and you don't follow the new lead protocol, I'm going to pull that lead back and I'm going to give it to somebody else. So we've been using opportunities for that because I can pull an opportunity from you and reassign it to somebody else.
Okay, gotcha. And so you before all this, you would do client events as part of your business model, right?
Yeah.
And so how many did you used to do, and are you going to maybe pivot to some Zoom client parties or Zoom happy hours with your clients? What's that going to look like?
You know what's crazy, Nick, is I will tell you, I have never been a huge client event person until last year.
Okay.
So really everything that we've done for our past clients in our sphere has all been this intimate, heavy lifting, one-to-one. So we did our first client event last year. We did a movie theater thing. That was a lot of fun. I had hopes of doing Wonder Woman and having a Wonder Woman show up and do photo ops. The Valentine's Day drop off was really cool. We did that this year, like I said, where we dropped chocolates off and said, I don't remember what the thing said, something about you're in our hearts or something like that. I mean, who knows?
And they're like chocolate hearts in there.
Who doesn't love chocolate truffles? That's what they were. And that got a lot of play on Facebook. Tons of pictures were taken and posted up, and look at my realtor. That was awesome. So when we do a client event, though, we do have a flow that we follow. These are additional touches. They get an email. They get to register on the Eventbrite so we can track it, obviously. We call them, we text them, we send them more stuff via email so that we can see who's really showing up. I don't know what that's going to look like moving forward. I haven't planned a Zoom event. So here's and I don't know if you can help. My struggle with that is I get a group of people together that don't know each other. They only know me. So is there going to be the connection there that there would be if like a group of friends got on and did a Zoom happy hour? So I'm working my way through that. Maybe I'm waiting to see if somebody else will try it first.
Well, I think now more than before, people actually might be open to getting to know new people.
Yeah.
I know that my wife recently did a Zoom happy hour with like 18 women from a Facebook group that she's in. And, you know, I know that a bunch of them didn't even really know each other, and they were on for like 3 hours, you know? So you never know. It could be a good thing. Who knows? Who knows? But, you know, somebody.
I'll tell you what my, oh, go ahead.
No. You go ahead.
I was going to say, I'll tell you what my bank is doing. We know a guy, our bank is a small local bank, so we can get extra special attention. And he is doing a Zoom happy hour with almost like Latif, right? With one real estate agent, one lawyer, one this, one that, blah, 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 boom. And he's going to connect the bank community through these calls so that I can meet a new attorney and they can meet a realtor and so on and so forth. So maybe something like that, where you get real nichey with your database and then build miniature little, like a little miniature community book essentially, or a community vibe.
I think that could definitely, work. And I think that, like, you know, now the way things are going, everyone that we've talked to is just having more conversations, right? Even with complete strangers. For instance, I talked to Josh Bickle, who's in Canada. He said his contact rate is up. He's very analytical. His contact rate's up 37%. His conversations are lasting 16% longer. You know, like, he keeps track of all these things, right? And so while other people are pulling back, you should start to rev up. And caring for your sphere of influence and past clients, like Julie does, doesn't cost you anything. And leverage it with personalized automation, along with heavy lifting with phone calls and tasks and you know, things of that nature, where you still bring the human element into it, but leverage emails and text messages. And I think that can be, right now, just asking how people are doing, asking if they need anything, you know, because even though we're on lockdown here, I don't know if you are in Las Vegas. Are you? You are?
Yeah.
You still have to go
Maybe
to
not as,
What's
we can
that?
still go to the grocery store. We can still go to the grocery store, but we're not supposed to leave.
If we have to go to the grocery store and we have, you know, clients maybe that they can't leave the house, you know, I say, hey, listen, I can grab you some. I'm just going to drop it on the front porch on my way back to my house. Do you need toilet paper? Because I found a guy who knows a guy who has some. You know, that's where we're at right now. You know, it's in the back
Right, with
alley
toilet
somewhere.
paper is like the new drug deal. Yeah.
Right. I got a guy. He's a toilet paper guy. I got him.
I know somebody. Yeah. Oh, you want 2-ply? That's going to cost you.
2-ply now. Okay, listen, I got to call my other guy for that. But yeah, this is the time now to just appreciate people, really. That's all. Because at the end of this, that appreciation is going to go a long way. Have you been able to leverage any like new deals or closings? Are you leveraging virtual? Like, what are you doing now in your business to still get your listings and your buyers get to see houses and things like that?
So we, admittedly, things have slowed down a little bit. We went hard on tactic 12, right, which is bulletproof the transaction. And I'm happy to say that, knock on wood, we have saved everything, which is good. And we've definitely switched to virtual buyer consults and virtual listing appointments. So we've gotten pretty streamlined with that. I've said this on a few different Zoom calls. I've centralized that. So my assistant actually sets up the Zoom call for the team and then records it. So unlike any other time in the history of real estate, I can see every single moment of my agent's buyer consult and their listing presentation. So they're doing their consult. Alyssa emails it to me as soon as they're done. I watch it, and now I get to give them game footage feedback. So just from a coaching perspective and helping my people get better, the things that we've already uncovered, it's crazy. So yeah, we've moved there. We've gotten way better at Zoom than we ever wanted to be. We've tightened up some things, we've discovered some missing pieces, right? Because as rainmakers, we teach our agents what we want them to say, or we think we do. And it's like we were speaking German and they speak French, and like it kind of made sense, but something got lost in translation. So this is, for our team, we are all in on, we keep saying this every week, no matter how long we're in quarantine, right? If we're in here for 6 weeks, we're going to come out 6 months ahead of who we would have been. If we're in here for 6 months, let's come out of here 6 years ahead of who we would have been, skill set wise. And we are all about the pipeline right now. So We believe that there's going to be a surge of activity as soon as people can get back to normal and back to working, and people still want to buy houses, right? So we're like every day, it's fill your pipeline till it bursts, because when it bursts, we want to go from, if we did 5 deals this month, well, that means in August, we should be able to bang out like 20, 25, 30, or whatever that number looks like. So we just changed what winning looks like, Nick. It's gone from closings to now winning looks like, how many people did you add to your pipeline? How many people did you add to your pipeline? How many people did you add to your pipeline? So
I love it. Well, this has been amazing. Thank you so much for jumping on, Julie. This is really the first time that we've ever had a conversation longer than a few minutes. So I appreciate.
Well, you're very popular, so you know.
Oh, stop. Oh. Okay, no, a little bit. No, stop it. We've been in the same. Listen, we've been in the same room a lot for some masterminds and stuff, but we've never talked for this long. It was a lot of fun. So thanks for jumping on. And listen, you know, this is your opportunity. Learn command. If Julie's got a team and you know she's leveraging it, and she felt that she was able to leave Commissions Inc., you know, you might want to reach out and pick her brain a little bit. Yeah. You know?
Yeah, I love having that conversation. And now is like the best time, guys. So yeah, hit me up. HMU.
All right, Julie, awesome. What?
HMU, hit me up.
Oh, that's is that what the kids are saying? I don't know.
I know, I'm trying to be young again.
You are, you're very young. We've got you're awesome with the young haircut and the thing. I love it. Julie, thank you so much.
Thank you.
See you soon. Have a great day.
Bye.
All right, so we have got some new rock stars jumping on.
Hey.
All right, where's Sarah? Sarah Rocco's coming in.
She's coming in.
Samantha Cox, Kimberly Meserve. Oh, there she is. So, Kimberly, you're unmuted. I'm going to unmute you right now.
Okay, cool.
There you go. I'm going to jump off for 30 minutes while you guys chit chat, and you guys are going to talk about running a. Sarah's another one that just made the leap over to command, just like quick. So you're going to talk all about that, and I'm going to leave you alone, and I'll be back in a little while. So go crush it. Bye.
Cool. Thank you. I'm so excited to be doing this. For everybody watching, I got the pleasure of chatting with Sam and Sarah yesterday. So I got to learn a bit about what they're doing, and it's some really cool stuff. So I think you guys are going to love this. So why don't you ladies just start out by introducing yourselves? Let us know what you do, what market are you guys in, what does your team look like, and what is your business looking like?
All right. So I am Sarah Rocco. We are in Jacksonville, Florida. I had started in real estate just over 4 years ago, and we have a team now of 9 people. We're number 2 in our market, consistently number 2 or 3, and we are on track to help about 200 families this year.
That's amazing. Sam.
Hey, so I am Samantha Cox. I've been with Sarah for it'll be 2 years and just a few months, so time is flying. And I came in with the team as EA, moved into the DOO position, and now I oversee our operations side. So our TC, our EA, and our virtual assistant.
Awesome. What does your business look like? What are you guys looking like for how many agents you have involved in your team and how many admin?
So we have 3 agents and myself. We have 3 buyer agents. I'm currently the lead listing agent, but we are hiring if you know of anyone. My ideal position will be director of sales, so I want to merge into that. We have a full-time production partner is what we call them. It's an ISA. And then on the ops side, I'll let Sam tell you what we have.
Yeah, so on the ops side, there's myself, and we have our executive assistant and listing manager. Same role, same person. Different role, same person, I should say. She's a rock star. And then we have a virtual assistant who helps us with marketing, back-end organization, being the go-to for our agents. And then we outsource our TC right now. And she's been with us since the beginning of time, but we are also hiring a TC to come in-house within the next 90 days.
That's awesome. I'm super impressed, first of all, how quickly you've built your team just being in the business for 4 years. So that's amazing. Can't wait to see where it goes from here. But let's talk about Command because that's what we're all here to do. So tell us how long you guys have been using Command and how did that transition go?
So we, after Mega Camp last year, we were onboarding 2 agents in October. And Sam and I came to the conclusion that there would be no reason to, knowing that we wanted to jump into Command, there would be no reason to integrate them into our prior CRM. And so that kind of was our initial push, I would say. And so, yeah, so the 2 new agents didn't even know anything else. So it was like, they got the worst of the worst in October and it was rough.
But the thing is, they thought they got the best of the best because they loved it, you know?
Yeah. And so, so October, we started working our way into it. And in, what was it, 3 or 4 weeks ago, we just completely cut the cord on the prior CRM.
That's awesome. So if you guys obviously like kind of picked a couple things to get started with, what were those features that you chose going into Command that you were going to decide to work on at a really high level?
I'll let Sam take the lead on that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say from the very beginning, the most important thing was to clean out our database, our current database, and get everything moved over as accurately and quickly as we possibly could. And so the very first thing that we started focusing on were our contacts and making sure that everyone was set up on a smart plan. They had a task, they were set up with tags, all the basics, they had a source, all those basic things that we beg our agents to do every day. We had the opportunity to go through like 5,000 leads and make sure that everything was cleaned up the way that we wanted it to be. Sarah decided that she wanted us to put them in one by one, which was so much fun. It was a long process. Also, it was a really good opportunity to weed out the wrong phone numbers, look up the right ones, and really start with a clean database. So I'd say contacts first. Second, I jumped right into opportunities and started adding in our current listings right away. I started adding all of our pendings in and then worked backwards. And so from there, we started using the opportunities and really, it really started from like the transaction to close piece and then worked our way backwards to like the cultivation piece and using it as a pipeline for our agents.
Awesome. So we're actually going to screen share with these ladies so that we can see how they're using opportunities because they've customized it specific to their team's flow with leads, which I think is really cool. A couple questions coming in, so I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. What resources did you use to research phone numbers, addresses, and emails?
Spokio.
Yeah, we use Spokio. I'll type it in the box.
And I will say one of the things that at first I had this ambition and I'm like, you know what, I'm going to put 100 contacts in a day myself. I've got this, no big deal. And it took way longer than I had anticipated and it was a time crunch. So we brought back our virtual assistant who we were going to bring back anyway. And her main task for literally 3 months she focused on those contacts and that is all she did.
Cool. People are asking, how do you find people on Facebook? I can't find most of my clients on Facebook. There's a few different ways to do it. I'll let you guys answer how you've done it. I personally just look up their name. Sometimes if you can't find them by searching in Facebook, if you have their phone number or email address, you can Google it. And a lot of times the link to their Facebook profile will come up. Did you guys have anything else you wanted to add as far as finding people on Facebook?
We really only reach out to people on Facebook if they've come in as a Facebook lead. So if they've come in as a Facebook lead, then they have a Facebook account, and from there we'll go and we'll stalk them and get their information.
That's a whole other class. Just kidding.
So next we'll have a panel on how to stalk people. So let's dive into opportunities. I want to see what you guys have done to really customize it specific to your team's flow.
Sure. So obviously, Command has it broken out into listings, buyers, and leases. We don't focus on leases at all. So you can see our listings and buyers here in this main shot. When we first started, the first thing I did was I went straight to under contract, and I started adding all the people who were under contract with us. And the way that we set it up was under contract, green sheet completed, and DA confirmed. And we're a little bit different in our market just because we have a different contract than the rest of the state of Florida. And so our contract is copyrighted, and they're having issues actually allowing us to do the compliance and all of that within Command. So we're still using .loop on the other side. So that's why you'll see green sheet if anyone's wondering. But this is the transaction piece of it, where literally I'll just drag and drop.
Do you have checklists for each of these properties? So like if you go back to the under contract, like to 2060 College Street, do you attach any checklists to that at all, or are you guys doing something different?
So we don't have checklists right now for the under contract properties, just because our TC is outsourced, and so she doesn't actually use Command yet. We do have checklists though in our closed. And so, well, let me go actually to our listings and I can show you an example of that. We close out all of our listings and buyers in Command. And so you can see our EA is actually in the process of closing out one of our listings right now. And we've completely updated it, to do all 17 steps that we need her to do in order to close it out.
I love that.
Been super helpful. So for all of you Trello lovers, we're not using Trello for this anymore. It's all in one place. So that is something that is just fabulous.
Looking to bring our TC in-house this year, and she will have the checklist for the contracts.
Absolutely, absolutely. You can see we have our pre-listing checklist in here for our new listings that come in from when they put them in a pass the baton, a Google form, and then we work off this checklist. So we definitely utilize the checklists. They're super easy to customize. You just literally edit the stage, edit the checklist, and save it. It's so easy. So,
Sam, can you show the 17-point list after closing for someone?
Sure, absolutely. Let's see here. So we have updating our system, scanning in the documents, confirming the checks look good, updating Command with the certain tags that we need. So updating the anniversary date, all those types of things, adding the new address or removing the address, adding the orphan buyer, closing the listing on the actual MLS, Zillow sales, HomeLight, sending email. And if anyone's interested in seeing like what these points actually are more specifically, feel free. I can put my info in the chat box. I'd be happy to share what those checklists actually look like.
Yeah, that sounds good. So we don't waste too much time because I have a bunch of other questions I want to get to.
Yeah.
So I know you guys have quite the lead flow situation going on. Can you show us what you're doing for leads that come in?
Absolutely. Yep. Let me close this out and I'll put my email in there in a bit. So our production partner, our ISA works in here. Our buyer specialists work in here. And so we have customized the cultivate and appointment sections for A sellers, B sellers, and C sellers. Now, as soon as a lead comes in, they go straight into a 10 days of pain, which if I can move this on my screen, I can scoot over. But here we go. It goes straight into a 10 days of pain. And so from there, we have a smart plan set up and they'll automatically start going through that 10 days. Once they connect with that person, they'll go into an A, B, or C category.
Yeah, so 10 days of pain came from a lead follow-up system from, just a proven lead follow-up system. So it's literally like reaching out to them 10 times, creating so much pain for them because this number keeps calling or texting that they finally respond either one way, like leave me alone, or hey, I'm looking to buy, sell, or invest. So we call it a 10 days of pain.
And for everybody, Oh, sorry, Sarah. I was just going to say really quickly, everybody that's asking for these different follow-up systems for the checklist, you don't have to keep typing in the chat box. We are going to share Sam's contact info after, and you can reach out to her directly if you have any extra questions.
Absolutely. And we can share some of what those smart plans look like as well, if you're interested in like what those actual tasks are. So I think like Sarah, something that you have really great insight on is the A, B, and C buyer and how you go through the pipeline with our agents each week. And that's how we really hold them accountable to their pipeline.
Yeah, so every Wednesday we go through this exact database, each agent individually, and go through, okay, we start out with the active, who's on the market, who are you showing homes to, who did you set an appointment with? Why aren't they now active? You know, and how do we move people through the pipeline? And then we'll go through the 10 days of pain. We'll see, okay, like how many of those people could we start either working out or, you know, working out and putting them back in the pool, or how could we start moving them into a C, a B, or an A? And I mean, that becomes from a, you know, rainmaker standpoint, is the interrogation of the database is crucial, because otherwise you end up with just a bunch of leads in there and you're not really doing anything with them. So it takes a weekly accountability of like teaching them how to move people through and how to put in their numbers so they can see how much they're going to be netting at the end of the month and all of that.
Do you find it easier just with your agents to have that visual in one place? Like, we'll talk a little bit about what you guys were using for technology before, but I know for myself, like just seeing everything in one place with all the numbers attached to it has been so much more motivating.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right, Kimberly. And someone asked, you know, what's the biggest change you've seen when switching to the Command CRM? And I mean, that's ultimately it. It's like everything you need in one place. Set your goals, set your, you know, your appointments. You just work it through.
Yeah. So a couple people are asking, can you go back to cultivate really quickly? Not sure what you wanted to see there. I do want to make sure we kind of get through everything, so we aren't going to spend too much time. Like I said before, Sam will share her contact info at the end of this. She has not shared it yet, so just keep an eye out for that. If you guys have questions, you can reach out to her directly. So I want to talk a little bit about what you guys were using for technology before, and how much money have you saved since switching to Command?
Yeah. Before we were using Curator as a marketing system and Follow Up Boss. And so Curator itself, it was like $12.95 per month. And then Follow Up Boss with that was an additional $200 per month. I mean, it was a lot, right? Once we decided to cut cords with Curator, wonderful company, we just were ready to move on. We were able to save that $12.95 and we went just with Follow Up Boss, which was $400 a month. And so right then and there, we were able to cut quite a bit because we knew we were switching to Command. Then once we switched straight from Follow Up Boss into Command, I mean, we're talking like $1,700 a month that we were able to completely cut out of our budget.
That's huge. And one thing that you guys mentioned to me is yesterday when we chatted was your profit has increased quite a bit.
Yeah, so we made a decision earlier this year that we were going to run on the profit first model. So we went through the pain of breaking down. We have 5, 6, 7 bank accounts. Every bit of money that comes into our income account gets dispersed out to 7 different accounts now. And so we're running at a 33 to 40% profit.
33% minimum profit every month.
Yeah. So we're still cutting expenses. I mean, it's amazing what you can do when, you know, you start actually diving into, you know, making your systems produce money. Is this a system that's producing money? And if it's not, then it goes.
Yeah, that's awesome. Just holding your tools accountable. What was the biggest challenge that you guys faced in getting, I know you said you had a few agents that came on and this was all they knew. So that was probably a little bit more seamless, but your existing teammates, what was the biggest challenge in getting everybody on board with the switch to Command?
And it was painful. It was probably most painful for me. You know, I was like, let's do command. This is going to be amazing. And then I was like, oh, you know, maybe we shouldn't have done this.
Follow-up boss,
it was painful.
Yeah, I would say follow-up boss and most CRMs, they have a back end where you can see how many times people are logging in and when they're logging in. And when I knew that we were really going all in with command, I was rallying the team like, guys, command only, command only. They were still kind of double dipping in both CRMs. And so I would go in there and check, and the person who was always in there was Sarah. And she's like, well, I just have to double check everything. You know, like, I get that. And so that once she learned, you know, you can like really truly trust the database, the agents were good with that too. You know, they follow Sarah's lead.
I think the biggest thing as a leader that you have to make sure that, like, if you're all in, you're all in. So number one, there can't be any negativity. Now, of course, you're going to have stressors and things that, you know, is an opportunity to change something. As a leader, if you decide to make this move, you have to hold the individuals that are on salary accountable to also holding the standard of positivity. And so there's going to be moments where you're stressed out, but ultimately the people that you can hold to a higher standard are the ones on salary. Now you can have expectations for the agents, yet they're not, you know, going to be held at the highest standard for creating that culture. So when we made that decision initially to make the switch, there was just so much negativity, it would spread like wildfire. And so we cut that out entirely. And we now, when we have an opportunity, we say, wow, command is so much fun. What are we going to do about this? You know, we figure it out.
Command is cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love it. It's awesome. So really holding those admin accountable for creating the message. And then I just have a couple more questions. Then we'll give a chance to go back through some of these questions that other people have been typing in. What advice would you guys give to a rainmaker that's running a team and is on the fence about making the switch?
I would say, I mean, you ultimately have to look at it as this is your future. So if you're going to go all in, and you're continuing to grow your team and you're continuing to build, is there a reason that you wouldn't start integrating command immediately with those new agents? Because, you know, it's going to be more difficult to teach them one system and then go to another one. So when you're building and you're growing your team, think of that as, I'm just going to make the decision and then I'm going to, you know, set a timeline, which is what Sam did and the virtual assistant, of when they would have it done. And then we would do weekly check-ins. Okay, what did we accomplish? What did we learn? And so we literally made an entire command calendar for when we were going to start implementing everything. So it's really just, and now's the perfect time, right? Mm-hmm. Is to get together and figure out when would be a good time to do this.
That would be my advice, is that it's not about like just literally flipping a light switch and switching that moment. It's about like truly planning out how long you need, what leverage you need in order to get yourself into command, and really mapping it out so that way you can be there in 3 months or however long it's going to take. Just literally taking the first step and just dipping into it, you're going to be like, whoa, this is so much better than what I have right now. And it's free. So.
And I saw Justin's comment there, and I think that's it, is you start testing the waters, and you start, like, I mean, we were with Follow Up Boss and Command for a good 7-8 months, using both simultaneously. And so the agents that are already integrated will continue to do that. And then what was really inspiring is when one of our top buyers agents who's been with us the longest, he said, guys, I just deleted Follow Up Boss, I'm done. And I was like, okay, this is working. This is really great. So you'll see them catch on.
Remove that scarcity from your mindset too, because if you had asked me who was going to be the last person to delete Follow Up Boss, I probably would have said the person who had been there the longest, and it was the first person to delete it. And it's just, it might surprise you who wants to jump in and who doesn't. That's
awesome. So a couple questions that I'm seeing a few times is, how are individual team members interacting with everything? So is there any difference in what a team member can see versus what the rainmaker can see?
There is a difference, yeah. So like we are on the back end where we can see, oh, I'm not sharing my screen anymore. But anyways, I can share my screen if you'd like, but we're on the back end where we can see everybody. So we can pull up in individual agents, what we had before. Sure, yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we have here is all of our agents. So if we want to filter, we can go out to home and pick our team at the top. And then go to opportunities. And so we can look up everybody's, we can look up just one person. So like when Sarah goes into a 411 wig session with our agents on Wednesdays, she'll go in and she will just look at tanners, for example. And so she can
I'll say, and Sam, you might not know this, for the agents that are, or the rainmakers that are doing it with the agents, I actually sign into their account and we go through it together, because there's sometimes some issues that things I can't totally see unless shared with me is clicked, and you know, all these other things. So sometimes I'll just log in directly into their profile with them, and we're seeing the same thing at the same time.
I love that. I will say
does that answer your question, Laura?
Yeah, people are saying that's
hopefully
really helpful. Awesome. Couple questions about your website. Can you guys just share really quickly how you've integrated that?
Yeah, so our website is with Brivity, and we made the decision a few months ago to go with Brivity because we knew that they were going to be exclusively partnered with Command, and so we are anxiously waiting for that partnership and super excited. So we decided to have Brivity host our website. We do have like one user CRM on the back end. We don't use it except for just to route leads into Command should we need to from like Brivity SEO or PPC. But they designed our website, and now it's just $199 a month for them to host our website and keep it going.
And have you guys started using the KW app at all?
We have. We set everybody up on like the smart plan to send that out. And we have not actually dug into the different pipeline tools where you're like, you know, in your inspection appraisal. That's next.
Awesome. Everybody loves your website.
We love it too. They did an amazing job.
Great. Any other questions from everybody watching? Make sure we get to all that. I'm just going to scroll through quickly, make sure there's nothing I missed. Anything else that you
why did we choose Brivity versus Command? So we chose Brivity because we liked the layout of what they provided, and we wanted some really key things in there that Command website didn't offer yet, but it's quite possible that we will switch to Command at some point. But for $199 a month for Brivity to host our website, it's a no-brainer.
And at the time, it was Curator who was hosting our website. And so to go from $199, the $12.99 or $12.95 to $199 a month was a no-brainer.
A couple of people are asking about the stages in your opportunities. Just we did go over that. They have switched the stages to A, B, and C for buyers and sellers based on how hot they are. And then another question that's popped up a few times, have you guys integrated Twilio at all, or are you still just using personal text messages?
We haven't, yeah, we have integrated. It looked like you were going to talk, Sarah.
Yeah, I thought you were too.
Yeah, no, we've implemented it 2 different ways. So we use it just to send like onesie, twosie type of text messages from a lead's profile, which is really helpful. And then we've also implemented it with our smart plans. So in our 10 days of pain, we have auto text that will go out on behalf of the agents. So that way they're not having to, you know, initially send those from their phones. I will say it wasn't like that initially because the smart plan customization was just released at Family Reunion. So our agents were sending them on their own. And so now the more that it gets better, they get excited because they're seeing these updates in Command. They're all in.
Once we've made a connection, we switch to our own cell phone, but during the 10 days of pain, they use the Twilio.
Can you guys touch really quickly, what are your main lead generation sources?
Oh, good question.
Yeah, I even have that available. So one of our big lead generation sources right now is Brivity. We run SEO and PPC ads for sellers and buyers through our website. And so that's been huge. Another one would be our agent referrals. We love agent referrals in Jacksonville, Florida. So always love to have those. And then I'd say our next biggest would be our past clients and our past clients referrals.
I love that.
I don't do any lead generation aside from the database. That's my wheelhouse. And then our production partner, ISA, she does all expireds and FISBOs. And then our buyer's agents do circle prospecting and all of our lead nurture. So for instance, last month we had 111 leads come in alone. And our goal is our goal 50 or 60 a month or a week?
50 a week, yeah. And right now with the COVID and all of that, we're seeing our leads, they're doubling without even doubling our expenses.
Yeah, and we actually cut our buyer PPC budget completely out, and now we're strictly organic, and it's been ridiculous.
Pretty cool.
I think we're getting kicked out by the man.
Oh, you're not getting, pretend I'm not even here.
A couple people still asking questions about Brivity. How much was your website set up? What will your site be able to work with the app? And what does the $199 include for the website? Is that the lead gen?
Those are great questions. You guys could I just added Samantha's email, so you guys could email her and she'd be happy to share that with you too.
Sure. Yeah, but just a basic overview, and we can go deeper. But there was a basic setup fee. They have 3 different packages. We picked like the medium package. I think it had like 25 customization hours, because if you look at our website, theroccogroup.com, we wanted some really great customization in there. And then from there, there's a $199. That's the fee to like just run our website, and then the SEO and PPC is extra on top of that. So I'd be happy to go further into that via email.
Yeah, and reach out to Brivity directly too. They can get you all the
Absolutely. Oh my gosh.
Sam does not have to be a sales agent for them, but we appreciate you sharing all that info.
Am I making commission?
Yeah. So, all right. Well, listen, we appreciate you being on. That was really awesome. A lot of good feedback and lots of questions and chatter. So thanks for being on, Sarah and Samantha and Kimberly. Thank you for
having us.
It was awesome.
Just really quickly, someone's saying that a lot of people are saying we can't see Sam's email. It's admin@theroccogroup.com.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great, thanks,
Looking forward to
guys.
Jay.
Bye. Have an awesome day, everyone. So now we're bringing in a few. Hold on, let's wait for Ashley. Bring in Jay Cermak, trainer extraordinaire. He's going to be interviewing Trent Zimmer and Ashley Guttridge. Ashley she said she's jumping on in a second. But here she is. There she is.
There she is.
Hey, let me unmute. Can you unmute your? Oh, I'm going to unmute Jay.
I could unmute myself. I have power. I just didn't want to take it away from you.
No. I'm going to go away for a little while, and then I'm going to come back, and you guys are going to have your conversation. And they're going to talk about how these two have both transitioned over to command, running their teams, and how things are going. And you guys are prepared. You talked about this. I'm just going to leave now. So
sounds good. We're going to miss you.
Thanks so much, Nick. So, we're really excited about this panel. Trent and Ashley and I had a great conversation yesterday. So for those who don't know me, Jay Cermak, trainer extraordinaire, and I'm here to facilitate this from 2 rock stars that are going to share with us 2 unique perspectives. So Trent's got a unique perspective with his team that he'll share, and Ashley with hers. And I think it'll be beneficial to everybody to hear what they've done to leverage command and their teams and their business. And we're excited to get started with that. So why don't we start with ladies first? Ashley, go ahead and introduce yourself and let everybody know on the call who you are.
Sure. Thanks, Jay. I'm Ashley Guttridge. I have a team in Sarasota, Florida. My team is Legacy Home Connection, and we are a small team. We just got started last November. Last year was really my first year in real estate. And so we're kind of going into this with the perspective of someone who's not only has a brand new team, but is fairly new to real estate. And when we started the team, we just decided to go all in with Command. So
I love that. I love that. It's so great. And that would be a great perspective for those who are thinking about starting a team, because this would be somebody who just formed one a couple months ago and their ability to bring those things in. So that'll be great as well. And Trent, go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
For sure. Trent Zimmer. I run the Zimmer Real Estate Group in the Twin Cities. We're in Minneapolis, St. Paul. We've got three agents right now and 2 admin. Last year we did about 74 units, and we should do about 125 this year. And we are pretty much 100% on Command.
See, and I love that. And man, your hair is high today. I just got rid of mine.
Dude,
so you've got your height
I'm
game on. That hair is
I didn't see that there.
you can tell it's starting to have to go over, because if it goes up more, it's going to just fall naturally.
It hit the ceiling.
So.
All right. Well, I appreciate you guys for both sharing with us. So what we wanted to talk about yesterday is just, I want to start with Ashley and just share with Ashley, how did you guys start taking advantage of Command? So Ashley, you shared with me that people kept suggesting other systems, and we're not here to name a system or say anything was good or bad, but there's a lot of people saying that you needed to lead with revenue, and you're like, no, I don't want to spend money. I don't have any money. So go ahead and share your story of what happened.
Yeah, so as I said, I mean, last year was really my first year. I have a partner, and she had been in real estate a little bit longer, but not much. And so we were starting the team saying, you know, we don't have money to spend. We don't want to spend money. And when we talked to a lot of other people had strong feelings that there are other platforms that we should spend money on. And most of the time the reasoning was, you know, not everything's ready. Maybe Command doesn't do everything yet that it's going to do or that we want it to do. But ultimately we realized that there really wasn't a reason to spend any money on a platform, because anything that we invest money in, we're investing money and time, and we know our time is money as well. So there's always a learning curve. So to invest in one platform, waiting for Command to get to some point, to become something that we don't really know what we're waiting for, but it just didn't really make sense to us. And we said, let's go in, let's start using Command, and let's make it work for us. Let's take what we have and build our systems around what's available to us. And I think being a new team, that's really a huge advantage that we have. I think it's probably I'm sure it's a lot harder for a team that's been around a while and has their systems in place. But for us, it was kind of a no-brainer, because we could use Command and build our system and build our team around that platform.
Well, I love the fact that what you're sharing is that it was already there. It was something to use. And your thought around this was the fact that you could go learn another system, yet you're going to have to learn Command at some point anyways, right? And It was easier to choose what was there. And what I heard from you is you made it work for you. Mm-hmm. It wasn't that everything was perfect. It wasn't that it had every bell and whistle. You just made the system work, and you took advantage of what features were there. And what was your main feature that you started with on that?
There are a couple things. One, just being able to simply use it to manage our database, and being able to manage our follow-up. We created a really great system of tags that were completely customized to help us follow up and stay in touch with our database. We don't spend a lot of money on leads. Again, we decided that when we started this team that we were going to do most of our business comes either from agent referral or from Sphere right now. And so what we needed was just a way to categorize our Sphere, our database, and make sure that we know how to keep in touch with them. So that's, and it does that for us. The other things, there's a lot of other things we're doing. We do run some Facebook ads, and then, using designs as well. So there's a lot of things that we use, but we're kind of just diving in. We add one piece at a time, Well,
I love that. So what I'm hearing is you really started with contacts, and then you had to organize them. And the way you guys organized it was leveraging tags. And I love the fact that Keller Williams lets you do an unlimited number of tags. I just got finished doing a class on contacts, and that was my favorite feature, is the fact that you can tag people and group people together any way that you want. What are some of the tags that you think you guys used the most when you were starting to do this and coming together?
So if everything we have is, or there's like a color coded system. So we have a, who is this person? Is this a buyer? Is this a seller? Is this an agent? Is this a vendor? And then they have another tag of where are they located? So we're in Sarasota, our office in Sarasota, but we work Sarasota and Manatee County. So we have people in Sarasota, Bradenton, Lakewood Ranch, Parish. So everybody's tagged by their location. And then we have a DTD2 tag. So, you know, if it's A&W week, pull up those, there you go, just call down the list. We have clients tagged by if they have referred us. So are they a gold, silver, platinum client, like one that based on the referrals? So again, it's just, you're able to create whatever you want. And once you have those in place, and the nice thing, another nice thing about being new is you probably, if you're a new team, you have a smaller database. It's a lot easier to go in and start with what you have now, create those tags. If you have a database of 10,000 people, I can understand where that would be overwhelming. When you're new, just start from day one and create the systems that you need. And that's what we did. And it makes it so easy when you're saying, okay, we need to reach out to, we have this listing that needs to get out to all of these people. You can sort by all of your Lakewood Ranch people. It just makes it easy to filter out what you need from your database.
I love that. And I think that's just kind of where I wanted to get, because why Gary did this, by the way, is he said, okay, we wanted you to be able to take it, because there is no one size fits all, guys. We've interviewed millions and millions of teams over the years. And what we have found is you all do it differently. You all do it uniquely. And that is very difficult to build. So what we built was a basic layout and format, and then the ability to customize it with things like custom tags. So thank you, Ashley. I think that's great. So how about for you, Trent? With everything you did, now you started off, from my understanding, as a single agent, right? And you guys are doing 40 deals a year or so, or you and a partner?
Yeah. So, well, just to give Ashley some credit here, she just nailed it. Like, a lot of what I say is going to be stuff that she just touched on. So 1 year from now, Ashley, you are going to be in another place, and it's going to be fun to watch you grow. So, anyways, yeah, so I was a single agent for about just under 4 years, doing anywhere from like 30 to 44 transactions. I had no system, really. Like, I had no checklists. I was a mess. I was running around like crazy. And I didn't dive into command until probably, it must have been 2017. I got to Keller Williams in November of 2017. And I got a little bit different introduction to it because I came in as a TL. And so immediately when it
TL,
became,
for those listening who don't know,
TL is a team leader. TL is a team leader. Sorry, I forgot that. Yeah, no acronyms. So I got a little bit different look at it. And when it came out as a lab and it was still being tested, I, of course, signed up, got in as quick as I could. So I was an early adapter, or what I think was. I'm sure there was thousands and thousands before me, but I started very small. And like Ashley said, it was, the first thing was just throwing contacts in there and then building out their profiles. And I kind of geek out over this stuff because in my prior life, I was in the hospitality world, and it reminded me a lot of the hotel business. And I came from the Four Seasons, which is, our standards are very high, right? So we know what side of the bed you sleep on. We know what kind of newspaper you like to read. We know if you like dark chocolate or milk chocolate on your pillow. And I can start to store some of that same data in these people's profiles, right? So it's never been easier to gather information. I can go to their Facebook page. I can see their kids' names. I can see their kid's favorite action figure, and I can put that in their notes. And then it just gives you, when you get to that contact, like Ashley said, the DTD2, when I get to that person's name and I can talk about their kid loving Superman, they're blown away. So anyway, to go back to your question, I got a different look at it, and I got in right away, and I started very, very small.
Yeah. And what I love that I just heard from you is the fact of, are we leveraging social media? And we talked about this yesterday, and I think our biggest aha with this is there's an okay with being a little bit of a cyber stalker right now, because they give you so much data. And we talked about the logistic around just door knocking today. If you were to door knock, but I told you there's a green light outside of their house or their home, I'll tell you who they have in common with you, what they went to school for, what their kids' names are. Would you knock on that door? And we all would say yes, yet we don't always do it. That's what Facebook has. You can get so much information.
And I don't see it as creepy when they're handing you the information.
No, they
right?
put
You're
it
not
out in
doing
public. Your friend.
They want you to take that
They're
information,
excited
do
to
something
share that
with it.
information with you.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
And what's neat about that is then you can leverage custom fields to add that. So now that I know what their kids' favorite, I agree. Nick Baldwin said Trent is super creepy, but that's okay. I agree with adding the data field, because you just brought up a good point, and I didn't even think about that with the Four Seasons. What are those hotels and why do they thrive? Because they know the little nuances. And you can easily transform that to a data set in Command thanks to custom fields. And I just added a couple earlier. So now I can add things like kids and have a whole paragraph for the kids to say what's the kid's name, what's their favorite, candy bar or whatever it is, and remember that for them.
Yeah, so we have a tag actually in ours for kids, and what a cool time right now when we're all stuck inside, right? I can go to my database, filter it by anyone who has kids, and go, hey, here's 15 things that you can do when you're stuck in the house on a rainy day.
And trust me, they're home. They want to hear from you, and they want
what a value add,
because they never wanted to be homeschool parents, and now they're forced to. So yes, I love that fact with it. So with everything we talked about here, and now from what I understand, your business is skyrocketing more thanks to Command, right? So you guys went from 40, and now you said you're on for 125 sales this year.
Yeah, so we went from we had 2 agents last year and did 74, and then we just brought on another agent this year, and we will do 125 in 2020. And I was telling you yesterday, the units and the income and all that is wonderful, but the thing that people don't talk about, which I've gained back because of Command, is time. And I think we would agree that at the beginning of your real estate career, or when you're growing, right, money and units are super important. And then you have a family or you start to get overwhelmed or burned out, and suddenly all you want is your time back. And Command has given that to me, because now I have a structure that's scalable and teachable. And so I can take my custom checklist and I can take our custom pipelines and I can bring on a new agent and almost just hand it to him and go, here it is. And I don't have to spend nearly as much time teaching. I'm not chasing paperwork around. My admin staff know right where everything is. And it's honestly, it literally has been a life changer, which is
And what
awesome.
time do you get to go home from work these days?
We usually pick the kids up like 3:30 or 4, and I'm pretty much home at that time every day. And I very rarely am working weekends. I've got an amazing team, and so they take care of a lot of stuff too, but I really don't need to work weekends unless I really want to. And if you would have told me that 3 years ago, that as a real estate agent, I could turn off my weekends, I would have thought you were crazy.
Well, what I love about that is it's the model: leads, listings, and leverage, right? So we talked
100%.
about this earlier. Leads, we're going to get to that in a moment around what are ways to generate leads for Command. Listings are the name of the game. And ultimately that gets us to the leverage, and leverage is where you guys started. And Ashley just started that journey of leverage with 2 people and then adding the admin, and Trent's been on that journey just slightly longer, but that's always been the secret. If you want to go from 40 transactions to 125, you guys, it's a team. The Millionaire Real Estate Agent book, the spoiler of the book to get to $1 million is a team. One person will never get to that point by themselves. It takes the leverage piece of that. So, and I love that you share that. And I just want to share the fact that you went from 40 to 125 and you got back more time, and it saved you money. So,
and that's why I always, it's so important to share that piece, because everyone knows in this business, all they want to talk about is GCI and units. And it's like, no one talks about how much time they get.
Well, exactly.
So
and actually, how about
so
you? You went from, how many transactions were you doing by yourself before you guys partnered, and where are you at with your transactions now?
So last year, the 2 of us together, but we weren't partnered, but 2 of us together, we did 29 units. We're looking like we'll probably do about 70 units this year. Wow. And so, I mean, that's a huge increase from last year. And, we're in a different place than Trent. I wish that I was, I'm not quite ending my workday at 3:30. But that's also where we're at in our business. But there's still so much that there's a lot at the beginning when you're starting a team and you're creating everything from scratch. There's a lot that we've been, like you mentioned, we just hired an admin, literally. Our admin started, she had 1 day in the office with us, and then we found out we weren't going to be working in our office anymore. So it's been a little bit of an interesting transition for her, because it's just interesting timing. But Command has allowed us, it's given us so much leverage, because, for example, things just like the listing presentation. So we use the listing presentation that's in Command from Designs, and it's just simple. It's simple. You go in, there's only a few little tweaks that you make to customize it. Once you add your contact info, your headshots, then you have a pre-made listing presentation that for each listing probably takes us 15 minutes to customize to that client. And we don't have to spend time creating that from scratch. Again, down the road, might we want to customize it more? Yes, but at the beginning, it doesn't make sense. Just use what's given to you and leverage that, because time is money.
Well, absolutely. And what I love of the fact is it didn't take you that long, you said, when you did this, because a lot of that stuff was already built. It was really just slapping on a logo and customizing a couple pages.
Right.
But there was a lot of good content, and there were 2 awesome choices from designs. So you're using the designs to make your listing presentation as a printable PDF or a digital PDF ready to go.
Yep, absolutely.
So I would take advantage of that if you guys aren't. And we talked about this yesterday, because one thing I started doing with my team, just to share, is I started switching that over to the app version. So now we have the buyer and seller guides inside of Command. And now I want a digital experience around that and enhancing that. And this week I was teaching how we can actually take the virtual version of this. And what if our app and website had the step-by-step buying and selling guide built in and made it more interactive? And I know that's something that's coming down the line, but that was a way that we can now take what you've done, Ashley, and then plug it into a digital platform. Right. And now virtually do that same experience, because it's already written and matched. And then you guys can plus it now by bringing that into the KDB app as well, which would be exciting too. So how about for you, Trent? I know you have someone who does the designs for you. So where do you find, what would be the next feature you think would be important for a team to get started with? So we talked contacts, we talked tags. I heard you talk about systemizing your opportunities.
Yes, and that was going to be the one I was going to talk about. So just to touch on designs real quick, that's all we use to push out our social media and everything. If anyone wants to see what that looks like, at Real Estate MN is our Instagram. Carissa, my ops, actually does that. She does an amazing job, and she rants and raves about how much better than Canva it is. And I know that's everybody's argument, is that they're comfortable with Canva. Move over, I promise you, it's so easy.
Well, here's what I know. Canva does not have my listings in it, and Command does. So that's a huge favor.
It's so quick.
And Trent, Sharon was asking, you didn't say where you're from. So can you tell us the location?
Oh, yes, I thought I did. Twin Cities, Minneapolis, St. Paul. We're actually in a suburb just south. It's called Lakeville.
Perfect. Thank you.
So,
go ahead. So you can talk about opportunities.
Yeah. So for me, organization and keeping checklists was one of the first things I wanted to get done, because I'm such a high D&I. I just want to go, and I need to be more organized. So going into each stage and customizing the stages and phases or whatever's within there, and creating our custom checklists was kind of my number one thing. And I would say that's for you guys all, your contacts and your pipeline need to be 1 and 2 in that order, right? Get your names in there, and then start to get a system together of how you're going to track that contact from the moment they go in there all the way to the time that they close on a house, whether that's in 3 months or a year. You need to have that checklist set up. And we get pretty specific. So it's pick up the sold sign once it closes. There's just tons of little things on there, and it's just such a great reminder to be able to jump in and see if somebody did something or if they didn't.
Well, knowing people get overwhelmed by that, what did you take as your strategy to actually create that checklist? Did you already have a checklist and you just took it from paper to digital, or how?
Yeah. So what we did is we literally took a flip chart, and we just went through what is our process, what happens from the time that somebody even indicates slight interest in purchasing a property. They go into the cultivate phase, and all of a sudden they're not just one of the others in the database. They're someone who's shown interest, whether that's a year from now or it's in a week. And then we literally just took out everything that we do from start to finish, and we prioritize that into each category.
Well, and I think that's really what it is what
make it as simple as you can.
Process. Yeah. And then breaking it down. And I agree, because once you can systemize it, I mean, Gary's Think Like a CEO podcast, what I'm wearing right now, was all about models lately, and the models of, do you have it systemized? And what we know, I'm an agent 10 years in the business. I don't remember to do everything exactly the way I'm supposed to, and I might skip a step. However, if it's systemized, Command makes sure that you don't skip a step because it's right there in front of you and it makes you check it off the list versus me manually hoping my brain keeps it all together to go through the transaction. So that helped you go from 40 to now on pace to 125 transactions because now your system is in there. And how long do you think it took you to create the checklist and get that into Command?
Well, the great part is we're always changing it, right? Like social media platforms change. We might have to add a box for post to TikTok. I don't have TikTok and I'm going to be terrible at it, and we may have to add. So the beauty of it is that we can change it. It's pliable. We can literally change it as we go. But to build it originally from to a very basic, just good, solid system, I don't know, half a work day.
No, I love that.
To put it down on paper and then go, okay, let's plug it in, because entering them into the system is very, very simple.
Yeah.
So, and if anybody, I see people are asking for my checklist. If anyone wants to see my checklist, I can screen share and post it in the comments.
Perfect. So we'll get you that. I saw Chris is on there telling everyone to email her, so we'll get it taken care of.
I'm sure he'll.
Right, so I love that with the systems in there. What do you guys use, Ashley, as far as the opportunities? What did you do for your systemization on that end?
To be completely honest, we haven't done a ton of customization with it yet. We do, however, use opportunities, kind of like Trent said, there's this point of, as soon as you have that conversation where this is a potential buyer, this is a potential seller, they get put into opportunities, and then they're not just another person in your database. Right now, I think we have about 800,000 in potential GCI in our opportunities. And it just helps you kind of maintain that. It makes sure it's one more step to keep things from slipping through the cracks. And we just are, we move them through the process. Once we get them under contract, once we get a listing agreement signed, we move them through that process in there. But we're kind of just using it as it is for now. And it's working for us.
Well, I love that. And that's what's great is it works now in simplicity to just move people around and have a visual of what we're calling the sales pipeline, right? It's getting rid of that whiteboard to have an on-demand look of your business in one view with the opportunity screen of a 30-day view. And you're saying you just use it as it is, and Trent spent time to customize it. And obviously, eventually you'll customize yours as well, but it does work now just to track.
I mean, I think for us, we started out and we said, let's just get in here and start using it. We're just starting to leverage another human. And so we now have her to be able to do that, because we didn't want to take away too much of our time to customize it, and until we kind of got our business up and going. We want to be focused on lead generation, but now that we have our business at a place where we can have that extra person, we're going to have her focus on that. And the nice thing is it's really easy and it's simple to use, and you can have somebody just jump in and kind of start figuring it out. It's kind of a no-brainer.
It's just
she's totally right on that. The way that opportunities comes delivered to you is completely functional. So don't think that you need to get in there and do all these custom changes. Just use it as it is and change it as you go. That's probably.
I love that. And Ashley, you brought us to the next topic. So if we talk about the system there, then I think the next thing we talk about is lead generation. So I understand that you leverage social media a lot and have your own Instagram channel that you're using to promote your business, to promote your brand and stuff there. So tell us a little bit about that and what you're doing for helping you to bring new business and get your message out there.
Yeah, absolutely. So we use social media a lot in our business, both on Facebook and on Instagram, on our personal pages, and then on our business pages to generate business. We do use Command for Facebook leads. I think we talked about this a bit yesterday. If you are going to spend any money on generating internet leads, it is crazy to use anything other than Command, because it's just simple. It's a few quick steps, and the way it works, there's no other way to get leads for. I'm getting leads for about $2. Trent's getting basically free leads.
57 cents yesterday.
Yeah, we haven't quite mastered 57-cent leads.
I haven't mastered anything. There's a little luck involved with that.
But we are getting leads. I mean, just this morning, I had two conversations this morning with leads that we got for, I think it was 230 something, 236, like that. One of them is a buyer, one of them is a buy sell. And it takes a few minutes to set up a Facebook ad campaign in Command. And what we know is that there's no comparison with what you can do on your own directly through Facebook compared to what you can do through Command. And the way the algorithms work, the power of all of the Keller Williams agents using it, the power of Command, you can't generate that on your own.
Right. Well, the way I like to explain it is, wouldn't you love if you can actually have a machine study 3 years of thousands of ads and figure out magically how to get an ad at the cheapest cost in the right amount of people and generate you the most leads? And here's the reality, that exists today in Command. That's what Facebook using Command and Keller Williams' Facebook account does right now. You as an individual will never achieve that as a human by yourself, unless you spent billions of dollars to teach a machine how to do that. And that's why we're getting such amazing results. Now, I know you're getting great results with the social media ads, Trent, and I think you're also getting great with print ads as well, aren't you?
Yeah, I've had pretty good luck with a mailer I sent out to. It took me. Some people have probably seen this on Linda McKissick's little slideshow she does, but it took me probably less than 5 minutes to send a just sold to a townhome community of about 25 units. The next day I got a phone call. About 2 days later, I listed that townhome and it was like a $10,000 commission. So for about $27 or whatever it cost me to mail those out. And people were saying like, that's expensive, 50 cents or $1 a piece or whatever. It's like, I sent it first class. It was an oversized thing and I made 10 grand on it. Their ROI is pretty good there. So
Hey, Trent, I have a question for you. Did you use the QR code on the postcard or no?
No, I did not. I
don't think that existed when he did it, by the
way.
It didn't?
No, and I don't know if it was on there. And to be honest, the reason I didn't is because it's a 55 plus community. And I know the community really, really well. And it's like mostly 75 plus. And I just knew it wasn't probably going to, they probably weren't going to be scanning that with their phones. So
it's awesome.
But what I'm hearing is that you guys are just spending a little bit of money to actually generate business from Command, and it works today. So I know people were asking about Facebook ads and how to do that. I know Nick's got a lot of great content on Command Your Conversion around that. I know I've got great videos out there. I know both Ashley and Trent are happy to share with you what they did and what they got results. And it's time to just start getting out there, because here's what I know. The average ad for Zillow costs about $50 per lead. If I'm spending $1,000 a month, that's getting me 20 leads a month. However, if I'm getting leads for less than $2 and that costs me $120 versus $300 a month or $1,000 a month, you guys, that's $960 of savings. It's worth dabbling and just trying things out. And Trent wasn't an expert when he did his postcards. Ashley wasn't an expert as far as Facebook ads and doing that. Yet Command just did it for them, what we call automatically, by just getting in the system and using it and trying a feature out.
Yeah. Can I just say, Jake,
Hey guys, this has been.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say real quick, because people asking about what we are using for the Facebook ads, and I just use Nick's videos that he posted on. Literally, that's what we use. We just follow his videos.
Oh, thanks. Cool. Well, Jay, I posted a link to Jay's YouTube. Jay's got great videos. You could go to my YouTube. I have a 20-minute video on how to create a campaign. It's super easy. It doesn't take 20 minutes once you learn how to do it. But yeah, definitely dive in. And here's Tristan. He's back eating a sandwich, it looks like. Guys, you guys crushed it. Thank you so much for coming on. Jay, awesome interviewing skills. I love it. Ashley, I loved having you. You were amazing. Trent, you did great, buddy. And your wife, Chris, your wife says that I'm the best, so I'm the best.
I'll take second place.
I feel bribery was in that, but thank you guys. We appreciate it.
Everybody,
see you guys.
We're gonna bring in our panel of KW International Command Lab product specialist people. Awesome. They're building it for you. I don't want to I'm ruining it already. You know what I mean? Here we go. Let's go. Let's go. Let me here. They're jumping on. Dave Voorhees, Jessica Goff, and Priscilla Monroe are jumping on right now in a few moments. How's your sandwich, Tristan?
It's good. I'm gonna wash it down. I'm gonna wash it down with 25 of these 5-hour energy drinks right now.
You're gonna wash it down with all of those. Oh my gosh, Priscilla, oh my gosh, Priscilla.
What's up, Priscilla?
Priscilla, don't look behind you. Oh my God, it's a
vicious
ferocious
dog.
hyena.
What's up, Jessica?
Oh my God.
What's going on, guys?
What's up?
So,
what's up, Seth? David. What's up, David?
What is up? Hold on, I've got a new background here that I have to use.
Wait, I'm gonna use the background too, but it's not new. Here we go. Wait, how do I? Oh, virtual background.
Oh.
Ooh.
Yes.
Hold on.
Okay, David wins.
I love that background,
David.
It's nice.
David, is that you with a longer beard and glasses?
It's kind of what it looks like. It's almost scary. It's almost scary. Okay, I'll go.
By the way, before we jumped on, we were like, what's the over under on Abrams actually jumping on? So now Trisha is like literally chasing him down. I'm getting his voice down.
I had a feeling that might happen. You guys have had quite a day. How long have you been going today?
Well, we started at 11 o'clock and we did this for lab coats a few weeks ago. And it's actually pretty streamlined, but there was a little bump in the road earlier when we found out the hard way that Zoom changed some. I mean, we know they changed their privacy settings, but we didn't realize that a panelist link is only good once.
Yeah.
So if a panelist jumps on early, we just have to put them on hold instead of removing them. So we learned that the hard way. We had to cut one segment out, which is fine. We'll do a webinar with them next week about opportunities. But
Now, let me know if anybody needs toilet paper. I'll just grab one from the side. And
Yeah, that looks. You guys are crushing. Like, I feel like. Does anyone feel like the second wave of toilet paper hoarding is coming? Like, it's all over Facebook now. Like, it was dormant for a couple weeks, and now it's back.
That's why I have a warehouse full of toilet paper, David.
Do you have to like download a background and upload
You just download a picture and then just use it as your
Any
background.
picture, yeah. Like you could download a picture of Nick's face and use that, or
Dude, David.
David, what were you?
Somebody just said you sound exactly like Seth Rogen.
Oh,
he does.
You know,
yeah,
I do.
love that.
And once you hear it, you can't unhear it.
You
can't.
If anybody thinks that David Voorhees, if anyone thinks that David Voorhees sounds like Seth Rogen, just say yes in the comments.
Yes.
Oh, look at all this. Look at all these comments.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, damn.
Close your eyes, and we'll interview Seth Rogen.
About real estate.
We're going to have you on a podcast, David. It's going to be called LCA Interviews Seth.
We're going to have Seth Rogen on our podcast.
Annie Swit, who's heads up our marketing department, and I sat next to each other on the plane home from family reunion in New Orleans. And that was the day it hit her that I sounded like Seth Rogen. And so we were brainstorming how we could do like find a video of Seth Rogen on like the Tonight Show or something and have me do the voiceover to the questions being asked back and forth, all real estate related, to see if it would work. I don't know if it would work.
So you're told this frequently. You get this a lot?
All the time. Well, people don't know. And then all of a sudden they're like, it's Seth Rogen. That's who it is. That's who you sound like. And then once you hear it.
And then you can't unhear it.
Can't unhear it. And I don't hear it because, you don't really hear yourself the way you sound.
Tristan and I talked to you a bunch of times, like in the past, and never really realized it until like we started talking on a more regular basis. All right, well, listen, while we wait for whether or not Jason Abrams will come on or not, let's just get into it. I know Trisha's hunting him down, but we wanted to have you guys on. So can you guys introduce yourself to those people watching that don't know who you are specifically?
Priscilla, go first.
All right. Okay, so I'm Priscilla Monroe, and I am a product specialist social manager. So that means I live in two worlds, kind of. So I'm helping on the product specialist side, and I'm also in the Facebook groups. I'm sure you've seen me So best of both worlds.
Yes, we've seen you. Priscilla's very active in Command Your Conversion, always telling us when new updates are coming out. So we love that. Jessica.
Yeah, hi everybody. My name is Jessica Groff. I lead the product team at KWRI. So all those amazing updates that Priscilla notifies you about, I lead the product team, who they're the ones who kind of determine the next things we should work on, and then they work with design and engineering to design what it's going to look like and how it's going to work, and then engineering to implement, and then we ship it out the door to you guys and get it in labs and hear how we need to rev on it. So I work really closely with David and Priscilla at KWRI, and happy to be here with y'all.
And Seth Rogen, David Voorhees. I'm sorry. What do you do specifically?
Yeah. So one, thanks for having me. And so Jason, I'm on Jason Abrams' team, and we kind of represent the labs department, if you will, in quotation marks. And first of all, I'm a real estate agent. So I have a real estate team here in Austin. We're a small team. We're 4 agents and 2 admin. We do about 100 units a year. So I'm still a real estate agent every day of the week. In fact, I have a call with a seller that's temporarily off the market due to coronavirus after this gets over. But at KWRI, what I do is I represent the agent voice inside of the building. So the one thing people don't realize is that if Keller Williams was a coffee company, every one of the employees inside of the building would drink the coffee and would have opinions about the coffee. But it turns out that all of the people that build things for our agents, be it technology or courses at KW or marketing material or anything, don't ever actually consume that product as the end user. So it's Jason and I's job to help make everyone that builds something that's agent or leadership facing in the company smarter about what agents and leaders do every day. And the hypothesis there is that if we do that, that they will then build better products in the first version. So I probably stole Jason's line there, but he's in some beautiful house somewhere.
Well, I'd like to say that you owe me $20, David, because Jason showed up.
I took 60. Hey, Jessica had the under. I had the over.
Oh, it's funny. I got 31 text messages from different people asking me where I was. So I'm here.
So I just texted Jason, dude. Like, that's it. I don't need to. So Jason, who are you? Say hello. Who are you? What
everybody.
do you do at KW?
Thanks for having me. I'm the Vice President of Industry at Keller Williams. That's all I got, Nick.
Okay, awesome. Well, Jason, I just want everyone to know that Jason is from Michigan, and he was a team leader here in Michigan. He was a team leader. He was one of us as well. So we have agents on the call, team leaders on the call. Jessica, you're a licensed agent.
I am.
Yeah, so Priscilla is not, but doesn't matter. She came from a completely different background, but they're all involved, and they've all been on the ground in some way, shape, or form. And so I wanted to have Jason on to say a few things first before we went into an AMA about product, because this whole 5.5 hours worth of content we were doing with different agents, a lot of them obviously talking about they're all using Command in one way, shape, or form, getting in touch with their sphere of influence, pouring into people. And I want you to talk about, agents obviously are scared right now, like, oh my gosh, my business is going to come to a screeching halt. And that's only going to happen if that's your thought process. What can agents be doing right now, just to kind of pour into people and get in front of past clients, friends, and family, and just really help themselves build their pipeline down the road, and also provide coming from contribution to people that they know?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's this idea that like the Death Star is looming overhead, and like you can't see it, but you're just waiting for it to like blast off some laser and blow up your life. And I get it. It does kind of feel that way. But the truth is, it's not going to happen. It's all going to be fine. We're going to be fine. And with any luck, you're going to stay healthy. And we're all praying for that. But the truth is, this too is going to pass. And when it does, there's going to be people that want to buy and sell real estate. Like right now, I think about this giant bow that's being pulled back really hard. And in it is all this energy. And the energy is the people that wanted to move 4 weeks ago, but didn't. The truth is, nobody who wanted to move 4 weeks ago, Tristan, woke up today after spending 3 weeks alone in their home and was like, want to stay, love the place. Like, I don't believe that. I think they still want to move. And then I think you have other people who have made the decision that they want to move. And like any natural disaster where you're at shelter at home, we're going to have a lot of kids that get born out of this named Corona. And we're going to have, and they're going to want to get a bigger house. And then you're going to have some people whose businesses unfortunately don't recover from this. And they're going to downsize. And you know, other people whose businesses are going to go up and they're going to upsize. And all this energy is in this thing. And at some point it's going to let go and it's going to spring forward. And when that happens, you have to be there. But the only way to be in market share is to capture mind share now. Meaning the moment right now, to use the Adele script. Hello, how are you? That's it. That's the whole script. But just connect with people right now and capture mind share, which leads to market share. And I think you do it 3 ways, Nick. Number one, I think that you have to be the economist of choice for your people. I would love for you all to be calling your people, doing Zoom calls with your people, and talk to them about the value of their home. Remember, no one goes home at night and cuddles up to their stock and bond portfolio, but they do cuddle up in their house. And so during the day, while the Wall Street's practicing mark to market, we don't talk about homes that way. You got to let them know the prices are not coming down dramatically. The sky isn't falling. You're not losing all this equity. And if you loved your home 3 weeks ago, you should still love it today. And by the way, if you wanted to sell 3 weeks ago, those reasons probably haven't changed either. But in the absence of true leadership, if you're not there to quell their concerns about finances, you have a problem. The next thing is that you have to get somewhat presidential. You have to give the presidential address to your data bank. They need to know that you're there to help guide them through this. That may just mean saying hello. Here's the truth of it, Nick, and we talk about this. Your data bank looks a lot like this if you're not pouring into your people. Now, this is just an empty Oval Office. If you want it to look like this, this is when you have to put love into something and you have to put care into something and you actually have to show up and fill it. I would start judging my days by how many times during the day do they start like this and end like this? And then ask yourself, are you the reason that those faces changed? Because if you're not, then spoiler alert, you're not relative right now. And this may mean that we have to fill our minds with new books and new learning and new education. But you know what? That's what the moment calls for. We're going to have to raise our game or we're going to end up alone in the locker room. And Nick, I'll tell you this, the goal hasn't changed. We got to score touchdowns and sell houses. The plays that you run may have changed because in this 3-ring circus that we call life, real estate agents are the ones that keep it running. Don't sit at home in your own fortress of solitude. Get out there because these 2 guys are counting on it. Nick, back to you.
That was amazing.
Can I just
follow that?
Can I just say something? Can I just say something? That even though Priscilla and Jessica and David were kind of smirking, you know, something tells me that they get this every day. Every day. That was fantastic. Tristan, we need to up our game, dude.
Well, look, at some point, all this craziness is going to go away and we won't be able to do this fun stuff anymore. But until then, I'm all in. I promise you, though, one day it'll be smooth sailing.
I love it. I love it.
Jason, how long did you practice this for? I love it.
Look, I wasn't going to let this group down. I mean, I stayed up late last night working on this. I'm excited to be here today.
Did you really?
Look, it was either that or cut my own hair. I decided to go with rehearsing.
Tristan, people want to know how you sat there with a complete straight face. I did get the message though, and it was a great message. And I appreciate you if that was something that you put together for us. I don't want to know if it wasn't. I'm just going to go with the fact that it was.
I do think that there are some tactical things. Like I think that you can be doing interviews right now with people on Facebook that are relevant to your consumer base. Meaning you don't have to carry the show, but you need some people around you to help do it. So like I think you can interview a chef on how to freeze food better. I'm not the only one that overbought. I think you can be interviewing the personal trainers in your data banks. Give me 10 ways that I can work out from home. I think you can be interviewing the manicurists. Apparently there's this powder that you put on the nails. It doesn't come off. You need like a full contractor to get them off. I think you can teach people how to get that off at home safely. Nick, I think you can start doing a video with a barber on how to take care of a beard and shave the head at home. Because look, I'm not the only one whose hair is getting crazy. I guess what I'm saying is I think you can still be the fiduciary. That doesn't mean having all the answers. It means play the same role you play now for your customers, which is you connect them to mortgage, you connect them to title, you help them find the right home, connect them to all the people they need to be connected with right now. If you go out and find a trauma nurse right now in your local market and you do a 10-minute interview on what's really going on locally, I promise you, you will have better ratings than the 5 o'clock news in your market. That's mind share. I saw an agent just the other day. She took a white sheet of paper, she put her logo on the front, a big KW, and then her name, and she emailed that to all of her customers. She said, print it out and let your kids color it. Then take a picture, put it on the internet, on the Facebook, hashtag best realtor in the world, Jason Abrams, and then we're gonna vote on who's the best coloring. They get a $100 pizza. You're only limited by your own imagination right now. Don't sit in isolation. Get out there, because I'll tell you, Nick, if you're not careful, one day will follow the next, and you know what I mean.
Oh, I completely understand. Just like Groundhog Day. All right, so listen, I want to get into this because I want you guys to just answer questions. Like, we have some questions that we have around our technology and about what people should be doing right now. And I know Jason already went through most of it for us. But what's the one thing, and you all can answer this, or one of you, doesn't matter. What's the one thing right now that you think agents need to be doing within our technology, within Command, with our app? If they had one thing, what would you tell them to do?
Yeah, well, let's go down the line. Mr. Voorhees, one thing in our tech, quick.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, if you haven't gotten your database in, to get them in, and if you have, it's making sure they're on the quarterly call plan and you're using the Adele script as that first call.
Yeah, good. Jessica, in Command,
Pouring into your database.
What should they do?
Get in, and everyone, we just got off a call with Facebook yesterday. They told us views are through the roof. Everyone's stuck inside. They're staring at screens. Get in there, either run some Facebook campaigns. If you're not ready to run campaigns yet, at least do some social posts. Dabble in the social waters. There's no better time than right now.
I love that. Priscilla, what are your thoughts?
I'm gonna say the same thing. We also talked to Facebook today. Some great things are coming, like being able to promote your Facebook Live events, and definitely use those ads. We actually have increased how many people are spending on ads since February. It's just it keeps rising. So people are in there, they're using their tools, and yeah, use those campaigns.
I love that.
Well,
And I'm going to tell you, it's the monthly neighborhood
ahead.
nurture, and it's the consumer app. I'm telling you, if you're not providing hyperlocal real estate information for your consumer on a regular basis, and then what they're doing with that information is not informing you on their behaviors and whether they're changing, you have absolutely missed the boat. That connectivity is fanatically important. Please, please, please. If you're not the purveyor of hyperlocal real estate info, somebody else is. And in the absence of a person, it becomes a third party. And I don't know if y'all have seen it, but if you go to kw.com right now and you search, you can start typing in a landmark. Like, you can search for the White House. You could search for Soldier Field. You could search for the Hollywood sign. And I'm going to tell you this, as search gets more human, more humans are going to search. Don't turn your back on it, because you're leading the way.
And on that, if you haven't been in the App Store in the last 2 hours, you missed the latest consumer app update, which is now, it just hit the App Store.
Oh!
Download it.
By the way, the landmark search is live on everybody's agent site too, just so you know, not just on kw.com.
That's right.
And that's a super awesome feature. I love it, love it, love it. I had some questions here. Okay, so market center sites. Actually, no. Let's talk about something that might be a little controversial, right? KW Command Mobile, Kelly, what's happening there? Anything you can tell us?
Yeah, we're going to keep moving ahead. And the truth is, I think that it's massively important, but I'm probably different from all you guys. I'm actually spending more time in front of my desktop and my laptop right now than I'm spending in my car and on my cell phone. That isn't to say that it isn't really, really valuable and important and that it doesn't have to get done. It is to say that when life throws you a curveball, you have to pivot before you swing. And I think we're looking up at all of our priorities in our roadmap, and we're asking a fundamental question. What's the biggest problem real estate agents are facing right now that we can solve at speed? And I don't know that everyone would come to the conclusion it's Command Mobile today.
So the reason why this update for landmark search debuted, maybe the reason why on a desktop as opposed to or on a mobile site is because people are home. They've got their iPads, they've got their computers open. While they of course they might be on their phones, but any chance I get, I'll sit down on my desktop over my phone, to search the web. I wanted to bring up something earlier that you guys mentioned about how you were talking to Facebook and analytics are way up. We had Josh Bickle on a few hours ago, and he's an agent up in Canada, and he was saying he's very analytical. He goes, my contact rate from Facebook ads has increased to 37%, and his conversation length, like the amount of time he's on the phone with people, has increased by 16%. This is the stuff that he tracks, right? I don't know how you would begin to track unless you literally wrote down how long every conversation was, but that's eye-opening to me right now. Well, so it definitely drives home the fact, get in on Facebook ads.
Yeah, I also saw he posted in your group his conversation that he had through Facebook Messenger. So he went straight from his ad to Facebook Messenger, made that connection, and there you go, he got a lead.
People want to connect right now. And getting new leads and new people into your system is one thing, but if you were to go into your system right now and start calling all the people you haven't connected with in a long time, you're going to be amazed. You're not the only one counting the minutes on this thing. I promise you, there are people at home right now that are dying to connect. Lead generation right now, it isn't a commission producing activity necessarily. Don't get me wrong. That's how it all ends. Right now, it's just how you love people. Meaning you reach out and you let them know you're thinking about them and you ask them if they need anything. This isn't a conversation about real estate. This is a conversation about people. If that doesn't get you up to make your calls tomorrow morning, then I don't know if you're ever going to make the calls. It's the highest way that we can serve right now. Nick, I saw there was a Facebook, somebody said, hey, I want to support my local businesses. And so I went down and I got to take out dinner. And I think that's really great. Don't get me wrong. I think that can make someone who's frowning smile. That helps them for a meal, though. What if you put together a small business stimulus package right now in your marketplace? What if you called 15 small business owners? You then did a 10-minute Facebook interview with them. You then sent out through command a text message or an email about their business to your entire data bank. And they made some sort of an offer, free appetizer if they order an entree. And then trade for that, they agreed to let you leave a one-page newsletter physically in their business when they open every month for 12 consecutive months. Friends, if you did that, a year from now, you'd be in 15 small businesses. You'd be omnipresent through the entire community. You want to talk about changing a life. Don't buy one meal. Help them sell 1,000 meals.
I saw in your group too, Nick, it was Jeremy Mullins. He posted that instead of doing regular smart plans, he was doing care smart plans. So he was reaching out and, like Jason said, showing that love, showing that care, just changing your message.
Well, and some of the conversations about caring about people, you can't help but have them because they're in alignment with what you're doing. Meaning if you're not calling your people right now, first, how many of you listening right now have a financial advisor? Just raise your hand just for fun. Someone, okay, cool. Now raise your hand if that advisor called you in the last 3 weeks, helped you make a list of all of your household expenses and start to rebudget and save money. Oh, perfect. None? Great. How about if you did it? Like if you're going to be the fiduciary, what if you called and said, I've been reading this book Shift and Tactic 2 says I got to remargin my business. And by the way, 3 pages in, it says treat your home like your business. Let's make the 3 buckets. Things I have to live, things I really like, things I can cut tomorrow. Then start cutting the stuff you got to cut tomorrow. And you would be able to say, have you refied? If you haven't, you got to talk to Keller Mortgage. Now, why do we refi? We refi to get a lower rate. We refi to make sure that the payment goes lower. We also refi to skip the next month's payment. Every real estate agent that's looking for a way to do cash flow, and by the way, we've told Keller Mortgage to make sure that realtors who need to refi to save payments get moved up to the front of the queue. That's massively important. And then number 2, homeowners insurance. If you're not going to Connect, and then you get onto that live page on Connect and you scroll down, you're going to see the live box, then you're going to see the maps box, then you're going to see the Keller coverage Save Your People Money. Click on that. It's going to open a new page. It lets you set up a private landing page to let your people know about saving money on their homeowners insurance and saving people on the mortgage. Heck, if you're not going to save them money now, what are you holding that card for? When are you going to save them money? What sort of pandemic would have to be happening to make that call useful in your life? Call we gotta make.
That's true, man. Sorry. Jason, I have to just interrupt you because they said, what does Jason have for breakfast? And I put coffee times 10. And somebody said, no, he stole your 5-hour energy drinks that you had.
Unfortunately, this is just my condition. I got a resting heartbeat rate of 116 beats per minute.
That's nice. I love that.
You know how we found out about it?
Imagine working for the guy.
I was on my way to a KW mastermind and I started to have some pains and I went to my local doctor and he hooked me up to this thing and he said, I think you're having a heart attack. And they rushed me to a hospital. I was 36. And they then took me and gave me all these tests and said, look, you definitely had a heart attack. But we have to slow your heart rate down in order to take pictures. You got to take these beta blockers. It's going to take 3 months to get your heart rate down into the 50s. Then they did it. You know what they found out, Tristan?
What?
I never had any heart attack. I'm perfectly fine. I just got a heart like Secretariat and it beats at 116 beats a minute.
Nuts, man.
Oh
I
my
love
gosh.
that.
You're hilarious.
Well,
you know
look-
what? So that's why, is that why you don't exercise? Because it can't go up.
No. I don't exercise because I have no personal discipline. Totally different issue.
Okay. So let's get into some other stuff. So I love, I'm all about, first of all, agents have a hard time kind of being socially aware of like what's going on around them. Like you see a lot of agents who are continuously saying still business as usual. Dude, no, it's not. So if you go out there, you start acting like that, you're going to turn people off big time, right? So regardless of your feelings around what's going on right now, most likely your clients and your friends and family are concerned. So don't be tone deaf. And when you're reaching out to them, don't just be like, hey, this house came on the market. You want to go see it? They're like, dude, what? No, we can't. So just be aware of like how you're talking to people and what you're doing online and how you're behaving, because it's going to make you look really dumb when you have a client who's taking this seriously and you're out, just kind of not paying attention to what you should be doing right now, because your business is your brand on social media. That's you. That's how people look at you, right? So just behave accurately and be socially aware of what's going on in the environment when you're reaching out to your friends and family. Don't be completely blind to it. So Priscilla, what you were saying before is, create smart plans that are geared towards asking people if they're okay. Don't automate everything, right? But like put a lot of phone calls in there. You can automate the texts, but in times like this, you also want to have much more of a human element as well with tasks and things of that nature too.
Well, Nick, categorically, I spend a lot of time talking to agents around the country every day. And one thing I'm hearing across the board is my contact rate with my database is through the roof. The amount of people that are picking up the phone right now is, to Josh's point around the Facebook leads, but this is with people you already know. Like the contact rate's through the roof. Everyone's at home. Everyone wants to stop what they're doing and get away from their Zoom meeting for 10 minutes and take a phone call and walk outside. It's a massive, massive chance to connect with your people and add some value to their life. And that value needs to be personal first, then it can turn to business.
Yes, 100%. Hey, so talk about some cool features that you can let us know that are in the pipeline. That can you reveal anything special or something that isn't so secretive?
That's what I was talking about with the Facebook Live. So we're going to tie in, thanks to our partnership with Facebook, we are going to tie in the ability for you to promote your event, your Facebook Live event, through campaigns. And then once you'll go live through Facebook, but once you're done with that live, you can repost that in case anyone missed your open house. So basically this is just for you to be able to do virtual open houses and go live with them and then reuse that video again in a social post or in a campaign. You can do that through command. So that's coming.
Oh, so that's going to be an update to campaigns where you can schedule Facebook Lives and do a lot of cool things with that. That's pretty awesome. When do you see that rolling out?
I'm not sure on that one, but yeah, we're in talks. It's happening. I can't give you the date, but yeah, no, definitely something that's in the works and we're pretty excited about. We want to get out, obviously, because that's where we're moving towards. We want to get stuff virtual. We want to give you the tools to make that happen.
I think right now, the new, sorry, Jessica, did you have something? Did you, no?
No,
Go ahead.
I mean, if you want to comment on that, I'll tease a couple other things.
Please.
And I also kind of want to, I know everyone feels like when they ask when things are coming that we just all try to dance around it. And I think it's helpful at least to understand why, when is that going to be here is a kind of a hard it's a hard answer. It's not that I don't want to give you one, it's that it's hard to give you one. And the best analogy that I ever had from an engineer on why is this. All right, hey, Nick, you're probably an expert walker, right? You've been walking your whole life, most of it. Yeah. All right. So you're a pretty good walker. You do it every day. We'd consider you an expert walker. Do you have a grocery store or a coffee shop kind of nearby your neighborhood?
Yeah, both of those things.
Have you walked to them before? Ever? Pick one you've not walked to.
I haven't.
Okay, so now I'm going to ask you to sit there and estimate for me how long it's going to take you, the expert walker, to walk from your house to this coffee shop. You've been walking your whole life. You drive by this coffee shop every day. This should be relatively easy for you. So you go and you make some sort of an estimate, and then you set out and you start walking. And then you come and a snowstorm starts, and you weren't expecting that snowstorm. It might slow you down a little bit. And then you get to a road closure and you have to detour around that road closure. And sometimes that takes a little bit longer. And so this is what engineers encounter. We sit down and we show them this thing and we're like, this is how we want it to work. How long is it going to take you to walk there? And really they don't know until they get into there, because they don't know what snowstorm is in there. They don't know what roadblock they're going to have to navigate around. And then we build it and then we put it out in front of our agents and we let them tell us, did we get this right or wrong? And every once in a while they tell us, hey, actually you need to change up a few things here. And so that's a few more revs. So that's why, hey, is this 1 sprint or 2 sprints? That's the difference in 2 weeks and 4 weeks. And any one of those things, the roadblock, the snowstorm, or the rev on it can increase it in a difference, another sprint. So that's why when people say, when is this coming? This is why it's really hard for us to say exactly when this is going to deploy. Any company that tells you a date this is going to be ready, and they say it with confidence, I guarantee you that thing's already built and they just have it behind a flag and they haven't turned it on for you yet. If they're telling you it's coming on this date, it's because they're just waiting to kind of pull off a flag. We don't do that. We move fast here and we get it in front of you and we get feedback. And so that's why you get a little bit more of those kind of, we're working on it and it's coming. And so I think just peel back the curtain a little bit there and give y'all that. So some things that you can look for likely in April. So in Command, and I say likely in April because they're actively working on it now. And there was a few things we identified that we wanted to bring to you guys to really pay off a lot of this amazing training that Keller Williams is putting together right now. So I'd say there's two features we're working on. I'm really excited about it. That's going to make our live streams and all this training and content we're putting out even more visible inside of Command. So look for some things on the dashboard, as well as some maybe live stream now indicators that you could look for.
I love that analogy because, one of the things that people don't understand is sometimes the simplest update or the simplest feature could essentially take the longest amount of time. For instance, email isn't as easy as everybody thinks it is, and they take it for granted because we do it every single day, right? And so when agents are saying, the email functionality, blah, 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 blah. And from what they have to understand is, like, let's say we hooked up 180,000 Gmail accounts to Command. That's a lot of spam, right? And so it's something that has to be, thought out. There's got to be a workaround. And so because we have more agents using this platform than other CRMs, it's easier for them to implement that. And it's a little bit harder for us to implement it just because of the massive size of our organization. Would you say that's accurate?
Oh, absolutely. I'd say that's accurate. And also some of the things that we're able to bring to the Keller Williams agents, like economies of scale, also adds complexities, because with economies of scale, we're able to bring cheaper discounted rates to everyone, but we also have to make sure one bad apple in the bunch doesn't spoil it for everybody. And in terms of email, that's really important because you will get shut off from your email provider if you go and you spam and you get marked as spam a lot. And so how do we bucket people so we make sure, Jason doesn't get excited and go blast his email database all day long on Sunday and everybody marks him as spam? And how do we not make sure everyone else doesn't get shut off because of Jason's overexcitement on Sunday?
Yeah, and a lot of times you'll get a lot of, we'll vet vendors and there's little different vendors and different components throughout, and everybody thinks that they want to be in business with the largest real estate company the world's ever known until they actually push go, and then we overwhelm and cripple their systems in short order. And you say, well, maybe you could have planned for that. All the testing in the world, and testing is really, really important, doesn't actually function the same as a live fire environment.
Yeah, so I think that when you're building out a product at this scale, there's things that you might think are so easy to implement, and they're not, because there's such a vast amount of people on the platform, hundreds of 100+ thousand agents using this thing in one way, shape, or form, and so the simplest thing might not be the easiest to implement, and we might take it for granted on a daily basis, like email or text message, things of that nature. But I love that. There's some great stuff coming down the pike. Can you give us any sort of insight into where the mobile app might be going, in the sense that it's great right now, and then eventually I assume we're going to start to see the ability to have discussions with our clients. Is that something that you guys still have in the pipeline?
Yeah, I think discussions with clients and greater functionality through guide and actually completing transactions on the phone, and how feed all of these things are on the table. I mean, and the cool thing and the great news for us, and Jessica, feel free to jump in, or Priscilla, the feedback that we're getting, not from real estate agents, although that's been really favorable also, consumers are loving the way that it's searching and the way that it's working. And is there room for improvement? Of course. And they really enjoy the experience. We're hearing a lot. I miss the neighborhood lines if I go look somewhere else and I come back. And the reality, it's like I said earlier, as the search gets more humans are going to search. And you're making it more human. You're starting to push the aggregators to think about search differently. When you go and you can type in the Hollywood sign and be there, or the White House and be there, or the Statue of Liberty and be there, and you name it and then be there, and then pull out from that to start to see the areas you want to live, you're now moving the way the world is searching for real estate. And it's the first time, really.
By the way,
what's that?
By the way, I just uploaded the app, and landmark search is available on the app, right?
Don't I know it? And when you do that and you start changing the way that people search, this is the first time that real estate companies are putting pressure on the third parties in technology, and they don't know how to respond. And they're going to have to respond during whatever this is. Because here's the thing, y'all have been executing a plan that you had 4 years ago, and now you're going to force other people to change their plans.
By the way, if you're watching this, no, do not uninstall the app to get the update. Just update it. That's it. Don't uninstall. And Apple and Android are two different companies. So while it might be in the App Store, it might not be in Google Play yet. So, don't get mad at KW. That's not how these things work.
Yeah, I know that it's in the Apple App Store. I have no clue where it is inside of the Google Play Store.
Yeah, I don't have Android, so if you're wondering where it is, then get an iPhone and you'll know that it's available. Hey, Tristan, did you have any questions?
It says there's no option to update. Sometimes you have the auto update on, so just check your app. It may already
have auto update on. It might already be updated. Mine, I didn't, so
Mine just had it. I just updated it while you were talking, Nick.
Yeah, I did too. Oh, it's in Google Play, says Chris Wade. Awesome. What's the out of everything that's going on in our tech, what's the thing that each one of you are the most excited about coming soon or currently that we're using now? What do you love the most?
I know my answer. Voorhees.
I think I'm most excited in my world, the amount of people that are rushing to command in this time where they should be cutting their expenses, people that how creative our agents are becoming and the can-do mindset of a lot of our people, right? There's a lot of people that 6 weeks ago raised their hand and said, Command's not ready for me yet. And a lot of those same people have heeded the advice of the Shift book and remargining their businesses and said, you know what? How can I make this ready for me now, as opposed to categorically saying it's not ready for me? So I'm excited about this new wave of larger team that's actively trying to get into the system. I think that's really exciting. It's going to be a big shift for us.
I love that. Priscilla?
Yeah, all similar boat. I'm pretty excited about all the new people coming into Command, everyone who's just starting out. Like we just put out that Facebook promo for new users who've never run a Facebook ad before. So we're getting them started in there. We got a new dashboard in campaigns. So getting people started with all our products and having a more of a, like an onboarding mindset. So people don't hop in there and just are like, what am I supposed to do here? We're actually building tools and guides to get people in there, get everything set up correctly, get their accounts connected the way they should. That way they can use all the tools like to the max. So I'm really excited about that.
Love it. Jess?
This is like asking a parent to choose which child they like best. I am excited about everything that's coming, but I would say Priscilla probably just touched on something, but I'm gonna go a little bit deeper. So Nick and I did a panel together last week, and he got access to the campaigns dashboard, so I got to see him geek out a little bit on that. So I think that's the thing that I'm most excited about, and for two reasons. One is it's going to make getting into campaigns way easier for that first time user. And I understand if you've never run a Facebook campaign, if you're not the social media king or queen, it can be a little intimidating to get into there. So this dashboard that for a first time user kind of eases you into it. And then for those super users, the people who've been running campaigns, that dashboard then changes for you and starts to show you which campaign is performing the best. So I think that dynamic dashboard that's going to adapt based on where you are in your skill level is one of the features I'm most excited about, especially because of the value that campaigns are going to bring right now.
And it's actually out right now for everyone.
Everybody has it.
It's there. Go get it. Go check it out.
Yeah, go check it out.
Hey guys, I have a quick question about dynamic ads. Is that something that's in the works for next year, or have we not even talked about that?
Say more. Dynamic ads specifically.
So dynamic ads for real estate, where same thing?
It's next year, Tristan, if I had to guess. I mean, we're gonna perfect the ads that we have now prior to going that route.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to know.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think if I look up and the thing that I'm most excited about now is that the system is so big. Like I don't know. This group is unique, right? Because I'm guessing the 400 people that are watching now are the early adopter groups that have been pouring in.
Well, we've got more.
Remember when it was really small, like when we had like 4 screens and we would like talk about them for an entire live stream, and now it's massive and like people are running their businesses and their consumer are running their apps and their search is connected, and it's just like. It's so big because I now go in and I look at your competitors' tech products and I'm like, they're where we were 3 or 4 years ago, where they're like, you see, it's really cool. You can save a contact. And I'm like, it's just awesome, the scale of what you all built.
Well, I think that hits it right on the head, dude. It's actually, and not to be mean in any way, but it's actually working now, right?
Oh,
and I think
it's working and it's big and there's scale.
Part.
And there's community. You realize, like, if something launches on day one and everything is perfect, so cool. It's 8 minutes before you take it for granted. But this group that has come from where we are to where we are today, I'm telling you what, there's a million of you guys who I would share a foxhole with any day on the technology front, because you've been there when it was at its worst, and now you're there, and it's just, we've created quite the family and quite the community. And it's not surprising because Keller Williams is kind of known for doing those things.
Yeah, and for those of you who want more information here on some of these things, Priscilla, sorry, just put up a link here so you guys can take a look at how to configure your Facebook social ad campaigns, and it's a really good link. So please save that for later.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm getting a little geeked out about the app and stuff and the landmark search. Think IDX, think Google Earth with IDX on top of it. That's what it looks like. It's super awesome.
Yeah, and when you go in far enough, one of your people mentioned they searched the Alamo. They went in and then with 2 fingers they scrolled up, and the next thing you knew, they were looking at a 3D image of the Alamo. Yes. If you try it with Soldier Field, you get in so close you can see the seating numbers. Then go into one of your competitors. Go to Zillow and search for Soldier Field. You're going to end up in some random street in Boston. I'm just saying it's different.
So awesome. I don't have any more questions. I love that you guys jumped on. I love that you guys are working hard for us, and it's interesting because, like, you know, over a year ago when this was released, then everyone was like, oh, this isn't working, blah blah blah, and it's the way that KW does it isn't something that people are used to, in the sense that, when technologists roll out a feature, they roll it out when it's all done, right? So nobody's like waiting for it. So in this instance, we're peeling back the curtain and we're building it in front of our eyes. So sometimes when something comes out, it's like, okay, here's what you guys asked for. No, can you do this? Okay, cool. We're going to take that back. We're going to do this. And wait, we want that too. And so there's all these different, anything that you ask for, they're going to build, but then they're only going to build what you want. And then when they give you what you want, then you've decided, wait, that's not exactly what I wanted.
Well, and some of it's warranted. And look, everything has to work better. The goal is always better. We're never going to get to a point where we're going to rest on our laurels. The important thing that I would love, and I think I can speak on behalf of all of the dream team you've assembled here, is on behalf of everyone at KWRI, every technologist and every support person, and Gary and Josh, thank you. To each and every one of you. Every day you guys make us better. You've stood by us in thick and thin. The reason that Keller Williams is so strong and thrives in a crisis is because we were born with a culture, a God, family, and business. Your competitors look up and they don't have that guiding principle. And so they don't have a compass to know when they're doing the right things. And the strength of Keller Williams isn't the brick and steel like KWRI or the microchips behind Command. It's each and every one of you and your relationships with your customers. And we're just so grateful to be a part of your journey. So thank you for having us.
Definitely.
Dude, I want to
appreciate your feedback.
that people miss, Jason, and that's something that you said that struck a chord. And I think the reason that Keller Williams is just so massive and attracts so many people is really the fundamental mission is bigger than the individual agent. And no other company has that. And that I think we don't tell people enough of, saying, look, we've actually made this bigger than the single agent. And here's the structure on how you blow up in your business.
100%. The infinite game is God and family. And the game that we play to fund that is business. And we're really clear on that here. And we attract a certain type of person that holds that to be true and evident. And it's funny because I had a conversation. You guys are going to be interviewing Mo, I think, on the 13th. And I was having a conversation with her yesterday. And she said that all of the things that made us unique on day one still make us unique today. And I take that to heart.
Can I say that's
thanks to you?
Oh, go ahead, Dave.
You guys. Well, I think the group you guys have built here is a perfect example of that culture, right? It's a group that is totally meant for sharing wins and best practices with everyone. This isn't I know how to do this and it's my trade secret. It's I know how to do this and you should be doing it too, and here's how you do it. It's the sharing that we all will grow bigger when we're doing it together. And the group that you guys have built and the fact that we're able to do this in front of 25,000 people is unbelievable in itself. So thank you guys.
Well, appreciate that.
Did we lose Nick, or is that me?
Like the more we share, that only that I'm still here.
Oh, sorry. You sounded like that robot.
I was going to also say that what I wanted to say was that, with Command, it's overwhelming, right? It can be overwhelming if you're looking at everything, right? And so the way Command was built, it was built by consulting with 30 or 40,000 of our top agents within the company about what they want and how they run their business. So if you're like, oh my gosh, I got to go all in on Command, It's not about going all in on command. It's about looking at your business model and then using those aspects. So there might be 3 or 4 features within command. Like if you're not an internet lead generator, you don't need Facebook campaigns, right? Like it's not meant to all be used. It's there if you want it, but there's bits and pieces that can fit into lots of different business models. And I think if agents look at it that way, it's not as overwhelming and it's not as confusing and time consuming to think about implementing.
Yeah. Well said, sir. Thanks again for having us.
All right. It was a lot of fun, guys. Thank you for joining our first Commander Conversion Live conference.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks, guys. Take care.